And welcome everybody to the Game Junction Podcast, episode number 77. How's everybody doing?
Good,
Doing
good,
good.
good.
Doing good.
That's
Friday.
pretty awesome.
Yeah, Friday. TGIF.
Oh, I thought we were going with the Femboy Friday. I thought that was today's theme.
I mean, it can be a thing that we like do, like this Femboy Friday podcast.
Just how's everybody's week been going so far?
It's great. It's great.
It's been a week. It's been a week. I mean, like it's not been bad. It's been hectic and crazy. A lot going on, a lot happening, and I've been trying to keep up with stuff along the way, so I like don't get behind on the podcast. Like, holy crap, is this year overwhelming? Like, Jiminy Christmas, it just doesn't stop. We say it every week. I'm like, I figured there would be like a slow
Stop
week.
It won't stop.
Yeah, right.
There's
it's almost
been
April too. It's crazy.
and three big AAA game releases today. So, geez,
it's been pretty big. Obviously, the headline for today's episode. Obviously, you got some PS5 Pro specs leaked, some more information about the PSVR2, and some new stuff about Godzilla. I've been hearing about, but I guess we can dig right in. Unless anybody else has anything they want to say before we go right into it.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be talking a little bit, kind of about everything. Sandland demo. We'll dive into that a little bit because that's one of Akira's last works that, other than the Dragon Ball show. We'll be talking a little bit. We've got a good bit of anime stuff, a good bit of movie and TV show stuff. So quite a bit more than just gaming. I will say, if you are a Marvel fan, this is your week to listen/watch because there's been like two pretty big things this week, among other things actually too. So yeah, we're going to be talking a little bit about everything. I guess we'll just go ahead and dive in.
Yeah, I guess first and foremost, before we get to Kurgle's segment, which is first up here, is there any kind of plugs or anything you wanted to put in real quick, Brandon? Or
yeah, so we have got the channel membership. So if you are watching on YouTube, the channel membership is there. You just go to the channel and there'll be like a membership tab. And if you're listening to audio, you can subscribe on Buzzsprout. Helps us out. There's a few other options as well. If you go to our link tree, there's some things there, but definitely want to plug merch. We're going to have new merch up this week again, but we've got a semi-recent podcast design up. And then there's a few other like regular Game Junction stuff. We're going to have like a collab design coming up for the podcast here soon with everybody's logo on it. So we've got that. And also, you can now just go to thegamejunctionpodcast.com and it will take you straight to our Buzzsprout and all of our audio platforms. So that is a new thing. And I think that's the last plug there.
yeah, definitely. So I guess we're getting right into Kurgle's weekly segment. We got it going on here.
Well, a couple things happening. So I usually talk about, the new releases, some of the free games that you can get. Obviously, big things. First and foremost, I wanted to talk about the free stuff. There's actually 3 different games you can get on PC for free right now. There is Call of the Wild: The Angler and Adam Eve from Incredibles. Invincibles. That is on Epic Game Store, and then there's also Book of Demons, I believe it's called. That is on GOG.com. So you can grab those games. There's also some really nice spring sales. The actual spring sale on Steam ended, but there's a couple of different events currently on Steam where you can grab some really cheap stuff. There is the whole Battlefield franchise has really steep discounts. So if you want to jump into Battlefield 1, Battlefield 5, or Battlefield 2042, now is the best time. And there's also a free weekend for Battlefield 2042. I personally play it from time to time. It was terrible at launch. We all know that. But now it is a pretty decent game, especially when you can grab it for like $7, $8, $9. There is also a couple of more other sales. There's some Final Fantasy titles that are currently discounted on Steam. There's Star Wars Battlefront 2, heavily discounted. You can grab it under $5. And there's also Titanfall 2, which actually still has a thriving online community. And you can grab it for $3 only on Steam. So those are some deals you can look through. Obviously, some really cool new games that came out. Rise of Ronin launched. It got a 76% critic score. We're still waiting for people to, actual people to rate it,
Mhm.
because critics have no souls and they're not people. But moving
Pretty
on,
much.
Yeah,
it
that's what I
looks
was
like
gonna say.
yeah, it looks like Rise of Ronin is like a. We just talked about it before we started. It's like a little baby that Neo, Ghost of Tsushima, and Sekiro had, and it has guns in it, and it looks really fun. It doesn't look like it's super deep in terms of the story. It's more like gameplay oriented, or like the combat oriented, but it
Yeah.
still looks really fun. So definitely check that out. It looks really cool. Moving on, we do have Dragon's Dogma 2 obviously released. It is, I mean,
I think
I
we're
don't
all a
even know
little
where.
disappointed,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I think it's gonna be we can talk about this later, because this has been a thing with AAA games lately. Everybody was so excited about this game.
Yeah.
It's been what, 14 years since the first one, and I watched probably over 10 to 15 hours of live streams of it, and the combat looks super fun. Um, but man, they're really greedy.
Yeah.
Essentially, like, long story short, and we can talk about this later more, but um, there is 21 different options, or like microtransactions, that you can buy on the Steam store alone, and some of these include fast travel, a mount, some from what I've understood, like crystals that you can revive your pawns, which are like your allies or whatever. Um, I mean, essentially, pay to win in a single player game just sounds weird, right?
So dumb. It makes absolutely
Yeah.
no sense. I'm actually kind of I want to say I'm shocked because it's Capcom. Now they have done stuff like this in the past, but it's not like they're not notorious for doing this sort of thing, right? Like their DLC is normally pretty normal, like skins for Street Fighter, pretty much nothing for like Mega Man, Monster Hunter. Like there's stuff there, but nobody complains, right? So I'm a little shocked.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
And as I said, go ahead, Mark.
No, I was just gonna say there's no excuse to ever have microtransactions in a single player game. I think it's just cut and dry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's
Uh,
stupid, but
For sure. And then there's a time and a place, I feel like, with with DLCs, and like, if they're selling, I mean, I don't even know. If they're selling costumes, like skins and stuff, I mean, sure, right? But when you're baking functionality, like fast travel, mounts, it just it makes no
Agreed.
sense. It really makes no sense.
I mean,
I'm also like, another one is, go ahead.
I mean, like personally, like I get that, like a few options or whatever for single player games. Some people like that, right? Like if it's a thing, I feel like it should be a thing later, but of course that doesn't happen anymore. That there's no like post development. Oh, we developed this, a month later. It was all made before, but some people like that for single player, right? Like there's some things like even like Ghost of Tsushima had like a little bit of microtransaction DLC you could get, and it's a single player game. It's got a multiplayer mode now, but like there's always been options even since the PS3 for that, but like personally, I've never once ever bought a microtransaction for a single player game ever. And like
Yeah.
I'm pretty good with whatever costume you give me or I earn in the game. But like more power to you if you do like that. But having the options that are here for this game, like I think the developer said something like fast travel takes away from the experience. And I don't want to take the full quote away from that, but that I read something to that regard. And
That's reasonable. Like, that statement is reasonable, but don't just bake it into a microtransaction.
right.
Like, it just, I mean, the whole approach is just wrong. And what's wrong, I feel like, I guess we're having this conversation now and we can kind of continue
Sorry.
later. But no, it's fine. But it blows my mind that nowadays, and this is why Baldur's Gate 3, I always use as as an example, because it stood out so much with doing everything right. Obviously
Yeah.
it has its little hiccups. The development was rushed in chapter 3, but I mean, that was a full game. You get a full game, it works. they don't beg you to spend more money past the. I mean, Dragon's Dogma 2 is $69.99 in the
Mhm.
US. In Canada, with taxes, it's over $100, which is insane. And then on top of that, you got to pay. Like right now, I'm looking at the Steam DLC quotations for the listeners.
Mhm.
Um, there's $42 worth of microtransactions. That is insane. And one of which is the most notorious one, which I think people are mostly pissed about, is the character editor, which allows you to edit your appearance. You have to pay money to change your character after you created it,
Well,
right? And then well, they say like, oh, you can use in-game currency to do this. Why am I supposed to be locked into something and spend hours of my time grinding currency in order to change the way my character looks? It just
yeah.
makes no sense.
When you pay $70, I downloaded the stupid. I didn't realize at first it was only a character creator, but I downloaded the character creator and made a character that transfers over to the game because I expected to grab it right away. And now I'm like, I think this is a sale game for me. $70 plus all this other stuff you want me to buy. I think I'm good with holding off now, unfortunately. I'm very disappointed about this game. Very, very disappointed. I can't say
I'll
about
s-
the gameplay because I haven't played, but this whole deal,
yeah.
it's crazy.
I was gonna say this is just the epitome of what the greed that AAA gaming has come to. For a little bit, it's one thing if it's like that live service slash MMO. I expect some microtransactions, especially if it's a game that's continuously getting updated and developed to some degree that you're putting hundreds or thousands of hours into. That kind of makes sense. But if it's a single player game, to me, there's no excuse to ever have any microtransactions of any. I mean, we've come to expect even DLC, but that's just proof that you were too lazy or you want to cut content from the base game and recharge people to play to continue the actual story of said game. It's just
Yeah.
inexcusable. It's gotten to a point now where people are like, "You're reaching too far. This is ridiculous. Like, why does this exist?" But even you brought up the fast travel. I'm like, sure, to some people, or that's your opinion. Some people like fast travel. It's like, okay, so instead of fast traveling, I'm just gonna walk in a straight line for the 10 minutes to get to this location. Like,
Right.
especially if it's an area I've already explored and it's just back traveling.
Yeah.
I mean,
See,
a good example. Go ahead.
well, I was gonna say my thing is that like I can get like if that's their vision and that it takes away from the experience, sure, right? But for me, now I get there's a lot of games that do this where you unlock the fast travel like 15 hours in or something. I
Yeah,
get that because then you get the time to explore the game a little bit, the map. But then like there becomes a time where the person is playing so much and has been around the area so much that you get tired of that. So then you unlock it, right? You unlock that fast
yeah.
travel, or you get the Ubisoft system where you gotta like unlock the map and then you can fast travel, whatever, right? So like I get that. Like I think that should be an option, and it is, but you got to pay for it. I think it's just
It's so
stupid.
tone deaf at that point. It's like it's not our design philosophy, but if you're willing to pay extra, you can do whatever you want. I'm like, that's the most tone deaf thing I've ever heard. If it's against your philosophy, then don't have it in the game at all.
Right.
But
Yeah.
to have it in the game, but you have to pay for it, eh, that's saying one thing and then doing it's complete hypocrisy at that point.
PR,
Yeah.
it's PR speak, and they're trying to save themselves. But it's
I don't think they
100%.
are.
like 58 critic reviews. Like we all feel the same way about critic reviews. Or I could give a
Yeah.
crap less, honestly. But sitting at an 87 is a little shocking to me. But meanwhile, it got review bombed on Steam
Well, I mean, the
from
core
users.
game
So
could be good, but there's so much bad that overshadows it with the
yeah,
microtransaction. It's like I don't even want to support this kind of practice
that's
because
where
if we
I'm at.
support it here, it's gonna continue and get worse down the line with other games. Like you need to have a line in the sand where you say this is too much. We're gonna say no at this point.
Yeah, I can't support. I mean, that was my very thought. I'm like, okay, I'm seeing all this. I'm actually legitimately seeing it from somebody's stream. Like, I personally can't support that. This will be a sale game where I can support them at the lowest cost possible. And I'm disappointed because I love Capcom. They hold my favorite series ever. And I love Monster Hunter too and Street Fighter. And like, it's just disappointing. Like, I loved Dragon's Dogma, played the crap out of it, grabbed Dark Arisen the day it came out. Like, it's just really truly disappointing because really looking forward to this. And this reminds me of Dead Island 2 all over again. I know that, there's a few people that like it or whatever. Like to me it looks like crap and I have no interest in it now. But Dead Island was the same way, right? Like you had Dead Island, you had Riptide, and then there was like a long, long development for 2. And it gives me that kind of vibes because it had the same sort of microtransaction setup at launch, and that was why I didn't grab it. And I was just like, I don't care at that point. And I was also very hyped for that game as well. So this seems to be a repeating pattern.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. Yeah. And I was gonna mention, the whole thing with fast travel. There's a way to do it where, for example, in Red Dead Redemption 2 is my most recent example. I refuse to use fast travel. There was maybe, I want to say, 5 times I used it because I already explored that area. But even if I didn't, even if it was like a long ride, like a horse ride, I just let it go and I just enjoyed the environment and it was great. And they made it somewhat difficult to fast travel where you don't just go and open up a map and click a button and it's like you fast travel. No, you just gotta set up a camp, select an option, blah blah blah. But still they worked it in a way where they encourage you to explore and do things. And I think it's really not that hard to do, but truly it just blows my mind that they did this and probably thought like, oh, we'll be fine. The community's pissed, so that was definitely all worth it for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and
Uh,
as they should be personally, but
definitely.
Yeah.
Was there any more you want to say on your little segment, Kurgle, before we move on, or?
Yeah, there's actually, I saw Alone in the Dark actually released, and let me just see what the name of the actor is. Is the guy from Stranger Things.
yeah,
Um
I forget his
what's his
name.
name?
I
Oh,
can't
I haven't watched
remember.
Stranger Things, so
Anyway, it's like a cinematic game. It's like a Lovecraftian
Mm.
action horror game, and it got decent scores. And the the mocap work looks really nice. The cutscenes look amazing. Um, Not my type of game personally, but it kind of went under the radar. It was developed by Pieces Interactive, and it was
Mhm.
published by THQ Nordic, and it looks really nice. I mean, I don't know. Like, there's a lot of people that like games like these, and yeah, I watched a few hours of it. Somebody was streaming it, so I just wanted to mention it. So you definitely check it out because I didn't see it get
It
a lot of press.
it's also a remake. I actually played the original came out I think like on DOS, but I played it on 3DO. I still have it actually. So it's kind of
The one
weird
that came out in
because
2008.
no, the 3DO one came out in like 94. But yeah, that was a
Oh,
remake
gotcha,
too.
gotcha.
That was a
oh
remake as
yeah, it
well.
says it came out in '92.
92. So
Mm,
yeah, it's a old game. I think it was DOS first and then 3DO.
mm.
And there was a few like obscure systems it went on, but
Yeah.
I
No,
I
you were right.
liked
It was DOS first.
yeah, okay, I thought so. Because I remember like the floppy disks and stuff back in the day for it, but uh this particular version of the game doesn't look like something I would enjoy as much, though I think I would like to grab it maybe at a sale price or something to give it a go because I'm pretty nostalgic for that game. I've always really liked it, and I like the 2008 game that came out. I like that as well.
Yeah. This
Yeah.
Um,
game, I think all versions of this game have come out on so many different platforms.
Dude, it's so
It's
many.
crazy.
The original by itself was probably on like 10 different platforms or something crazy. Like obscure weird platforms too. I mean, like for most people even the 3DO is obscure and it's really not, but it kind of is. Like most people haven't played a 3DO. Uh
Yeah, where it's some weird stuff on here like the PC 9800, FM Towns, Classic Mac OS, Rissic OS.
so
Some weird stuff I've never heard of before.
let
Some
me
weird
tell
old
you,
PC.
the FM Towns Marty is one of the most expensive systems that you can grab now. Like I've looked for years for that system. I
Why?
mean,
Why is it so expensive? Is it just rare? Does
it
it does something
didn't
unique or?
very unique and didn't sell. So like there weren't very many units made. It's like a very expensive system. Like $1,500 to $2,000 all day.
Oh, I guess. Yeah, they said what 500,000 units sold, which is not a lot.
No, no, not at all. So yeah, but yeah, it does look interesting. Like it is a pretty game. Like definitely,
Yeah.
and it like semi has that feel kind of the original. But I do like the sort of new coat of paint they gave it. It is definitely way different than the Alone in the Dark games that came like the remake, and there were sequels and stuff too. I didn't play all of
Hmm.
them. But it's a pretty notorious series, so I was kind of surprised to see this just sort of fly under the radar. I've heard zero people talk about it. So
Yeah, yeah, that's why I wanted to mention it. Definitely didn't see a lot of coverage for it, and then I actually wanted to mention Horizon Forbidden West came out on Steam, and people are
Yeah.
loving it, and that's awesome. You can enjoy it fully maxed out, 4K, crazy graphics and all that. So that's
I
another
think
little title.
yeah, I think there was I don't know what to call it little, but
yeah,
and there
it's
there was
pretty big.
one weird there was one thing that I saw people complain about it, and that's the fact that the map is permanently mapped to the tab button, even though you're supposed to be able to remap it, you can't. Because it used to be like how you brought up your weapon wheel, and it's just weird that tab, a really good key would be for a map, which you don't really need that often. So definitely saw a lot of people on the Steam forums, like almost everybody's complaining about that
They
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 can't
gotta
remap
throw
that key.
they gotta throw
Yeah.
out a patch for that, right? Like that's
Yeah.
kind
Well,
of
they
crazy.
one just came out today, but it was for stuff related to like controller support. So hopefully some mapping stuff comes out fairly soon to
I was
fix some
gonna
of these bugs.
it wasn't a problem on PS5, but I will say, I actually recently heard some discussion, and I was listening to a buddy's podcast and have heard other people talk about it. But it seems like there are always issues with PlayStation's PC launches. Like this one might be the best launch for one of their games, but I remember like what was it, God of War, when that launched on PC, and then Ragnarok had like major issues, like screen tearing, like real bad, and frame
Yeah.
rate, massive frame rate issue. I'm not sure what it is, but like their optimization team on PC has some like real problems. But this seems to be the
Yeah.
best launch, but I have heard nothing, and I haven't played any PC PlayStation games myself, so I
I
just
just
grab them on
assume it's
PlayStation.
I mean, I assume for a lot of these studios, they've never developed for PC as well as these are games developed and then having to be ported over. So maybe it's just a mixture of everything. But I mean, it's this game came out 2 years ago. Hopefully, moving forward, eventually these problems won't exist. But maybe it's just kind
Well,
of like we'll do the bare minimum, and these things got to get fixed. We'll fix it later, whatever.
yeah, and they also mentioned that they're going to focus on PC releases a lot
Mm.
more because they realized with the success of God of War and uh, Horizon, the first game, they just saw the opportunity, and I think it's gonna make sense for them to release it at the same time. Because correct me if I'm wrong. I think we already talked about it, but they did make a statement, or the
Yes, they
CEO
did.
talked about it. Like they're going to basically release it at the same time, which makes a lot of sense. But yeah, I agree. There's probably just you know optimizing or porting. This is more of a port than it is
Yeah,
optimization.
Yeah.
Always comes with its own challenges, because you're essentially on PC. You have so many different configurations of parts, processors,
yeah.
Yeah,
GPUs,
I
all
imagine
of these
it's
different things that affect it. So, but yeah, it seems that people are enjoying it so far. So those are a little bit of the new titles that are released, and then the last thing we wanted to talk about is Sandland demo. This is the last probably bit of work that Akira Toriyama worked on, and it is such a lovely little game. Um, the map is huge, but the gameplay, it was just really really fun, and I'm excited to hear Brandon talk about it because I know he also tried it out. I personally really enjoyed it. I love the art style. It runs pretty smooth. I gotta say I was expecting more hiccups, honestly, but it looks good. The world looks really cool, and yeah, let's talk about it a little bit.
yeah, I guess I'll start off with saying it's getting really good reviews. IGN gave it a 9. And I think I have to agree. Like I was just based on the demo. Obviously, I haven't played the full game, but based on the demo, like if the full game is like this, and obviously way more, I think I'm going to be sitting around the same spot. I enjoyed it so much, I went back to it twice to really kind of take it in because I was like absolutely blown away how it looks like it looks more like it's straight out of the manga. Like it just looks so much it reminds me of Dragon Ball Fighters, how that straight up looks like it's an anime episode. Like this
Hmm.
looks like it is straight out of the manga, colorized. Like it is beautiful. Um the gameplay is so fun. Like you can see the early sort of thoughts and things that were brought over to Dragon Ball later on because this series came out before Dragon Ball, and like you can see with the capsules and how it creates the vehicles. Like you throw down a capsule and then you've got your mech and you've got your bike and exactly the way that Capsule Core works in Dragon Ball. Um, yeah, the character design, like I always thought the character design for Sandland was really good, and it just translates very well to a 3D game. And I think this is I could be wrong on this, I don't know, but I think this is like the only other form of media that we've ever gotten for Sandland, that I'm aware of, and like it works very well in a game form. Like the enemies, like there's not a ton that you get to see. I think I maybe saw 5, 6 different ones throughout my playthrough of it, maybe. There might have been a couple more, but like super cool. Like you've got a ton of customization. Like I was just in the demo alone, like you could straight up from the beginning customize each vehicle that you had. You only got to see 3 of them. You got the motorcycle, the tank, and then like the mech.
The mech, yeah.
The mech was really fun to play. The motorcycle was a little I felt a little hard, kind of floaty, a little hard to stop.
Yeah. It felt overpowered though, in my opinion,
It was
because
fast.
yeah, it was really hard for like bigger enemies to do anything
Yeah.
to. So yeah, definitely the mech was the most fun I had because it
Mhm.
felt very impactful when you started landing those hits.
Yeah, it did.
And there's little things that I saw. I explored like 2 or 3 ruins, and basically like you need to use the mech to hover over like a little cliff so you don't fall because it
Yeah.
has like a little propeller up his butt. So you can kind of hover over little obstacles, and then you would use the bike to jump off a ramp. Like it's it has they kind of thought about um, ways to make you use other vehicles, even if you enjoy a particular one more than the others. And I think, I mean, from a demo perspective, like they did a really good job with that. Um, which enemy type did you like the most?
I think probably I don't know the name, but when you get like over to that tower, there's the other guys in the mechs. I thought those were cool because
Mhm.
um they just felt like more kind of powerful. I guess like sort of the giant bird was kind of a little tricky because you kind of had to shoot it unless you were able to hit it when it swooped down like a lot, but it took forever
Yeah.
if you tried to do it that way. I really liked kind of all the enemy designs that I saw. I mean this translates very well. I almost think that like this looks better than like the anime did. Like it just translate really well to like a 3D animation that like normally for me like a 3D animated anime like kind of loses me. I feel like they're all sort of the same now, and it just isn't the same. I like the hand drawn stuff, but this
Yeah.
like takes that hand drawn, makes it 3D, and it like just pops. It looks really. I was shocked at how good it looked. I wasn't
Yeah.
expecting
Yeah.
this. So,
Same.
yeah, yeah, I'm like super stoked for it. I'm sure that this will get like some sort of DLC later. I don't know that we like there's anything like announced for that sort of thing. I didn't read anything in reviews about that sort of stuff, but this is a game I would like to see have DLC that's developed later because like I could see myself wanting to keep coming back to this game. And I am curious sort of how long that you get out of it because the 2 articles I read didn't really say. But the map's bigger again than like I would have thought it would have been. Um, it's interesting because it's like a wasteland, right? Like that's kind of like the deal with it. So interesting seeing like the enemies in like random places and like encountering things along the way, and I'm excited to see like the sort of stuff that you can discover along the way of playing the story. So um super cool, man, super cool. And like hopefully this makes some people go back and read the manga or watch the anime and like get excited about some of this other work that Akira's worked on, because this is one I think that has probably gone more unnoticed than anything. Like even more, more people talk about his art design from Dragon Quest and things like that than they do this series. So most people didn't even know about it. Like I talked to
Yeah,
Suya this week.
I personally never knew about it. And for sure, I agree. I was shocked how a lot of the times, like when it comes to kind of outlined graphics, like hand drawn stuff that gets translated into 3D, it doesn't look as sharp a lot of the times just because of the nature of how it's presented and how it works in a 3D space. But they did such a good job. It felt very like the structures didn't feel cartoonish,
Hmm.
they felt real, and the characters still had that um I don't know how to explain it. I don't know what the word is that I'm looking for, but they felt like they had character. They weren't washed up. Like,
Yeah,
for example, some of the stuff in, like, I love Borderlands, but some of the stuff that you would see in Borderlands, like environments and stuff, it just felt too
flat.
cartoonish in a
Yeah,
way.
it
Yeah,
felt like
yeah, yeah.
flat
It's
and cartoon. Yeah. Which I
yeah,
mean,
yeah,
that was the art style that game was going for, but yeah, to me it
Yeah.
like felt flat in a lot of areas. Like there's kind of
yeah,
nothing
for sure,
to it or repetitive. Like areas would look exactly the same.
for
Um
sure. Yeah,
so yeah, this I mean it does I think is going to do the series justice, cuz it just the demo was a lot of fun. There isn't I can only think of a few other instances where I wanted to go back and play a demo again. So, um, super
yeah.
cool. And then like it'd be cool to get something from like Doctor Slump or something, one of the other obscure like series that he's done. I don't know if we've ever gotten like any that I'm aware of any game adaptations of that series, but like he's done a lot of other works. So, um, yeah, hopefully this makes people dive a little deeper into the series and stuff. So, and then Mark, I know you haven't played it yet, but I think you're looking forward to it, right? We kind of
Yeah, I am. I just haven't had the time this week. I'm pretty busy with work, but it's definitely I'll definitely get around to playing the demo this weekend.
Yeah, I think you're gonna enjoy it, especially since you told me you're watching that Panzer Girls anime. You're gonna have a ton of fun in that tank.
dude,
It
yeah,
is super fun.
the tank's
It's
actually
pretty cool.
controls really well. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
That's
yeah,
definitely good to know.
for sure.
What's it
Um,
called again? Panzer tank.
Girls und Panzer. Essentially, in English, it's girls and tanks or girls and tanks or whatever it is.
but it's in German.
As a German title, but yeah.
Interesting.
Um, but yeah, that's a fun little game. Definitely check it out, guys. It's pretty fun.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Well,
So
what else we got here? Looks like we're going to.
That's it. I think that's it for the titles that I wanted to mention personally. There's obviously always new things coming out and new games, and the one that I guess we can mention, and I don't know if you guys saw it. I don't know if it's anybody's cup of tea, but Balatro is a game that came out a couple days ago, and it's a poker roguelike.
Yes, I want to
And
play
like
that.
everybody's going crazy for it, so I'm gonna try to snag it if it goes on sale. It looks really fun.
It
But it's
does.
like a deck building game, roguelike, so you're kind of doing new runs all the time, and yeah, it looks fun. Check it out.
I actually
definitely.
thought that was a Switch exclusive, so I'm a little out of the loop. But yeah, I've seen a lot of people talking about it. It looks like I don't know anything about poker, but it sounds kind of interesting. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
No, but I guess the going from that into some of the minor headlines that we had. Apparently, the next Xbox controller reported to be called the Nocturnal Vapor and hit the market April 9th, priced at $70. I don't know why they're calling it that, but
yeah, I'm not.
Because it's gonna be overheating and there's gonna be vapors coming out of it.
yeah, right.
It's supposed to be like the competition to the DualSense Edge, essentially, which is weird because like we already have the what's it called, the PlayStation Elite controllers. There's a 1 and 2. But I guess like the difference is it's gonna have haptic feedback and that sort of stuff. And it's supposed to be better than the DualSense Edge's haptic feedback. So uh, it'll be. I guess that's interesting. I like haptic feedback. I think that's what makes the
Yeah.
DualSense stand out. I think it's an excellent controller because of that. Because there are some games that really take advantage of that, where it just like is kind of crazy. Like even like the speaker and stuff like implemented into some of the games is like really kind of cool. Like it adds to that uh haptic
Haptic
feedback.
feedback.
Haptic feedback. So it looks like it's coming out in April. Yeah, I mean the haptic feedback. I'll grab it. And a lot of people will grab an Xbox controller just for their PC. So I'm sure that this will probably sell well, probably sell out. Speaking of selling out, I did just want to bring this up real quick because I did not add it into the notes. But PDP released the new Guitar Hero guitar. It's called the Rig Master, or the Riff Master, I think it's called, and it sold out in 3 minutes. It was $150, I want to say, because I was like
Crazy.
interested in it, and I was like, I did not think at all that it was going to sell out, but there's like an Xbox version and PS5, PS4 version, and yeah, it immediately sold out. And the stupid thing is, they are only making 500 units.
Yeah,
So
you
like, of
can't have
course,
anything nice because of the bots.
yeah, I mean, like obviously, like selling out in 3 minutes, bots were related. I can't even imagine. I'm sure on eBay they're $400 plus right now, and making 500 of them. Like the sort of
That's
demand
crazy.
for Guitar Hero guitars even
It's
now are crazy.
Didn't
With
they announce it when we talked about it? It's kind
yeah,
of it's definitely like a FOMO tactic. I have a feeling like it was more of like hyping it up than it was them just making 500,000 units just for making it that much. Like I really feel like companies nowadays are just exploiting definitely the fact that if you kind of create that fear of missing out, like, oh, we're only making this many units, I bet you anything, like half a year or a year, they're gonna be like, oh, we're doing this special edition, and you're just gonna be able
yeah.
to grab it.
Yeah, and I mean, people buy into the FOMO is like a real thing, man. People really buy into. I'm looking at the last sold one here, which is the Xbox one, and I'm kind of surprised because I would think that would be the lesser of the two, but $487 sold today, last one. So, more than I even thought. It's just
Yeah. It's
crazy. Like
crazy.
they really made this for Fortnite, for that mode in Fortnite, but because it is backwards compatible with the previous systems and PC, you can also play it, with the last Guitar Hero that came out on PS4 and Xbox Series S and or Xbox One. So yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I get it. The demand's there. Like if you look at the aftermarket prices for old Guitar Hero guitars, you'd be shocked at the prices. So crazy.
That is crazy. But don't know exactly how many they've got for the Nocturnal Vapor, but pre-orders start April 2nd, and then it's releasing a week later on April 9th. It's priced at $70 here in the US, another $70 in Europe for the euro, and 64 or $65 in pounds. At least as far as what GameRant said, the market availability is in the US and Europe. We don't know about any other market as of right now.
I'm actually surprised on the price. I'm actually shocked that they're putting it because that's what the Series X controller originally was priced at, like the standard
Yeah, I
controller.
mean it's what the DualSense is marked at, so I guess just
Well, and the DualSense
we're gonna go the
Edge
same.
is $200. It's $200, the DualSense Edge. So, but just like looking at a few more details, it looks like it's using Xbox Wireless 2 technology. New mobile app features, precision haptic feedback, VCA haptics, double S speakers, so it does have speakers, accelerometer, quieter buttons and thumbsticks, rechargeable and swappable batteries. So wow, they're actually doing away with the AA batteries now. Um, you can repair and disassemble it, so that's good. I think that's a thing that like most companies are going to be doing now because that's like a big hot topic there for a while. New modular thumbsticks, so you can take those off. Improved longevity, continued build improvements and firmware updates, lift to wake, and there's going to be a few different editions available apparently. SE, LE, XDL options as expected. So weird, because what's the point of the Elite then? It seems like, because that's like $150 controller. So what's better? What's the better controller?
Yeah, I don't know. No idea at this point. I mean, the regular DualSense works for me. I don't have an Xbox. So I'm like, it's a controller. I don't need it to do all this fancy crap. I just need to be able to play my game at this point.
But do you mainly, because I know you have a PC, do you mainly game on your PlayStation?
I was for a while there, but I'll go back and forth between the PC. At this point, I'll play my exclusives on my my PS5, and then any other game on the PC, preferably. But I mean, it doesn't really matter as long as I can play the game. I was never huge on. I don't care about the haptic feedback. I'm like, it's nice, but it's not gonna affect my immersion in the game or something like that. Like, this is nice, but it seems like it's super niche and just a way for people to buy another controller and get more money from them. But
I mean,
that's
to
just
me,
my
like,
opinion.
yeah, and to me, like, from what Brandon was talking about, and what the updates are, like, essentially you're getting a better controller with more technology for the same amount of money, which, I mean, that's a win for a
Yeah.
consumer. That's great for, like, your average consumer.
Yeah.
Like, that's awesome. And the way to repair it is something that definitely has been really bad lately.
Oh yeah.
So really happy to see that for sure.
Yeah, I
Yep.
just what we were talking about earlier. Mr. Coffee was commenting about those guitars. Apparently, a friend of his sold the Xbox One Guitar Hero USB dongle for $60.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I've sold a dongle too. I think I sold mine for around 50, but yeah, the dongles are harder to find for the wireless ones than the guitar. So
I mean, at that point, sell the dongle, get a new Xbox controller.
they're expensive, man. Like I just actually, it's funny. I just sold a wired one last week. It was a PS2. Like it depends on the system that you're selling it for. PS2 is pretty sought after, but I think I sold it to a friend for 45. I think they're going for like 70 or something. So, um, yeah, I don't know. I was looking too at the Elite Series 2, still $180 at Best Buy. So I know that those have like crazy, because I have one. I bought mine on Marketplace, so I didn't pay anywhere near that. And I'll be honest with you, like I'm not a guy that like the only thing I've switched out is the D-pad before, but like I don't really like switch out buttons and care about all that too much because I don't play like competitive first person
Yeah,
shooters or anything. And like
it's really niche for competitive games or something like that you see like high level players do. But at that point, you're just gonna buy a third party controller that does everything probably better than what Microsoft's ever gonna do.
For sure.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that it's at the price that the original controllers were, and I don't know at this point. We'll have to see like a sort of review breakdown on what controller's better now, because I'm curious if this is better than like the Elite Series 2. I'm sure that I'll grab one at that price point. It's not gonna be like the DualSense Edge. It's $200, which is just crazy to me. So I'm sure they'll probably grab one. I like the haptics and mostly for the non issues with being able to break it down because I've already gone through two Series X controllers with issues. So I'm sure that I'll need the replacement anyway. So
Yeah. So I enough about one controller. Apparently, Fatal Fury: City of the Wolves fighting games trailer revealed new and returning characters, English and Japanese cast, in an early 2025 release. I know I'm not big on fighting games, but I know you are, Brandon. What do you got to say about this?
yeah, I'm pretty excited about this one. So this is a follow up. We've never gotten one to Garu Mark of the Wolves on the Neo Geo. That's like a $15,000 cart. Uh, and we've never really gotten a follow up. So I mean, basically that's a spinoff of the Fatal Fury series. But Garu was like its own standalone game. Got like an anime and manga and all this stuff like that. But it's just like a really, like I would say like god tier fighting game. That one is like it is perfected to the T for retro 2D fighter. So I'm definitely super interested to see how this one does. Like the recent SNK outputtings for fighting games have been really good. Like they've been really on point with their fighting games, and it looks like it's already going to be playable at Evo, and I'm sure that this will be one of the first to go in line for the next Evo event. Like I can see this being a long running Evo event game because SNKs are, SNK titles are usually at the top really of the fighting game competitions, and yeah, I mean it's cool to see a new installment. We haven't had a Garo game since like 91 or something, 90 somewhere in the 90s, maybe mid 90s. I forget when that came out, but yeah, like if this is like the original, it's going to be pretty cool. And um I still think it's stupid that a cart is like $15,000, but
Fair enough.
don't collect the Neo Geo. It's too expensive.
Unless you're like a millionaire at this point, yeah.
It's crazy.
I did see somebody brought in apparently the Pokemon games in chronological order, which my first viewing on this is it doesn't make any sense because there's technically multiple timelines in Pokemon, but didn't know if you had any opinions on this. Either you had opinions on this Pokemon, the game timeline.
I just thought it was kind of interesting because I think that
Yeah.
the order that they have them sort of does make sense. Although I didn't know until recently. I thought that Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee were supposed to kind of be like direct remakes, but they're actually not. And it makes sense
Yeah.
because I didn't pay as much attention to the story as I probably should have because it's a
It is
Pokemon
completely
game.
different.
It is completely
Yeah.
different, and it's not like a direct remake. I was like, oh crap, yeah, there are all this correlation. So to me, this does make sense, but it pretty much just goes chronological. Other than like I guess the
Yeah.
interesting things are the Let's Go being added
Okay.
in there and Arceus.
So for those that aren't aware, the order in which this fan-made list is, it goes from the oldest to newest. Pokemon Arceus, Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow, also with the remakes Fire Red and Leaf Green, if I can speak. Then it's the Let's Go games, Pikachu and Eevee. Then it's the Gen 2 games, Gold, Silver, Crystal, and their remakes. Ruby and Sapphire, Emerald with their remakes. Diamond and Pearl, Black and White 2, X and Y, Sun and Moon, Sword and Shield. And obviously the remakes are kind of side and side. But playing through some of the games, like the Gen 3 remakes, Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, are technically in the same timeline as the X and Y games.
Yeah.
And I believe I don't know if that falls in with the Arceus, I just can't remember. But because there's certain types of evolutions that exist in these specific games that don't exist in other games. So while there's no official timeline, it makes sense that it is in a different timeline. Because the actual, at least for the Gen 3, because it's the most recent that comes to my mind, is it's a whole new story, which is very similar, but it's very different than the original Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. Like the story is intentionally different,
Mm-hmm.
and it references like, hey, it's in a deals with dimensions or somewhat that I remember. It's directly tied to the X and Y because of I think it had the Omega evolutions, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
I might be getting that wrong, but it's different, and then some of the other timelines where I think the original Gen 1 through Gen 5, the original games probably would fit in the same timeline, even though between generations there's really no connection with the actual games. But once you got to X and Y, it started doing something different. So I would see some issues where a lot of people would kind of be like, nah, it kind of makes sense, but not really.
Yeah, the other thing is too that like you have to take into account because they've always done this. The discussion was brought up when Legends X A, I can't remember whatever it's called.
I think it's ZA or something like that.
Yeah, ZA. Yeah, ZA was brought up. They were like, well, they didn't fill out Zygarde at all in the game. Like you just caught him and that was it. There was no story. Well, it was brought up that that's because the anime that tied directly into that filled out the entire. There was a whole arc on Zygarde and filled out the entire thing that essentially the game did not give, and like that I guess makes sense because like I always thought that too. I'm like, it's just kind of like a random legendary Pokemon. But then like you look, and so I did I watched a YouTube video that went through all of that anime because I wasn't going to watch it. And that sort of makes sense. I think a lot of this like stuff gets filled in with the anime and we don't watch it. It's like
it's not a good way to tell a story. Like you have to watch this other medium that you probably don't even care about.
But I mean, isn't that how like all mediums are with their stuff now? I mean, like you look at like the MCU, you got to watch like a movie, and then you got to watch a TV series, and then there's tie-in comic books to the MCU, and like
I
you
mean,
know,
they do that, but it's not a good way to tell a continuing story, if you ask me.
Agreed. Yeah,
yeah,
definitely.
it
Don't wanna.
And
it's
the
not.
MCU has, to me, a ton of issues that I think Disney's just ran that series into the ground. But that's a personal opinion.
Yeah. And then I guess the other thing would be it'll be interesting to see where ZA fits into this, cuz like what's interesting about that, the quick trailer that we got, it looks like very like advanced.
Is
There's
that the newest game
technology.
that's coming out, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
probably the
Yeah.
next game that comes out.
Yeah, cuz Arceus was like the beginnings of Pokemon sort of. Like
Uh,
it was like a prequel. Well, I mean, like you even see on the
There's
list.
no there's no official timeline. There's no each game is like its own. Each generation of games are their own standalone story. They don't really connect to one another for the most part. But I mean, it's obviously connected to the X and Y. But if it is, it'll just be those two games for sure. Kind of like Arceus is definitely connected to, what is it, Gen 3 that it was connected to, or am I mistaken
Arceus
on that?
was
Or was it Gen?
was
No, it was
Gen,
Gen 4.
Gen
It was
4,
related
yeah,
to
Gen
Diamond and
4.
Pearl,
Yeah.
where it was definitely tied into that one, but there's no official timeline for how these games and the timelines. Everything's kind of fan made, and I can't imagine that changing anytime sooner. You're gonna end up with a Zelda issue, where we're just
Well,
yeah, we
I was
pulled a
gonna.
timeline out of our ass that doesn't make any sense.
That's what I was gonna bring up. Is like, is Nintendo eventually gonna do that with Pokemon? Because I mean, Zelda had been around longer, and it took ages for us to get like an official timeline. Then it ended up being there's three timelines, and now it's split into four with Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. So yeah,
And then they get to these new games, like we need a soft reset. This timeline, all these games, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I don't know. I am curious though to where like ZA would sort of like actually like to us fit into the story, since it's like so far advanced from Arceus. That was like sort of a a
Yeah.
semi origin story of Pokemon. It wasn't, but like it was, the earliest game. Like it was the earliest we saw in the Pokemon
All we
universe game
can
wise.
Since the trailer didn't, I mean, it had teases, but for the most part, there's really not a lot in there to go off of. We just know
No.
it's tied to X and Y in some way. And as we get closer to the game release, we get more trailers, then we'll probably find out something closer. But that's really all we have to go on right now.
Yep. So it's kind of
All right, well, we
interesting, I
got.
guess.
Yeah. We spent way too much time on a Pokemon timeline. If you ask me. Well, that's a whole 30 minutes. If you're like some of these hardcore Pokemon fans, could probably argue about it for days.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure.
And then I guess the next major thing was also, after a surprise announcement, no real announcement date, it's also being alleged that GTA 6 is facing a major delay, or
Yeah.
Thank God.
it's behind its expected development, probably going to get pushed to a 2026 window based off rumors.
I'm not really surprised with the scope and how big this game is going to be. Like, I don't know if you guys saw the map in comparison to
Yeah, I did.
5, but absolutely ridiculously massive. But yeah, like, it was rumored for spring, and like they did say 2025, so it's saying like fall or early 2026 now. So
Yeah,
it
I mean, to
looks.
be fair, they were forced to prematurely announce it at all before they wanted to because of that huge leak, which they put that kid in prison for, or whatever it was, whatever
What?
BS that actually was,
Leak.
or he was fined a ridiculous. It was to me it
Yeah.
was BS, but they were forced to announce it probably a year earlier than they probably really wanted to. And then it's just kind of like this is really early development. You have at least another 2 to 3 years before this game's probably realistically going to come out, and this delay is probably just another symptom of, yeah, we thought this was what we were going to be because we had to
Yeah.
now come out and say something, but obviously the development's so early in stages, it's really hard to tell when it's going to be done. But
Well,
I mean, best case scenario, take your time, don't rush it, even if it gets delayed a year or two.
Agreed.
Here's what's interesting. I bet, with that leak, investors are like, you guys need to announce this now. I guarantee. But this
Well, they
says
had to. They were pushed into a corner.
the higher ups are said to be concerned about the company's ability to wrap up the final stages of GTA 6 development without letting the game slip into 2026 should everyone keep working remotely. So apparently they're still working remotely on this.
I don't know why. I mean, I think
That's what
you have to go to a point. You have to that remote work's gotta end eventually. It's probably gonna cause more problems than expected.
It
that
only causes problems if the
that worries
management's
me.
bad, really.
I don't know. That's a personal opinion. If I work remote, I'm gonna be lazy. Then if I'm actually in the office, I can mentally get into a workflow a lot better. But
Yeah, I work from home, and I feel like it actually motivates me to work more efficiently because then I can have more free time. But
fair enough.
that's just personally how I see that situation. But it's also interesting because um they're releasing still. I mean, I don't know if you guys follow like GTA 5, but they released like two DLCs. It's not like DLC, it's more like a GTA Online expansion, whatever, right? Additional content. They released two of those in the last 5 months, 6 months. Um, so I'm not
Interesting.
necessarily feeling bad for them because
Oh, they
there's
made so much money with online. It's ridiculous.
yeah, but that's my point. It's like, do they actually, are they actually bogged down with GTA 6, or are they like just not the, pushing enough resources into GTA 6 development
That's a
I
great
think
because
it's
they're
hard.
question.
making they're
It's
making
hard to
so
tell.
much stuff for GTA 5, right?
But to be fair, since we're so far out, even from when they originally announced it, it's just like that game's far from done. It's kind of hard to tell what's going to change even in the next year or so because game
For sure.
development's such a hassle.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if it comes out as like our Red Dead Redemption 2, like I'm all for it, right?
Yeah.
Just do
Yeah,
a good job with the story because, and this is not a popular opinion. I feel like is I cared much less for GTA 5 story than I did for GTA 4.
Yeah,
It just,
I
I
feel
just
the same
felt,
way. I feel the same way. I think that's
yeah, it
probably not a
just,
popular opinion, but yeah, I feel the same.
it just blew my mind. Like I just by the end of it, I just didn't care about the characters. You know,
Yeah,
yeah.
um,
I imagine that they've got a pretty big team still on GTA Online, and I bet the resources are probably pretty split, and that's got a lot to do with this. Because I mean, they are making so much money from GTA Online. Like they've made billions and billions of dollars from that game
for
alone.
sure.
So like I imagine they're like, oh, we can't let this slip until this other game comes out because we don't want to lose our money. So my thoughts
Yeah.
are they're not going to downsize their GTA Online team in favor of
Or
this.
I assume that the team's going to be permanent because then they're just going to move the
Yeah,
online from the 5 to the
Yep.
6, and
yeah,
that's that.
Yeah.
Probably a dedicated team that's like, you're not working on this. You're going to work on it once this game's done, and now we have to transition.
yeah,
However, the online works to 5 to 6, which is probably going to be sometime after that game's close to done or it's already done. There's going to be some kind of transition.
yeah. That's
Yeah, I also
100%
feel
just
like,
moving over. 100%.
yeah,
Yeah.
I have a feeling they're gonna try to do some kind of transition, like a GTA Online transition too, and that might take them additional time because in reality, it's such a product in its own. Like when you think about
Yeah.
it, it released what 2008,
Yeah,
right?
it's been around for a
To
long
the
time.
2000, when did 5 come out? I thought it came out before 2008.
2008. No, it's
We've
2008.
gotten three gen releases for this, so it's been
For
a minute.
GTA 5 or GTA Online
GTA
specifically?
5,
GTA 5
I thought it came out later than that. Uh,
2008, I think, or
this
10.
is 2013.
for 5. It
Yeah,
feels
it's like
like it's
it
been
had to have come out. No,
10 years, three
GTA
generations.
4 GTA 4 came out in 2008. I was about to
Oh,
say
wait,
GTA
wait.
5 it had to have come out later than that. It just seemed kind
Dang,
of
it's
weird.
only been
Oh, it is
11 years and
2013.
it's had 3
Interesting.
different console releases. That's insane.
Why
Because
do
there's
I
been
Wow.
have?
no
Yeah,
incentive to make a fifth game. It's kind of like Elder Scrolls Online. We're just never gonna get a sixth game
yeah,
to that
yeah,
You
series.
just get
yeah,
like 50 expansions.
It's
yeah.
frustrating.
Oh my god. That's
They're gonna work
I
on
mean,
crazy.
other
I
BS
hope they make
projects.
it meaningful, and I hope they make it good. It's just like with things like this, it's just you kind of start losing interest at this point, you know. And I'm
Yeah,
sure there's gonna be a ton of people that play it, and you still have like maniacs that play GTA Online RP like every single day. That's all they
yeah,
Yeah,
play,
yeah,
yeah.
you
that's
know.
okay. That's
Mr.
I
Coffee brought
don't.
up in the comment section. This is GTA 5 is a PS3 360 era game.
Yeah,
Mhm.
That's
Yep.
crazy.
crazy.
Hmm.
Well,
As
hey,
well
we
as
got Okay.
You think it's going to come to the Switch too?
You know what? They're definitely, they want to. I know that. I know that they want to. I guess it depends on how beefy that hardware is, but you know dang well that Rockstar wants to release it on everything they can, because
I feel
that's
like
going to
it's not
sell
going to
like.
have the. It's not going to be able to sell. It's not going to have enough power, if you ask me. But that's just
Well,
based off
On the
Nintendo's
Switch?
trajectory.
Red Dead
Whatever the Switch
Redemption.
2 is.
Yeah, Red Dead Potato. You should
Yeah.
call it that.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I guess we'll see. It depends on the hardware. We don't know
Or at
like
this point,
anything pretty much. DLSS, that's all we know. If that really is implemented, they're using like DLSS 3 or whatever.
I don't know that'd be enough. Outside of it just being like it's on the Switch, but you have to stream the game at that point because the hardware doesn't exist on the Switch or Switch
Yeah.
2 to actually play this game.
They
Yeah.
did a lot of those stream only releases there too for a minute. Like Control was a stream only game. I don't know. It'll be interesting. But we do have some breaking news that's completely didn't have in the notes because it was just posted earlier. But apparently there's a rumor from a well-known Capcom leaker that Resident Evil 9 may be an open world game, adding that Dragon's Dogma 2 is partially to thank for that.
Oh,
So-
nice. More microtransactions. Can't wait for that.
Dragon's Dogma 2 uses the RE engine. I actually didn't know that. Interesting. So yeah, it looks like maybe open world. That would be kind of insane to see an open world Resident Evil game because that's like.
Wouldn't that make it less like scary? Isn't like a point of those games that you
Yeah,
feel,
and
like,
a lot of that
trapped?
stuff's scripted. Yeah, like it's supposed to be claustrophobic and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why it would be really, really weird. I mean, like, so 4, 5, and 6 got very action oriented and not scary, and then 7 brought it back, kind of like return to form, but in first person. Where that game was like that was like a legitimately scary game where there were like some of the scenes that happened like actually scared me playing in the dark. Like that is if you don't like horror games, like that is not one to play because it is like a pretty brutal game. But yeah, I don't know how that would go. It sounds like to me the first thing I think of is like Dead Rising or something like that. I mean I don't know. Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it would certainly
Yeah.
be interesting.
I don't know how that works, but I've never been a big Resident Evil fan, so I played like 1 or 2 of those games. So
Yeah, but I also feel like, and then on that note, with like delays and stuff, I didn't put it in the notes, but um, Riot, to me, Riot, even though their games make me want to pull my hair out, they make good games. And their MMO that everybody's been talking about, and I don't know how much you guys like MMOs or play them, but I was a very hardcore MMO player in my early years, and I've been looking forward to this game, and they just announced 2 days ago or yesterday maybe that they're basically wiping the slate clean. They're starting over, and they said like we're in a position where we build this universe out, we built it out, and we looked at it, and it just doesn't seem like it's unique or innovative enough for you guys. And I was like, holy shit, a developer that actually kind of like thinks about these things. I think it's amazing because they're in a position with, and League of Legends, as everybody knows, is huge. The TFT, which is a team fight tactics, the auto battler, is huge. They have so many funds coming in that they can afford to do that, and I think it's really cool. And I can't wait for them to like take freaking 7 years from now. I don't care. I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna be, running around with 4 kids, with a Steam Deck on my chest like this, and then I'm gonna be like trying to play that MMO while I'm handling kids. It's gonna be great. But yeah, I just wanted to say a little kudos to Riot for kind of taking a different approach from a lot of developers nowadays, especially the AAA studios. But on that note, also, I really hope that GTA 6 has a meaningful story and that they do the single player right. Because as I said, GTA 5 felt it was really fun. I just did not care by the end of it, like who I'm going to take out as the character or whatever. I just didn't feel as meaningful as I thought it would.
yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
we can move on.
now I was gonna say at this point, I just need to have Gator wrestling in this game, and then I'll be sold on GTA 6.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Everybody loves gator wrestling.
Yeah. So next up, we got Brandon's retro spotlight. So what you got going on here, Brandon?
Yeah, so we've got in playing Sandland made me think of like some older Dragon Ball games that I'd played back in the day. So I had picked out Dragon Ball Revenge of King Piccolo. So this follows along pretty
Whoa.
closely. What?
No, go ahead. I'm
Nobody said
excited to
anything.
hear about this.
Oh, so this follows along pretty closely to the anime. It kind of just plays out the anime arc essentially, but it's like a really fun, like sort of beat 'em up style game. I have always said I'm a bigger fan of the original Dragon Ball than I am Z. I still like Z a lot, but I've always loved the original Dragon Ball because of like the adventure aspect versus like the
Mhm.
focus on fighting. So this like gives that sort of adventure aspect of it, and it's cool to see the series is like a sort of beat 'em up game where like you are following along the story, but it actually gives more than like that arc gave. Like it goes more in depth. So like if you want more, like it essentially follows along more of like the manga than the anime did. But there is actually a multiplayer mode too, where there's like a beat 'em up style sort of like fighting game. It's not like a straight up fighter. It's like a beat 'em up. Um, but it's like also like a 3D platformer at the same time, and it's really unique because we haven't had that many like Dragon Ball related games like that. I considered putting like Legacy of Goku on there, but I figured less people had probably heard about this game since it was a Wii exclusive, and it's actually kind of fetches a little bit of value still today, and is just like a really good game. I don't know anybody else that's really played it or talked about it, but I absolutely loved it when it came out. I got it when it was new. Like anything Dragon Ball during that time I could get my hands on, I grabbed. The multiplayer mode was really really fun too. Played that with my sister and brother and stuff, and have a lot of good memories with that. But yeah, it follows along with the Red Ribbon Army and all the stuff with the Demon King and all that jazz. So pretty
Yeah,
fun. Released in 2009.
I think
I
that
have
era
one
of
question.
games, the only ones I played were the Budokai games. But hey, what's up?
Just one question about you said it follows the story. So does it follow the moment where Goku is slamming Bulma's crotch to see where her parts are?
Um, I I don't remember, but I'm gonna guess no because it's on the Nintendo Wii. God, I don't remember
No,
though,
that's
legitimately.
that's my that's my favorite Dragon Ball moment. Oh my
I
god. For people that don't know, Goku is just this little kid and Bulma kind of goes on this adventure with him and they're in the little trailer. She falls asleep. He comes up to her and just smacks full open hand on her crotch. And he's like, "Where are your private parts?"
Dude, I'll tell you what, I have always thought that like Dragon Ball was like a lot more perverted than like any of the other series because
Oh my god, it's
I
so bad.
I just felt like because yeah, you had like Master Roshi and Z, but I felt like he was the only sort of dynamic with that. In Dragon Ball, you had like Goku that was that way, and even Bulma would say stuff, and
Oh, for
and and,
sure.
and
It
of course
was
Master
yeah.
Roshi, and that was still very perverted. So that series was definitely unique. It had a lot of comedy, it had a lot of adventure. Of course, there was some fighting, but I felt like it just offered um
And
a
also
bigger
fighting
ver-
felt more meaningful on
yeah.
that note, like through comedy and all that stuff, and then all of a sudden it gets serious and you're like kind of on the edge of your seat and you're like, oh shit, like these things are
Yeah,
happening
Yeah.
all of a sudden in a sense. When in Z it's a lot more, as Brandon said, like you'll have 15 episodes in a row of just like straight up like a tournament.
Yeah.
They're just smacking each other.
Oh, beyond that,
um
like I remember there was like 8 episodes straight of them like charging up for a fight. Like
that's
one whole
crazy.
episode of just Goku literally just charging the whole time, and you like pan over to some, filler thing that's happening and goes back and Goku's charging up again. Like,
yeah. You brought that up and just made me think of the Namek arc where it's like, nah, Goku's coming. It's gonna take 50 episodes, but he's coming.
yeah. There's so like I'm nostalgic for that stuff, but like the times I've gone back to watch, like I had to watch Kai because like I just couldn't. I couldn't sit through all of that again. There are ones that I've specifically gone back to watch because there are like some filler episodes I really like that are just like stupid. There's always the anime trope of a filler episode where they're like on the beach and it's like a beach day or like a pool day. Like I don't know if you remember that, Mark, but like it seems like every anime from that era did that. It's like a random pool day in between the next arc that
Oh,
starts.
it's the mandatory beach episode.
Yeah,
What you're
always.
thinking about?
Always. Pokemon did it. Digimon did it. Like everything I can think of from that era did it. Yu Yu Hakusho, like they all of them did it. They all had like a beach pool episode. That was like some random filler that made absolutely zero sense and was usually pretty boring.
Oh,
So
definitely.
so yeah, but it's a cool one released by Bandai, of course, and yeah, so check it out if you get the opportunity. It's really fun. There's two different modes too and stuff too. There's like this Kamehameha battle mode too, so it was like completely different, like a separate mode from the story to offer like different content. But it's a lot of fun. Like if you like arcade style beat 'em ups, but like that adventure aspect too, like the 3D platforming, like it'd be right up your alley whether you like Dragon Ball or not. So
Yeah, Mr. Coffee brought it up. Hell was renamed as Hyphal. And I don't know if it was like that in the original, but I do remember watching the DBZ abridged. It was Home for Infinite Losers. Is what they called it. I don't
I
know. That's what
remember
it called in the original dub.
I remember that. Yeah. Yeah. Well, we did a whole discussion on that bridge last week. So funny. I love that. Yeah, he brought up Origins too. That's another one that actually released on the Wii and DS. And like you said, it's like an isometric RPG. It's again like a different style for the series. Doesn't usually have like those type of games, so that's a really good one too. I think I preferred the Wii version over the DS, which is kind of surprising for me, but I thought the Wii offered a little more content, was a little bit more fun. But that's another good one too. I actually debated on which one of those to put on there, but I feel like less people have probably heard of this one. So
Yeah, probably. But I mean, I guess if you're done with that, we can get into one of our first of our main stories.
yeah,
Apparently, the PSVR2 headset production has been paused by Sony.
surprise.
As of right now, they were saying they're until it clears its existing inventory, which probably signals they're not selling that well.
What I wonder is there going to be a price cut? And there's no way they're going to
I doubt it.
completely. There's no way they're going to completely stop development for this. It's had a year. Like they didn't even do that to PSVR1, and it sold less units than the PSVR2 has. So like it's not, it's doing better than the last one, but geez, my nose itches. Sorry, audio
Yeah.
listeners. um, yeah, I don't know. I'm not surprised. We talked about this a couple of times because it's popped in the news about like
Yeah, about the studio that laid off 900 developers that pretty much worked in with their VR, which
that was
means
it.
it's
Yeah.
not doing enough for them to continue supporting this. But apparently, they were also testing PC compatibility with it to try to,
Yeah.
I assume, to salvage it to some degree. But it seems like it's just the PC VR is just killing it. Nobody cares for PlayStation VR.
It sucks. It's crazy because I actually had this weird random with a stranger yesterday. With these treatments that I have, brought up VR, and we were talking about VR, and she's like, "I really like the MetaQuest 3." She saw I was wearing like a Zelda shirt and had my Demon Slayer hat on or whatever, and we got into a discussion with that. And she's like, "I'm 54 and I use the MetaQuest 3 to work out, and then I play this game called Gorilla Tag with my kids, and like they all got their
Oh,
own
that game is
headsets."
awesome.
I've
Yeah.
I heard one other person talk about it. I know nothing about it, but she said all of her kids have their own individual MetaQuest 3 headsets, which by the way are $500. So I was like, oh dang, must got some money. But we were talking about it, and she's like, yeah, we had the PSVR 1. We had looked at the two, but I just don't like it being corded. Like I don't like the cord. That's fair. I mean, like, the what's the not the Steam, the who is it that made the first one that was big?
Was it not the MetaQuest?
No,
HTC,
there was
HTC.
that one and another one that like I literally just saw that they're going to discontinue or something. I don't know the guys that did Valve, the Valve Index.
Oh
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
wait,
Um,
they're discontinuing Val
I'm
Index?
pretty sure that's what I saw. Pretty sure, yeah. I
Hmm.
think that they announced a while ago that they're doing a new one. And there was reports that you can do it
Okay.
wired and wireless, which is the move. Like I think that was one of the downfalls of this is like not having a wireless option for it. Like there could have been something they did, even like an accessory, a battery, I don't know, something, right? That they could have
Hmm.
did. But I think that the PC compatibility would be huge for this. Will it outsell the MetaQuest 3? Absolutely not. I don't think that any headset at this point is going to outsell. That has its own dedicated hardcore fan base at this point. People love it. It's $50. This is technically still more powerful than the MetaQuest, which makes sense because you do plug it in. It has to be wired, so you're getting that direct technology versus being just straight up wireless. But um, like at what cost? You know what I mean? Like at the cost of not selling at all? Does power
I feel
matter
like,
if at that point?
yeah, I feel like VR is still in its stages where there's some games that look amazing. Like I played Blade and Sorcery with my what is it called? It's
The HV, the,
no, is it HTC Vive or
yeah,
no?
the Vive.
It's
Yeah, the Vive's
okay.
HTC.
Well, Vive 2, I guess, or something, or S? No, Rift S.
Oh
Rift
yeah,
S.
okay.
Okay. Rift S. And there's some really cool games. Like this one, you have to plug it in, and I have a really decently powerful PC, but the games that I had the most fun with usually look like crap,
Yeah,
right? Like
yeah.
you don't really need a super powerful computer to have fun in VR. Like the more of it is like that. The monkey, what is it called? The
Gorilla
monkey tag,
Gorilla Tag.
gorilla
I
tag.
I still have
Yeah,
never seen gameplay for it, but
you gotta see it. It's insane. Like there's a guy on YouTube that just does videos of like him
there
scaring like little kids in that game. It's
there
hilarious.
are a
You
lot
know?
of VR streamers. Like I tried to do it. You can go back. I'm embarrassed, very embarrassed of them, but they're on the channel, whatever. Go back and I did 3 VR streams. And like I knew nothing, right? Like I had not even played VR before, so like I didn't know there's all this equipment that you realistically got to have for the VR. You can't just like straight up do a normal stream in VR, right? Cuz I had it
Yeah.
where they were seeing what I was seeing but also seeing me. It just wasn't set up right. I think it's cool the way people do it. Um, but I do think that like I said, the PC compatibility would be huge for this. That Blade and Sorcery, by the way, is coming to the PSVR, and it's an updated version of that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's like an expanded version or something. And
But it doesn't have multiplayer in that version, right?
I that I can't tell you. It was in the last
Ah, it
PlayStation.
sucks.
It was in the last PlayStation event. They did like a whole highlighted section on the PSVR too. Like of course
Interesting.
it was all third party developers, of course, But
Yeah,
I
they
I
don't want to invest in it.
I will say like the Horizon game on it that came with mine, like about the bundled version, it's amazing. Like it looks beautiful. Like it plays really well. I still haven't beat it. I to be honest with you, I haven't played my VR headset very much. I haven't spent a ton of time with it, so I would like some other things to draw me back in. But for me, it's like it's a bit of a headache because it's like a whole extra thing. I got to clear out space. Like it
Yeah.
forces you for that game
Yeah.
specifically to it scans your room and you have to have a certain amount of space. And like I just don't have the space. There's 3 games that I bought physically because like physical PSVR2 games for some reason are like they all go up in value and there aren't that many of them. I think there's like something like 30 of them in total. Um, but 3 of them I can't play at all because you have to have so much space for the games. They require you. They won't let you continue to the game at all. I'm like,
That is
this is
frustrating.
that is so stupid. Like, give me a mode where it works with the space I have. Then, like, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Do something. Like, there's got to be some. That kind of peed me off, and I can't play 3 of the games I got. Like, it makes me mad. But the Horizon game, the time I spent, I probably put a good like 3 hours into it. It is like a full game. It's a pretty lengthy game from what I understand. Is really good and it connects directly into the story, and I know people love it. I wish they'd bring over that Astrobot game from the PSVR 1 because I know people absolutely love that game, and I saw an article the other day, the guy talking about, and I've heard on YouTube too, that was a launch demo. It was like, actually it wasn't a demo, it was a full game. It was a launch game for the PSVR one, and
Yeah,
it's
it
still
was.
the best. They said the best use of that
It's a
headset.
really good game, and
It's really,
but you don't
yeah.
you don't have to, you don't really have to do a whole lot. You just use a regular controller and just sit there and play it, and then it
Yeah.
plays just
You
fine.
just get like the depth and feel of it. But
Yeah,
it said it's still like the best use all the way up to the last. Actually, there's still PSVR 1 games coming out, believe it or not. Like there's been limited run releases and stuff like that. But yeah, I the fact that they aren't porting that over tells me that they really don't give a crap. And why even release the thing? Because they're selling this at a loss too. The,
Yeah.
the
it just seems like
technology.
Sony doesn't know what to do with VR. They just blunder everything, and
You know who I wish would do VR? I legitimately wish Microsoft would get in the game because they have the funds to do it. They have
they
the
don't.
actual funds to do it. They've got a beefier system. They've got PC. They're fully on board with PC, Game Pass, all the jazz. Like yeah, they own Windows. Like they're all on board with PC as much as they are with the Xbox. I wish they would get into it. They have more money than any of these companies doing it. You know,
I
I
don't know. Maybe
guess
they see it as too much of a risk to lose money because it's like, oh, we already on PC, and everybody outside of Sony that does VR does it on PC. So like, what's the incentive for them to do it specifically?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would just like competition is good, right? Like
Yeah,
competition in general is good. Unfortunately, PlayStation is like losing out again because like the PSVR one it did well, and I think by the end of it, I think they weren't selling it at a loss, and like they ended up like discounting those. You know, they were discounting them pretty low, and like just people bought them up, and people liked it. Like I know a lot of people that liked it, and I know that it was pretty like ass from what I understand. So,
yeah, I didn't like it at
but
all.
people still loved it. Like it had a pretty hardcore fan base. I knew people that were like collecting, going for like full sets of the physical games for it. Just absolutely loved it. Sony even made it to where now, of course, this piece you can no longer order and goes for crazy, crazy money. And I kind of wish I had owned one so I could have got this. But there's an adapter that you can you'd have to buy it like on eBay now, but there was an adapter for the PS5 to hook up the PSVR 1 to the PS5. But now that adapter goes for like crazy money. But before, if you had the serial number to the PSVR 1, you got it for free. They mailed it out to you. So it was like a free accessory to be able to play. But of course, you know, now they don't offer it anymore. So I
Yeah,
don't know, guys. I don't know. Kurgle, do you play VR often? Is it like a regular thing for
I
you? Or?
Not anymore. I used to play it like literally all the time. And unfortunately, like lately, it's just been I just had because of the baby less and less time, really.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but when I did play, and that's why I was asking you if Blade and Sorcery in that like updated version has whatchamacallit, multiplayer, because there's a multiplayer
Find
mod
out.
that you can get on PC, and it was like some of the graphics are not amazing or anything like that, but it was such a blast. I had so much fun playing that game for probably like 3 weeks straight. Just like doing everything. The physics are hilarious. You can do a bunch of things. Now they unlock like new areas for multiplayer. It was just a ton of fun. So I think definitely people should give it a go. And yeah, the whole thing with Microsoft, it makes no sense, but at the same time, maybe they're going to be doing more, because really the problem with VR is just, I don't know if you guys followed the whatchamacallit, the Assassin's Creed VR. Like it didn't sell well at all.
Yeah, I
And
know. I want to
they're
play
like,
that. I want to play it.
it looks really fun.
But they're
It
like, we're
looks
not
really
doing this
fun.
again. We're not doing any more VR because of that game.
Exactly. Exactly.
That sucks.
So yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think it's still so early. There's a couple of games that I played in VR that just, it blew my mind how fun it was.
Have
Like
you
for real. It was what, go ahead.
have you played Half-Life Alex?
I have not. I haven't bought it yet, but I played a ton of Pavlov, which is like a Counter-Strike for VR. and it has like custom mods. You can play hide and seek modes. You can find a ton of different things. Prop hunt. You can play zombie mode. You can play gun game. You can play all these different things, all these different weapons, and people make mods for it, and it's just like super fun. Like I could literally just if you made me choose one thing or like one system, it would be VR, like 100%.
Dang.
It is so seamless. The multiplayer is super fun. Even though you're in this virtual world, it's like you feel closer to your friends when you're playing with them because like, you have your hand gestures and you can like do stupid things and it just so fun. It's sad to
Interesting.
see that it's not doing that well.
Yeah, the reason I asked about Half-Life Alex is I know like pretty universally from all the conversations I've had and just like everything I've seen is like it's like the best VR game apparently. Like people absolutely love it, and I watched a ton of gameplay because I'm a big Half-Life fan, and it
Hmm.
looks amazing. Like you can't really see the depth when you're watching videos, but like
For sure.
when I've heard people talk about it and all this stuff, like it looks like a really fun game, and it's supposed to be coming to the PSVR2, but I don't think it ever actually got released. I remember last year because I reported on it that it was announced that PlayStation did get the rights from Valve to bring it over, but I don't ever remember hearing that it actually got released. Like I was trying to look it up and I can't find anything. I see it PSVR2 is reportedly getting, this is when I reported on it last year, getting the best VR game of all time as like one of the articles. And yeah, I don't know that it actually has come because that would make me break out the headset to play again. I've wanted to play that for so long, but like I'm not gonna I would not buy just the Valve system to play that. But um
Yeah, I mean that's why like if you have Rift S or something like that, it's affordable. You can find it used for like I mean $200 nowadays. And because it uses hardware from your computer, it runs amazing, it looks amazing. I mean, really a low price to enter that space with a PC
yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, they need to. I hope that PC compatibility comes to PSVR 2 because it's already powerful. But it could be tenfold. It could do a lot more. Like because it's the most capable right now on the market as far as
For sure.
specs go, and that would be cool to see because I mean like that would give incentive just like the rest of PlayStation wanting to put a focus on PC, which they should because they're missing a whole demographic in PC gaming. I would say is like bigger than it's ever been. However, it's still not at the console market, but it's still big. They're missing out on a gigantic crowd of people.
Wait,
And
I thought, and correct me if I'm wrong. I thought that the PC market is bigger than both consoles.
I feel like it
there's
is.
no way it's bigger than the Switch. There's
Well,
absolutely
well, because
No, it's
there's so much overlap already, but there's a lot of people that only game on PC. PC has to be the biggest
well, there's a
market.
lot of people that only game on Xbox or only game on PS5. I mean, it's the same deal. I think honestly that's hard to gauge because there are also a lot of people that have multiple. Like I said, it's
Well,
very
yeah, there's a decent amount that's a crossover that counts towards both markets to some degree.
yeah. I wonder if there's like an updated definitive article, but from my understanding, because consoles are just like easier for people, right? Like that has been my problem. I'm finally getting a desktop PC
Yeah, but
soon. I'm still
PC
worried.
gaming, the bar to entry is not always that high because a lot of people that get into PC gaming they don't build their own. They'll buy a pre-built
Which is
console and
more
it's
expensive
already
than
got
building your own usually. From
buy a
I've
few
been
hundred.
I've been
If you're
doing
already gonna
research
spend that
like
kind of
crazy on it the past
if
week.
if you're already gonna do that, if you already want to spend that kind of money, it's negligibly more expensive. Maybe $400
okay.
or $500 more
It
expensive.
it,
So
dep- it
there's
depends, yeah, on
so
how.
there's market share from Grandview Research, industry analysis for the gaming industry. It looks like mobile is the
Well,
biggest.
yeah,
We
okay,
don't.
we
That
should,
doesn't count.
yeah.
That's not gaming.
Despite
No, no,
that, we
no,
know
no, no,
that.
no. But listen. So
Okay.
gaming is the biggest, and then we have the console devices experienced growth with around 31% of market share in 2021, And then what does it say for PC? What's the percentage for it?
I don't know. I just
It,
read
it on the
recently that
graph it looks similar, but yeah, PC gaming is much bigger than
way
people
way
think.
way bigger than it for sure was, because I mean look, I was PC gaming when people didn't care about PC games at all, because like PC gaming is realistically like during the period of time when I was like hyper focused into gaming. Like I would think I started PC gaming when I think I was 9, because I would go over to my grandma's. Like that's, she had a high end PC at the time. I actually got graphics cards and
Sheesh.
updated. I mean, because she worked from home, so she had her laptop that she would use, and I was back there all day in this dedicated computer room. And like, I mean, I was playing everything. I had the floppy drive, I had the disk drive, everything. So I was playing like old stuff and everything with the virtual machine, and like I had a lot of fun. But then there was a long gap after that, after I had grown up and stopped going over to my grandma's to play PC. Was no longer a kid. I would say by like the age of like 14, I had stopped doing that. And then there was just that gap where they just lost me after that, and I just got out of the loop and had stuck to consoles after that. But like it's 100% bigger than it was then, because I can remember at that point in time nobody talked about PC gaming. Mark, I think you can probably attest to this, because we semi talked about it. Like even
Yeah.
when we go over to your house, I remember us playing, like, of course we played like Cartoon Orbit, right? But other than that, we played like Civilization maybe, and I can't really think of anything else that, and you even said at that point in time, like, you did play on the PC a little bit, but it wasn't like console. And I think that was just a general consensus for most people, because I feel like at that point in time, PC gaming was really an adult thing. Like it was more geared towards adults. Like I
More
just,
more
Yeah.
adults or MMOs and stuff like that.
yeah, yeah. I just
It's
don't.
funny.
RTSs.
It's so funny when you guys talk about it, because it was completely like in Eastern Europe, that was the way you played games. Like then nobody like only like the rich families had like consoles. And it's funny to me because, maybe that's why we have such different tastes in video games too, because we didn't have anything besides
Yeah,
PC, you
yeah.
know? So like Age of Empires, like that might have seemed intimidating to people here in the US,
Dang,
but
you
when we
bump
were
your
kids,
head.
like who me?
You just
Yeah.
like, oh, you're good.
No, but I do know what you're saying, because I do know like a little bit it's changed now, but if you go back like a decade or plus, like just because I know Age of Empires 2, like the competitive scene, it always seemed like the top players were coming out of Europe. Like the
Yeah,
top player
Yeah,
was
it
yeah,
was
for
makes
was out
sure.
of Europe.
it makes sense. But I will tell you this: one of the other reasons, like a mid grade PC that we would then upgrade from, my grandma spent $1,100 on a, like, I I would say at the time it was like a mid grade, because we still upgraded the graphics card from it like 6 months later. It was $1,100 for this Dell, and of course Dell made really low and cheap like entry level PCs too, but like
Yeah.
it was expensive. And then you've
Oh
got
yeah.
the GameCube that's $300. So like that's the reason. Here it was definitely, if you were getting into actually playing games and like even running like something like WoW at the time, or whatever, like Civilization at that point in time, like it was just a different landscape. If you were wanting to play the new FPSs, it was totally different. You had to have a rig that could run Counter Strike. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
for
Like
sure.
you would
Yeah.
have to have a built rig to run it, because I tried to do it with the stock $1,100 PC, and I couldn't even run these games. So
Yeah.
it must be just entirely different, like with the market, like as far as
Oh, 100%.
cost of PCs versus consoles there, which makes sense, because I mean you've got, I I'm sure that there's like what was a PC brand that you grew up with? Like what was it, a pretty common one that we have here? Was it, are there other brands that were
Uh,
just
Probably,
in Europe
probably a
I
that,
different
mean,
brand.
yeah, honestly, that I cannot remember. Well, because when we were kids, like you didn't really, your parents would usually get a computer,
Mhm.
and it was like I don't even know how this started, but it was you would have a family computer, right? So your parents wouldn't get it for you to
We
play video
didn't.
games. Like, it was just a computer that a family had in the living room, and
Yeah.
that somehow, I don't even know how, it just became a standard for like most homes.
It
And
did. I agree. We didn't get one till we were poor, so that's why I said going to my grandma's. Like that's how I got my Game Boy, and any of the handheld systems or anything I had was from her. Like never got
Mhm.
anything here. We were always behind. Got the budget stuff, and at the end of the life cycle. But yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, you're right. Like, because we did eventually have like that family computer that everybody shared, and I hogged for
Yeah.
MySpace and hogged up the phone lines, and that's when by the
Fun
time we
times.
got one, that's what I was doing. Like it was so
Mom,
late.
I need to get on Facebook. My farm needs me. I need more
Oh,
friends to
Farmville,
grow.
yeah.
Farmville,
The OGs.
God, that used to be the shit back then.
dude. Were
Yeah.
you guys on MySpace?
I kind of never cared about that era. I
Damn, dude.
was
I
I was
so much
playing
time.
WoW,
Was
and
that your like top 5 or top
Basically,
8 or whatever it is?
yeah,
basically,
it
you're
was.
saying I didn't get any girls. That's basically what you're saying.
I was a giant nerd.
Dude, that's all I did, man, at that point in time. Like, it was MySpace and finding
We
what to
had
do that
something called
weekend.
Bear Share, I think it was called.
What?
Bear shit.
Yeah,
Oh,
it was like imagine
like a
Spotify
bear?
with no, it's like Spotify with like social media features. It was really weird.
Interesting. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's weird what MySpace turned into. And I get it always was kind of like music oriented, but it was very very popular. I mean, like I don't
Yeah.
think I didn't move over to Facebook until it was out for like probably 4 years. Like I was there till I was on MySpace till the end, man. I did not want to. I was like, I don't want to set up a new profile, dude. I got
Yeah.
my top 10 already set up here that people have argued over. Like
I never had a MySpace. I only ever had a Facebook. Then I was reluctant to even get on Facebook at that
I did not want to get on
back in high
Facebook
school.
at that point in time. I was like, look,
And
I
then
held on to the end.
I did, because we talked about this a while ago as far as the market share stuff. I found something from newzoo.com or something like that, where as it stands in 2021, this is based off revenue, but the PC market had 19% of market revenue, console had 22%, and obviously mobile gaming has 59% of this 180.1 billion market revenue in gaming in 2021. And actually, year after year, both the PC and the console are shrinking, but they're technically not shrinking in percentages. They're just getting mobile. The mobile market share is just
Yeah.
outgaining them as far as revenue. But as it
Yeah.
stands right now, year after year, from 2012 to 2021, the console market's growing at a 2.3% rate, and PC's growing at 3.1% rate as far as the revenue goes. So like
Revenue.
the
Okay.
PC's on track to eventually outshine console as far as the revenue if this were to take place, but they're continuing to shrink overall market revenue just because
I mean,
the mobile market is just so big.
yeah, everybody's got a phone and mobile games are getting better. I mean, we just learned that what new there's some new releases that are like coming out for phone for like
Well,
the
you
next
always have
iPhone because it has
you have like your
DLSS.
you have like your Fortnite, your Call of Duty, because even Sony and them, it's like, oh, here you can play your games. Just snap this little controller
Yeah.
on, and you can play your games on mobile now with this mobile app and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. I mean, they're very very capable devices. Even like with my 14, like there are full on games. Like you saw what GTA 5 went to the Netflix app thing where you could play on there, and like that's crazy. And just all these things, and the iPhone 16 is supposed to have some crazy chip in it that's also going to make it cost much more. That's very very gaming capable, plus having DLSS because they've got that M2 Mac. I actually was going to throw this in the notes, but that
Yeah,
that M2,
it's a really good chip.
they've got the Ultra version of it now that
Yeah,
you
they
can
as you
buy.
keep getting better versions of it.
And I was both shocked and not shocked at the cost of this because like if you compare to like a high end PC, I guess like it is it's beefy as all hell, but the problem is that you can't really upgrade these. But that M2 Ultra, so I was looking at their best model essentially with the most cores, and it had some like 72 cores or something crazy. uh it was hopefully I can pull it up kind of quick, but I was shocked at the price. It was something like $15,000 or something like that, like a really really high price. And I knew it was going to be expensive, but the lower tier M2 Ultra, this I forget what the actual computer is called, but the one that has an M2 Ultra chip, the cheaper version is 8 grand. So that
It's
gives
really
you an
expensive.
yeah. Well, and
It's
then
like
It's
the
not
other
made for
unaffordable.
gaming though. Like, it's
That's
sad.
professional. That's for
yeah,
professional work, pretty much at that
it
point.
it
Yeah.
is, but it also is used for gaming because I mean there are people that you can
I
see on
mean, you can
YouTube,
use it for it, but I mean, that's you're
but
not
it's
buying
not.
that just a game unless you
Yeah,
have just that your ridiculously amount of extra money you just piss away.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. It's not necessarily. It's
Well, I'm saying
designed
because
really
of
for 8K
compatibility.
video.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It's just the fact that developers just don't make games for Macs anymore. Which, I mean, I think it sucks
It
because
does suck, man.
even Linux has like some crazy support lately when it
Yeah.
comes to like games
I
compared to Macs.
my buddy was really trying to convince me to go the Mac route versus
That
the
so
thing.
not your friend is what you're saying.
Yeah, well, so here's the thing. A lot of because working with like film and the stuff that I do with film school and all that, like a lot of people do prefer to edit with Mac, and I found that the software is way easier to use than Adobe Premiere. I mean, Adobe Premiere is very in depth, but it's either Adobe Premiere or you're editing on a Mac. Like those are the only options when it comes to like film. Like that's it. That people don't edit film or any of that stuff on DaVinci Resolve or anything like that.
Yeah.
There's just
I
not
mean,
enough options. There's not.
Macs are good, like the MacBook Pro and the other versions that they're good for what they do. They're not designed for gaming. It's designed for professional like photography and film and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's really what it's designed to do, and it does it really well. Which is why I never got the art between Mac and Microsoft's PC. 'Cause I'm like, they're designed to do two very different things, and they do both of them pretty well. Like if you're gonna game, you just get a regular PC. And if you're gonna do professional work, you do Mac, and if you're a sociopath, you go Linux. I mean,
Yeah, I would not go Linux.
Linux is good for a very niche thing, which is usually something arbitrary that's not the average person. I have issues with Linux.
I used
but
Linux
Yeah.
back in the
It's neither
day,
here
and
nor there.
I liked it, but it's been many, many, many years. So by the way, I kept saying that for audio listeners. I apologize. I was talking about the M3 chip, but their Mac Ultra Mac Studio, if you go with the highest end model, is 80 GPU cores. And I was trying to pull up a price too. None of these want to. I don't know. I went straight to the website and not giving me a price. But anyway, it's insanely expensive, and but it's got some juice, man. The thing that sucks about those is when it comes time to upgrade, you just got to buy a whole new unit. That's the problem. They're
But
not modular in
that's
the
what
way
they're
that.
targeting.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
they
that's
are.
what they're targeting. Like, you don't buy a Mac to upgrade it. You buy a Mac because you have the money. you
Yeah.
know?
But I mean, they're targeting not individuals; they're targeting like companies and corporations to buy their
True.
stuff, not
True.
the
Yeah.
individual. That's why they're so expensive.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for
And
sure.
yeah.
at that level, you don't care if you're just gonna upgrade. It's easier to upgrade other stuff.
Well,
But I mean, like Mac stuff just works, and it works really well. As much as I wish it worked better for gaming, because I love the whole Mac operating system is just as many issues as it has. It's very well.
it's
user,
easy.
it's really
It's
user
very
friendly,
user
easy to
friendly.
use.
Yeah, I
Well,
like.
yeah, but also you gotta, and you gotta consider, the development between the two, right? Like, iOS is built on devices that they know what they have, right? You
Yeah.
have this much RAM, this much CPU processing power, this much GPU processing power. It's much easier to optimize and make it efficient
Yeah.
compared to Windows, which you can slap a freaking potato on the CPU slot and
Yeah.
it's gonna work. It's gonna work terribly, but it's gonna work.
But that's the
So
issue from the Microsoft, where it's a open source code, where Apple
yeah,
it's a closed source code, but everything works within itself really well.
yep.
I mean, they each have their own issues. Just
Yeah.
pick and choose what you want
And then-
to use at the end of the day.
I mean, and Mac is just plug and play too. That's why a lot of people go with it. They don't want to mess with like building a higher end
I mean,
PC for video editing.
plug and play what? Because there's no games for it. I'm joking.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Coffee, Mr. Radar, I did want to hit a few of his comments here. Sorry for anybody commenting, not ignoring you. He said Farming Simulator is huge in Europe. Also said that he had an HP Gateway, Pentium 3. HP Gateways are very popular then.
Okay, that's maybe what it was, because we always had Pentium like 1, 2, or
Yeah.
3. That was like
And they were
usually
cheap.
what was around.
They were
Yeah,
cheap
yeah.
too. You could get like, you know, a low grade for like $300. He
Yeah.
said he got it with 500 megabytes of storage, and my friend was flipping out. That was too much space. He said you would never fill it up. And
Yeah,
he
right.
said, who was on your top 10 friend list on MySpace? Well, Mark wasn't because he wasn't on there. I
Was Tom on there?
Tom was on there. Actually, I did it as a joke. I left
Hey,
Tom on there.
Tom.
Tom is an
Everyone just
OG,
ignored
bro.
Tom. He was the real OG. I never had MySpace, but Tom was always there. He never left.
Dude, he never left anybody. Man, he was an OG. Also said, you forgot the GTA collection that came on the consoles was port the mobile version. Yeah. So yeah, it's actually pretty funny. Like, have you guys ever played the Grand Theft Auto Stories games?
I haven't, no.
They're actually both my favorite GTA games still today. So Vice City Stories and Liberty City Stories. They're actually
Oh yeah.
they were on PS2, but they're ports of the PSP game because it came on PSP first. So it was really interesting to see a PSP game at that point in time when that console was new, what it looked like on a PS2. And let's just say the PSP version is still better. He said, well, you can maybe that is a Microsoft end game to have a streaming service for Mac users to use. So, yeah. So we talked a bit about Mac there. What do we got next now?
The next big article we got is GitLabs confirms it removed Suyu, a fork of Nintendo Switch emulator Yuzu.
Yes, you guys.
So they disabled the accounts of its developers after receiving what appears to be from what the article says from The Verge, a scary email from the DMC takedown request.
Yeah, so I did a little this one I was able to do a little bit of a deep dive on. So yeah, there was, it's not confirmed about that DMCA takedown from what I understand, but I think that GitLab was just like, hey, let's get this off here for now. We're gonna remove it just in case because of the stuff happened. It's weird because Suyu was literally a copycat clone of Yuzu to replace it. So I'm confused where the scare factor is, because like
the potential lawsuit. They don't want to deal with a lawsuit from Nintendo.
They're working on a new one called Zuzu.
But
so they're gonna release that.
It's the replacement of Yuzu from the lawsuit. So that's why I'm like, why are they afraid now? So maybe that did happen, but from what I understand, there was no like actual confirmation that a Nintendo employee like threatened them or lawyer or whatever. Not employee, like lawyer it would have been. But GitLab is 100% just going to move this somewhere else on the internet, and it may get a different name. Like this is, I don't think it's going
buried
away
and forgotten about.
Well, and the other thing is there's another big Nintendo Switch emulator too right now. So like it's not the only one. I just think it seems really, really stupid to me to go and name it something really close to the thing that just had a lawsuit. I mean, they paid out the rest of their lives on that lawsuit from that. So why would you even go and do that? That to me that is stupid.
Out of spite. It's like, all right, screw you.
Do you want to risk the money involved with that spite? Like
I don't know what they actually got nailed on. I don't know anything about the lawsuit, so I don't know exactly what got them nailed the lawsuit. So they might be like, well, this is technically a workaround. It's still a gray area, but you got us for this, so we're just gonna do it differently. That you can't necessarily come after us the same way again. I don't know.
Well, I'll tell you this. I still haven't got my Switch cart yet, so.
Shocker.
Not too happy about that.
You got robbed, brother.
Those damn Russians.
The Meg Switch, man. What is going on? Yeah, the other emulator is called Ryu Jinx, and you can actively go on it right now on your desktop and use it. So, I still pretty peed off trying to be able to give an update to you guys about the MIG switch because I was pretty excited about it. And like, apparently people have gotten it. So like, I don't understand. Some people have gotten it, others haven't, and like they're worried that now they're not going to ship out the other units and there's no
They heard
refunds.
you buy Nintendo games at full price, so they got pissed. They're not sending you one.
Well, I'll tell you what I
Maybe,
did. I'll tell you what I
maybe it's
didn't
in the mail
buy.
right now.
Maybe it is. I hope so. But I'll tell you what I didn't buy at full price. Mark, I've talked. I don't know if I talked to you about it, but I've talked about it on one of the last like 15 episodes. But uh, I didn't even know they were still around. But QVC runs these deals all the time where you get this discount code and you get like $20 off a new release game. So I've gone through 4 emails now to keep using it. So I got it didn't come today, even though it's release day. It kind of pisses me off. But the Princess Peach game, I got it for like $31 because I also had like a $5 coupon from my last purchases or my
That's pretty
last
good. You just-
purchase. Yeah,
You're
31.
stealing food out of Nintendo's mouths because of that.
I mean, for a $60 new release game, $31, man. I'll take it. So
I'll make a Nintendo employee suffer and starve.
but look, you don't not just Switch games, like any of these games coming out, like you can use these codes on. They're just a general code, like welcome 20 or whatever the code is for the week for them. And like seriously, people take advantage of this. Like get these if you want to get these new release games and not wait for like a sale price, like be able to play it like Dragon's Dogma 2, you could have got that on there, $20 off. Like take
I mean,
advantage of it.
So you can buy the microtransactions. You got to save that
Yeah.
money.
I mean, it's not like
yeah.
it's not like the Nintendo's losing money because whoever is selling it already paid Nintendo for the product and then they
Yeah.
got to resell it. So I guess they can either take the loss, they're hoping you buy other stuff.
That's the
at the same
hope.
time.
Or you just keep making emails and you don't buy other
You
stuff.
just abuse the
But
system.
the other cool thing that they offer too is it doesn't matter the price of the item. You can do it for something that's $10. But they've got like a free plan thing where you can do in 5 split payments. So like if you want to get something, use this code and then you could just do that. They don't work through a third party service for it either. It's like straight through QVC. So like if you want to buy your game now and pay like, $8 for it right now and every 2 weeks pay another $8. You can do that too. So seriously, jump on that. Like if there's some games that you want to get that's new release, like a game like that for me, like I'm excited to play it. I played the demo and mostly like to play with my daughter, but like it's just a platforming game. It's like Mario. So I was, looking forward to it, but I wasn't like super in love with the demo or anything. Like it didn't feel as good as like Super Mario Brothers Wonder, but it was still fun. So like
Yeah.
it felt like Kirby to me because you get all these abilities. You get like a ninja ability, and like that's what it felt like. It felt like Kirby, but more like less like floaty and like it had a real story with like actual cinematics. And I mean, some of the Kirby games do too, but like had real like cinematic cutscenes, like an actual story. So
Maybe it actually is a Kirby game and Kirby just is taking over Princess Peach's life.
maybe. Isn't that crazy? We've only ever gotten 2 Princess Peach games, like, and however long, 40 years.
Not really.
Oh, whatever. But, so
That's how I look at it. So I don't know. Take that with a grain of salt.
Yeah. Well, I think we got something about Larian Studios, right?
Yeah, so it was announced, I think yesterday, that they're not doing any. They're done with Baldur's Gate 3. No DLC. You bought the game, you got the full game, but they're also done with it. Not planning on a 4th game. They're moving on to something else after this.
Good. I say good.
Yeah.
A series that actually gets an ending, just not forever Halo games.
Nah, honestly, like I don't blame them. They probably heard so much crap from Hasbro, like because they bought a license, right? So
Yeah.
I can only imagine, like, and Larian is such a good studio because they're even an article came out like an hour before uh we went live, but an article came out that talked about a developer, like a lead developer who was leading a team on working on a DLC for Baldur's Gate 3 and they scrapped it because they weren't feeling it. Like how many studios can say that? Like
Not
we don't
many.
feel like we don't feel like making this. We don't feel like we're passionate about this project or about this DLC. Just doesn't feel right. We're not gonna do it. I admire them for it, honestly.
I do too.
Same
Yeah.
thing as
With
with Riot. Like,
with a game that did so well too. They're like, we
yeah.
just don't care. It's like, right on,
Well,
man.
We can make a better a game just as good with a different IP.
exactly. And they have Divinity Original Sin, which, a lot of
Eh,
people know about, but that's a game that did well. Not a lot of people were crazy about it, but they can take the knowledge and experience they got from Baldur's Gate 3 and just apply it to a new Divinity game.
what's
Yeah.
what's crazy is that Baldur's Gate 3 like really introduced people to the series, but man, I'm telling you, 1 and 2 are such good games too. Like they are
Yeah.
so good. Like if you really like Baldur's Gate 3, I would say like there's, a lot of improvements with Baldur's Gate 3, but man, they hold up so well cuz I played Baldur's Gate 1 again not that long ago, probably 2020 on the GameCube, and like that's the only game to this day that I can remember actually sitting down with my dad and playing through the whole game. Like I don't remember anything else like that. Like actually sitting down and playing through the entire game. It was just so much fun. Like you could just so much freaking fun, man. And like it was almost like mindless fun because like you don't have to really be thinking about it, and you can sit there in local co-op and talk with your friend, and you know what I mean. Like you could run through the
Yeah.
dungeons and just have a good time.
I
And
mean, you're talking about a game that's a blast from the past that came out in '98, so it's definitely gonna be a step. It's an older game for sure. If you're gonna get into some of these older
Yeah.
Baldur's Gate games.
but it holds up very well, and there's now a double pack on the Switch, which I haven't played that version. They're like
Oh, they
remasters.
did they released it on the Switch?
Um,
Interesting.
yeah, Baldur's Gate. I'll double check, but yeah, I'm pretty sure they came out on the Switch, and yeah, I mean like that's a good way to go back to it. Like to me, if you really like Baldur's Gate 3, I see, yeah, just to confirm, it did come out in a double pack on the Switch or enhanced edition. Holy freaking crap! Why are they going for $150, $300, $350 on eBay?
Jesus.
Is the first thing that popped up. Oh my god. Well, get it digitally. This is one time I do recommend getting it digitally because do not pay that price. But yeah, like super fun games, and I really like I really like all the Baldur's Gate stuff. So uh
Yeah, and it looks like as far as Steam goes, both Baldur's Gate Enhanced Edition and Baldur's Gate 2 Enhanced Edition are both $19.99 on Steam right now. And then
Yeah,
Dark
they go.
Alliance
yeah,
2 is $30.
I was gonna say, have you guys played the Dark Alliance games?
I haven't played any Baldur's Gate game
Dude,
before.
dude,
No,
so
me
good,
either.
so
Besides Baldur's Gate 3, that was a freaking blast.
so good, man. Dark Alliance games are a lot of fun, man. Really, really a good time. But I played on GameCube, but it came out on Xbox and PS2 as well. So highly recommend those as well. Very fun games. I think I actually liked. I I think I preferred Dark Alliance 1 and 2 over the regular games personally. There's a lot of nostalgia attached to that, so I don't know. I don't know, but Wizards of the Coast is also having issues, so Larian is smart to get out. And Mr. Coffee took advantage of that deal. You might have been watching when I told about that deal, but I got $20 off of Mario RPG, so that was another game I used it for as well. Um, yeah, so good on you, saving $20. I'm all for the deals and the coupons.
Yeah. And I don't know why what was going on. I didn't experience anything, but didn't really use my PlayStation all that often. But apparently the PlayStation Network went down yesterday, or it partially went down yesterday.
Yeah, I did not sign on either, but
PlayStation's dead.
yeah, yeah, I didn't sign on either, but I don't know what caused it, but there were some rumors going around that there may have been another hack like situation. Um, there were no other reports that I had saw that had updated on exactly what happened. Just that it went back online, but it was fully down. People couldn't access multiplayer, couldn't do anything. So for it to fully go down like that with like no notice, like something happened. I couldn't tell you what. But it came up just in time for, uh, just in time. It says for the Dragon's Dogma 2 and Rise of the Ronin release window. So they were either like working their butts off to make sure that people weren't peed off about that, because I'm sure people were literally waiting to the minute for both of those games.
Yeah.
So yeah, just something small there,
Yeah, and I guess
probably.
the next big thing that we kind of already talked about, but Capcom also put out another tone deaf apology about Dragon's Dogma 2. They came out and said, we would like to update you on the status of the following items, about which we have received numerous comments from the community. To all those
Mhm.
looking forward to this game, we sincerely apologize for any inconvenience. Didn't even address what people were upset about. Just,
Nope.
No, didn't they?
we're sorry. Give us money.
Yeah, didn't they? I think they posted it on Twitter that like they basically stated like you can get these items or get these things through like in-game currency, which is like it completely misses the point of why people
Yeah.
are pissed, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, nothing new.
Yeah, that's why I was bringing up that, like, they were saying that, yeah, it takes away from the experience of the game or whatever, and it's like, yeah,
You know what
again,
takes
like
away
we
from the
said,
experience of the game? Forcing me to spend more real world money on your $70 game.
Yeah.
And, you can buy
yeah,
it in game, but you have to grind for it. I'm like, oh, then what's the point? Like that.
Yeah, like the
For the
whole thing with
hypocrisy.
like free to play games is, especially when they're multiplayer, is like you get this game for free. It costs us a ton of money to develop it. You can buy microtransactions to support us, right? Like that's fair. Or you can buy microtransactions to win, or like play to win, or pay to
yeah.
win. Sorry, which is still I hate it personally. I
I'm,
hate pay
Pay
to
to
win
win should
mechanic.
never. Pay to
yeah,
win should never exist.
I'm
Agreed,
not for
Doesn't
it.
matter in any
agreed.
format.
But ethically or morally, whatever you want to call it, it makes more sense if a game is actually free, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, I
that's
agree with that.
okay.
But this is a
Yeah,
$70 game that just
exactly.
came out,
It's
and
That's
it's
the
like,
yeah,
oh,
problem.
insane.
here's another $70 game to get stuff you can get in game. What's the problem? We just want you to pay us because you can get it in game, but it's going to be an inconvenience.
I mean,
Yeah.
here's the thing: the price raise to $70, right? Like we get it. Like these studios are having major problems. It's their fault for spending the type of money
That's
that they are.
debatable.
Well, it's their
They're,
fault for spending the money
we
they
got to lay
are.
people off while we're still making record profits at the same
Exactly.
time. It's
I was about to
it's
say
you're just
it's a
talking out your
BS.
ass at that point.
Yep.
And with the price increase, like this makes me even more angrier. Like it's just so dumb. At $70, we should not be paying to fast travel. Like what is going on? Why it seems like, are these companies not learning week after week with all the news coming out,
Nope.
with all this stuff happening, and these studios having problems, and like entire studios just getting shut down that are like good studios, and they're learning absolutely nothing. And if this absolutely bombs for them, which it's not, because it's already sold crazy gangbusters of numbers and already, I think, outsold the first game, if I remember reading correctly. So they're not going to lose on this, but I wish that there would be a sign. People are just going to continue to buy, right? Like we can make our stance and like not support it, but like the general public, I think, at generally just doesn't care. I think like a lot of these
Well,
Yeah.
people
I
are
mean,
willing
if
to
you
spend
don't
money.
care, they're gonna keep fucking you over. That's just not gonna stop. The only way to get this to stop is to stop giving them money,
Agreed.
because they're closing studios down because, well, we want to save money and we don't want our profits to drop, so we'll close down the studio for a game that
Yeah.
probably was barely gonna sell, and we'll just increase the price so we can continuously make more and more money.
I mean, like, don't put stupid money into games that you don't know are going to sell, or like definitely don't. I mean, Saints Row, the reboot, like is the first thing to come into mind. That game was, every aspect of that game was so stupid, and the cost of that game was dumb. They screwed themselves in so many ways with that game, like the politics they shoved into the game, and the money they spent on it. Like it was an abysmal failure. That is one that they did lose massive money on, which doesn't
Yeah.
happen often, where like they completely like just lose a crap ton of money. But yeah, I mean that studio got shut down too. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. There was like a whole
Crazy.
dev notes on Twitter with the Dragon's Dogma stuff. If you want to go check that out for audio listeners, but yeah, what a what a freaking bummer, man.
Yeah, against you. Unless anybody has something else to say on that, I think we just pretty much addressed that whole issue.
Yeah, I'm over it. I'm over it.
And it's got terrible Steam reviews.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was overwhelmingly negative, and now it's mixed again, I think.
Is it?
Oh, probably because
Um,
Steam's going in and deleting reviews.
Oh, probably.
They've
But
done it.
also,
They've done
Yeah,
it
they've
before in
done
the
it.
past.
Yeah, they've
yeah.
done that before.
But also, like, another thing is, like, you can't, because of the way that the save structure is done in the game, you have to go into system files and delete your save to be able to make another character. It's like
So
because of the
stupid.
auto. I've heard like people getting stuck in like the textures and not just basically being soft locked, and then they have to delete all of their progress because there's no save point. It's all autosave based. And you got to delete your character in order to like get to that point again. It just,
That's frustrating.
I don't know, like it had so much, it was so promising, and they just like messed it up. Like it sucks.
Yeah, this
Oh
is
well.
a discount game, and wait a long time for this to get heavily patched and fixed. I do you guys think? I guess one last thing on this. Do you think that they'll roll back where they changed anything with those microtransactions? Do you think the
No.
backlash is gonna?
Nope.
Nope.
I mean,
Because of the at the end of the day, if the player count, the sales are there, well,
They don't
just see it's
care.
like a vocal minority of trolls. They're gonna wash it away. They'll have the media run a defense for them, and then they're just gonna continue to do the same thing
yeah.
until the sales for it utterly fail. Nothing's ever gonna change.
Agreed.
And we'll get an ultra deluxe super edition at some point where it'll have everything packed in and be like Dark
Yeah,
Arisen.
they're the industry leaders, Skyrim and GTA 5. Like, just follow their tactics. It
I mean,
works.
Dark Arisen was the same game with like an expansion to a new island and like some very minor like improvements with like the actual game itself. But like there was no need to grab both. Uh yeah. So I wonder if they'll do that again.
It sucks. It
Yeah,
sucks.
it does. On a little bit of lighter news, apparently the world's first Dragon Ball theme park is going to open in Saudi Arabia, of all places.
Yeah.
So unless you're a millionaire, it's kind of hard to go here.
I thought I was like it's a little interesting the placement
We'll,
you would
we'll
think,
visit on YouTube.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
You would think Japan, right? Like, cause I mean, maybe
Yeah, it
they
makes more
already
sense.
have something there for Dragon Ball that I'm not aware of. But oh well, no, it says the first theme park dedicated. So
Yeah. So the Quidia investment company behind the project shared details about what to expect from the development. The park will span 500 square meters and features 7 themed lands based off different Dragon Balls. There will be more than 30 themed rides across the lands, plus 5 major attractions, hotels, and restaurants. And because it's Saudi Arabia, it's gonna be expensive.
So basically, Saudi and Arabian prince with billions of dollars funded this.
Is funding, yeah, more or less.
He's a big Dragon Ball fan and wanted a theme
Yeah,
park
it was
there.
probably like, oh, I like that show. Let's build a whole thing for it.
Right.
What
I
does
mean,
it
it'll-
cost? Doesn't matter.
Doesn't
It'll
matter.
probably look dope, but it's probably gonna be expensive to go to. I
it
mean, already
looks-
flying international is expensive.
The rendered images for what they're doing look really really sick. Like looks pretty cool. So it says they're going to stay pretty accurate to what they have there. So yeah, that looks
They can
really
afford it.
cool. And they're basing it on the Dragon Ball manga. So that's even cooler, I
Yeah.
think.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's all original Dragon Ball themed, not Z from my understanding and what I've read. So that's pretty interesting. And I'm sure that they'll expand like into the other stuff. But yeah, it looks really cool. So yep, something on a lighter note. Saudi and Arabian Prince funds Dragon Ball.
His
theme
own
park.
personal park.
That's what he like I said, he's a big fan of. There was a whole like league of that Saudi Arabia. I think it was a golf league or something, and like pro players here were like moving there during like 2020 to 2022 and like signing with this league because they were paying like gangbusters just to go golf
Probably.
there because it legitimately was a prince was like a big golf fan, so he wanted see his own tournaments and stuff like.
And it's like, well, nobody's gonna come in or out. You're just gonna live in your own little bubble, so you can just play golf all you want. I'll give you bank.
I mean, if you get an
Crazy.
offer for the kind of money that they can afford, like you'd be an idiot to decline. So I don't know.
Yep.
Everybody's got a price.
Everybody's got a price.
I guess the last of the major main stories we had so far was the new Black Panther Captain America game from Amy Henning, unveiled at the State of Unreal 2024. I've already spoken. I'm not a huge MC fan. Have you all actually seen the trailer, or do we know
I
how far in
have.
development we actually
Yeah.
are?
It looks amazing.
Yeah.
Even though I don't follow either DC or MCU. It, I'm if it's anything close to gameplay wise to what we saw in the trailer, which is obviously just a cinematic
Yeah.
in game trailer, I'm probably getting that. I'm a huge fan of World War II.
Mhm.
The history of it, it affected my
Did you
heritage. My
did you know
Go
this
ahead.
is based on a true story? Like Black Panther and Captain America were really there.
Yeah, Captain America was in Serbia defending us from Nazis. It was great. But Amy worked on Legacy of Kain games, which are beloved by many, many people. And she actually worked on what was that new game that flopped? Amy Henning.
Oh,
It was
I know what you're talking about.
it flopped so bad I don't remember the name of it.
Yeah.
It's Forspoken.
Oh,
Forspoken,
yeah,
that's what it
yeah,
was.
yeah. And
So
unfortunate because it's actually pretty fun. Like I enjoy it. I
yeah, and
bought
she
it.
worked on the first on four different Uncharted games as a writer and game director. So she has potential to do something great with this.
Yeah,
Um, I really like the setting, and
yeah. It's in
there's like four different
Paris.
playable characters. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, but yeah, it looks really really cool. Apparently, like the Black Panther and Captain America have their own little agents or whatever who are also playable characters. So four playable characters in the game, and then Black Panther and Captain America are kind of butting heads on who's gonna, I guess, take out Nazis faster or something. I, we don't get a too much information, but it just looked cool. I feel like they have the budget to do something very cinematic, but also very good. Now, as I said, cautiously optimistic about it.
Yeah,
What about you?
I'm excited because I read a lot of these comics growing up and stuff. So I read like sort of through the story of all this, and like as far as I understand, this is the first game that like Howard Stark has ever been in, which founded Stark Industries. So that's kind of cool to be able to see some like real backstory there, like some early stuff. This isn't like MCU. This is like its own game. I don't think this has any connection to MCU, but this is really really cool. I thought the trailer was awesome. Again, no gameplay, so like we can't really like make huge assumptions on even like the sort of style, but you could tell this is going to be a very heavy story based game, and I'm all for it. I love I love a good story in a game. As long as the gameplay is good, I'm all for that story. So this was totally unexpected. At least I don't know if this was announced before and just like shown now. Maybe it was, but um, apparently the Dominic, I'm butchering the name, Rebelliard, uh, was the director of that canceled Star Wars 1313 game that everybody and their mother was looking forward to. That game looked amazing. But he was hired by Skydance Studios for this game. So that game had like a really good direction. It was like probably the only Star Wars game I was like legitimately really looking forward to at the time. And that was like pre-announced, like pre those last two Jedi games. But yeah,
Yeah.
it looks really cool, man. I love Black Panther. I think he's a great character. I like Captain America too. He's not my favorite. I always say he's kind of boring, but like this era of Captain America before he got frozen and all that is really cool. Like really cool era of Captain America,
Yeah.
like seeing like this early stuff. So, if it's
That's
in
he's no Tony Spark, but I mean,
Tony Spark, yeah,
who can be?
I are you
Spark Industries.
Spark, missed opportunity.
Stark. I mispronounced it.
I was wondering if you did it on purpose or not. I was like,
No, I did. I mispronounced it.
but you guys heard it. Tony Spark. Oh man.
That's great.
Yeah, but it's cool to see Howard Stark in there. He's a interesting fella. Hopefully they dive into some of the craziness with him. But yeah, that looks really really cool for sure. So I know we got some cyberpunk stuff this week.
Yeah, so a little bit, some more smaller articles coming up. Apparently, the Cyberpunk 2077 sequel is to provide a unique fusion of film and game. Apparently, they want to continue to add more like cinematic stuff into the next sequel. So it's pretty much a CDPR pretty much coming out saying, yeah, there's gonna be another Cyberpunk game coming out after this, as well as obviously we're getting another Witcher game. I don't know, where they're going to be at with the development cycle and stuff like that.
Yeah, they had a big announcement about all of that. They're working on 2 or 3 Witcher universe games, and then there's 2 Cyberpunk projects, I believe.
I mean, that would make sense.
Yeah.
With the success after DLC expansion came out. Yeah.
Guys, I'm getting a phone call. I gotta hop. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize how late it was, but it was really fun talking to you guys. Brandon
Definitely.
and Mark have a couple more things to talk about, and thank you guys for listening. I'll see you all next week. Peace.
See you later.
Peace out.
But yeah, so I mean, I don't know. 2 Cyberpunk games coming? Is that the deal?
I don't know exactly, but I mean,
well,
more or less, what I took away from this
coming.
is they want to keep the cinematic appeal. They brought some Hollywood-esque, people, celebrities into it. So definitely, as far as if you like the Cyberpunk game and the Cyberpunk universe, it's a good sign that, like, hey, eventually we're gonna get a sequel to this. We just don't know exactly the development for it, how long it's gonna be out. But I mean, they want to double down on like the whole cinematic aspect of the first game, but definitely go into the second one. Which outside of its botched mechanical launch, Cyberpunk 1 or Cyberpunk 2077 is a really good game. To me, it's just too short. Like, it's a really short game.
Yeah, it is very. You can beat it in like 6 hours, 7 hours.
Especially even if you're like 100%ing all the content. I'm like, you could do it in under 40 hours, which is not long for an open world game.
It's not. I don't like the fact that it's being brought up about bringing actors in, because I've talked so many times about that is something that's cost raising on these games. And like, I mean, you never know. Like, sure, it's Cyberpunk. It's still a new franchise. Like, it's going to sell, but I'm so against at this point, like, raising the cost. Where to me,
I mean,
that doesn't sell me anymore. About you're bringing an act. It could be Brad Pitt, and I could care less. You know what I mean?
I mean, they haven't confirmed anything, but after they brought in, obviously Keanu Reeves was there at the launch, and then Idris Elba, as far as the when he came in with the DLC, Phantom Liberty, they have had that one connection. But I think Keanu Reeves was the original, because he was essentially one of the main character / antagonist, however you want to view Johnny. But I mean, he was like one of the large marketing. He was directly modeled after him. He played him and everything else like that. So I feel like from the ground, like, he was always intended to be there. And then they just put the DLC like, oh, let's bring somebody else in.
Yeah.
But I don't know how much it costs to bring both of them on.
I bet the cost goes up for Keanu Reeves if he's involved in the next game or anything like that. But
you see, that's hard, because that depends on which ending of Cyberpunk that they canonize after the added ending. Because there's 6 to 8 endings or something like that.
Yeah.
There's a bunch. And
I did not
either
play through all of
V,
them.
it's either him or V, but depending on the ending, either V would live at the end, or they both die, or you have Johnny. I mean, the game's been out for a while,
Yeah,
spoilers abound. But I mean, like, it depends on which ending. But I mean, I don't.
I would
It's kind
like
of hard to tell.
I
I,
would
I
like to see.
assume he's not going to be back in the next game.
Yeah, you're probably right. I never even went through and
Outside of
watched all the
maybe,
endings on YouTube or anything. I just
yeah,
finished
I've
the
played them
one.
all, but outside of maybe marketing with Keanu, I don't know how they bring Johnny back unless
Yeah,
they're retconning and be like, here's another DLC with the actual canon we're gonna move forward with. But who knows?
I would love to see see if there are two games coming. I would love to see something centered around the cyberpunk anime, because oh my god, was that so good. That was
I mean,
so
there
unexpectedly good.
they added a quest into the game based off the anime. It was kind of like the anime takes place like what, a year or two before the actual game does,
Yeah,
and that anime has a definitive end to it more or less. It's just, and it's canonized in the game as far as the one quest goes for the most part. But it I mean,
I
I
think
don't know what they do. The story, that story was done and told, and they've already come out and said if we do a second season of this, it's gonna be completely different characters because these characters, the story's already been told. We're done with them.
yeah, the only thing that I could see them doing is that, I mean, it's hitting a very niche crowd because it is an anime, so making the anime again, I guess doing a prequel game, but maybe they do it differently. Maybe they, I mean, it's a game, so there's more that could be offered. So
Yeah.
maybe like there is like, hey, we're doing a prequel game and we're doing a sequel game. Like, I wouldn't. I'd be on board for that myself. I loved Edge
Yeah.
Runners. I
I
think it
mean,
was
isn't
great.
isn't the board game take place like 20, 30, 40 years before
S-
2077? Like, it's so much
Yeah,
further in the past.
yeah,
And there's
yeah.
there's so much added lore that you don't really get that in depth in the game. Like, you have to go into like the added books that have come out recently with
See, that's
Cyberpunk Red. Some of the older board games that really fully understand like
yeah.
why the world is the way it is, how the corporations are, the countries. Like, it's really good lore, but it's just not in the game.
See, we were just talking about that earlier, like talking about the different mediums of Pokemon. I mean, this is even
But I
crazier.
mean,
I just saw
to be
that board game for the first time actually the other day, and
But I mean, this is like a
whew,
what a tabletop RPG from
yeah.
like the 80s. Like, this is a really old tabletop game. Like, it's been around for a while, so it makes sense that it's really developed lore, but it's in the past. They wanted to kind of separate the game, so it's kind of go in the future, which means I think there was either a book or another tabletop book or something like that that had to they put out within the past few years that kind of bridged the gap between the original timeline of the tabletop game and 2077, because obviously a lot changed within the world itself that they kind of had to bridge and be like, this is canonize what happens for the world to go from where it was to the game itself.
Right. I wanted to confirm this too to make sure, but there is a new Cyberpunk tabletop game that also expands the
I thought,
lore
is
of
it
the game.
like is it Red something? I have to
Yeah,
pull it up.
Cyberpunk Red Combat Zone is the name of it.
Yeah, because I think it also had to come out to kind of bridge some of the lore and stuff like that because there's such a huge time jump.
See, this is one of those things where it's like a little frustrating because, like, I'm not against like offering different mediums to expand story. Like, you seem to be more against it earlier when we were talking about Pokemon. Like, to me, like, yes, I would like to have all that packed into the game, but I do semi get it. Like with something like Pokemon, right? Where you only get so much of a story in a game anyway, right? So like the anime
They're a
and
little
these,
different,
yeah,
but
it
I
kind
would
of
say
makes
this:
sense.
the tabletop story isn't really relevant to the game itself, and they allude to stuff in game, but you kind of have to go out of your way. And all it really is at this point is just added lore to the universe that obviously happened in the past. But even if you're gonna do it right, do it like what they did with the anime, where it's in the universe, but it's its own story. It doesn't have any impact on the
Kind of
game. It's just
sort of
added lore.
standalone. Yeah, it gives.
Yeah, where it doesn't if and it's not really. I mean, it's referenced because it canonizes it in the game, but it's such a niche, out of your way thing where it's like you could completely ignore it. It has no impact on this game or the story or the world as at large, pretty much.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I'm sure that people will be super excited about this one. Mr. Coffee said the Cyberpunk DLC did have Idris Elba, and it was really good. So yeah, it was very
Yeah,
good.
I think he was for anybody, he was the right choice. I mean, if you want to criticize some of the writing with the characters and stuff like that, that's fine. I think the DLC with him was really well. It fit perfectly into the world and the lore and everything like that. Uh,
Sorry to
I thought the game was too short.
Sorry to our video listeners when Kurgle backed out. I forgot to switch the overlay, so apologies for the little crunch there for like I don't know how long, 10 minutes.
Whoops.
I didn't have OBS up. I apologize. I was pulling stuff up on Explorer, so ignore that there. But yeah, I mean
that's fine. That's pretty much where that article is. Just at this point, we just know they want to continue the cinematic aspect of it, and it just pretty much confirms if you didn't already know, we're getting another Cyberpunk game. Because outside of the botched launch, because I played it at launched on PC, like it's a good game. It just had a bunch of technical issues with it, but they've added a lot of stuff in. Like it's a really good game, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. It's just I would say the same thing at launch. It's just not enough content in the game for me. For like I would like a game where I could spend 80 hours in universe, like really spend a lot of time, learning more about the universe, doing a lot more side quests and stuff like that.
yeah.
The main quest, it's really like you said. You probably if you just bum rush through the game, ignored all the context or all the audio and stuff like that, it could take you under 10 hours to beat the main story.
Yeah, I've seen people do speed runs even shorter than the 6 to 7 hours I mentioned. Like if you just run through the game, it's like even with everything for a game like that, it's pretty dang short. Like even if you're doing everything, it's not a long game, which is okay too because like look, I don't want every game to be super long. Even these AAA games, like not for me, not every game needs to be so daggone long.
But maybe
There's
like
just
another
so
10
many.
hours worth of content. I think the DLC brought in enough content to make it feel more fleshed because
Oh, I think
there's
so
like
too, for
another
sure.
15 hours
Yeah.
of content in that game for the small area you get access to. There's a lot of added quests and stuff
Yeah.
to it.
Yep.
But it's like I wanted to spend a little bit more time because there are some areas of the map that feels like content got cut. Like there's just you're here in this one big empty area for like one quest. You're like, this just feels like it's such a big area to have not a lot of content to it. It just felt like I think it probably happened with the rush development where some areas just got cut.
Which that game, yeah, had that crazy crunch because that was one of the big games that got brought up during that time where the crunch was brought up the whole like conversation of the game industry crunch. So yeah, I think that probably has a lot to do with it. That game was the problem is though, like it's so hard to defend any of that, like even the crunch because that game was in development for so long. And it's kind of shocking
Actually,
how short the game is.
well, to be fair, I mean the game had realistically like 4 or 5 years of actual development. I mean
I don't know.
when they
I have to look
well,
it
no,
up, but
because when they announced it, they were still working on The Witcher 3 when that game got announced. So it was an early development for a long time. Like it didn't fully ramp up in development until the final Witcher DLC came out. That's when full development really kicked off on that game. So based off when its first trailer came out compared to when it came out, you would think it had a really long development cycle, but it actually didn't. It really had a good 4, maybe 5 years of actual good development on that game.
I'm
Because
sure.
there was
But
like a good
why
what
announce
3
it in
years was on
20,
pre-development.
2012? May 2012 is when it was announced. Why
Yeah,
then? Like that goes into the question of why. Like if
it was
do
announced too soon. Because
and do we know
The Witcher
that
3
for sure?
has
Do
still a
we?
DLC coming out. Yeah, we do know because based off Witcher 3 DLC coming out at the time, that they couldn't have gone into full development and stuff like that.
Well, full development, but there's. I mean, they split
Yeah,
teams. Like studios put out.
pre-development.
Yeah, I don't
But
know. That's way too
CDPR
early.
is not a massive studio like Ubisoft having all these studios. It's not a huge studio.
So wait here just a second, because it's not entirely true that the following year they had their first full trailer for the game. So that means that they pretty much did start development like almost right away.
Yeah, pre-development, but a trailer you could bring up you can make a trailer in a month and
Yeah,
make it look like what you want the game to look like. That's all pre-rendered CG, what we think the game's gonna look like. That doesn't mean you can put out a full trailer
yeah.
with no work done on a game.
I mean, come on, like the Metroid Prime trailer, Metroid Prime 4. You telling me that didn't have any work put into it? That logo
Because
took
what's that?
forever to make, bro.
The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt,
Yeah.
which is the accumulation of everything, came out in 2015. So you're
Mm-hmm.
thinking realistically around that time frame is probably when Cyberpunk 27 really ramped into
Well,
development, probably 15, 16 around there.
CD Projekt Red is massive, and they 100% have split teams for Witcher in this because we already know that the new Witcher game, has been in development for also a very long time. We knew it was coming. There was an announcement a long time ago before. I feel like the announcement for that, I could be wrong, but I feel like the actual like mention of it was brought up before Wild Hunt even came out, which has been a while at this point. I mean, I got that on Switch in like
Yeah,
2020
but I
or
mean, if
something.
you look at it, the final like The Witcher was fully done 2015. Cyberpunk comes out in 2020. I'm like, we realistically have a good 5 years of
Yeah.
building a brand new game from the ground up. And who knows if it was scrapped early on and they had to restart development, if there was any issues within that development period.
Right. And then I
So I
mean
mean,
like
it didn't have like a 7 year development cycle. It probably had closer to a 4 or 5 with potentially issues in the way of what they were doing. Because you're going from a third person like a sword action game to something with more shooters, something they probably never really they haven't worked on like a shooter type game like this before.
yeah.
So there's probably a lot of stuff that had to get scrapped or changed, or it's like this isn't working. We have to completely scrap 6 months worth of work we've done. I mean, obviously we're probably never gonna really know, but I think there's a huge misconception that this game had like 7 years of development in it, which
So
it's just not true.
Josh is saying hello, and then Mr. Coffee said CD Projekt Red has offices in 8 countries with up to 1,000 employees. So
Is
I
that
mean,
like current or back then? I also don't know how many of those employees are actually actively
y-
developmental employees.
right?
Probably a good chunk of those are office workers who don't really do a whole lot with the game. But I don't know.
How
I've
rude!
always
They
thought
are
of
just as
CD.
important as everybody else. Dang, Mark.
I'm being realistic. I don't know. I've never thought of CDPR as a AAA studio, but
Oh,
I
I
mean that's just
absolutely
me.
do. Witcher. I mean, it massive series. That is uh, I feel like, you know how they said Skull and Bones is a quadruple A company. Oh, this to me would be a quadruple A. With the success of Witcher, that's like it spawned a Netflix series for God's sakes. It's absolutely a triple A studio and has so much funding behind it that it's not even funny. I can't even imagine the funding behind the studio. Um,
I don't.
I'm I'm curious what happened as far as like stocks and investors and everything with the launch of Cyberpunk, with how just crazy that whole deal was. I'm curious if like there was the mention of like this studio's getting shut. That was like a big deal. I know you remember that was like a big deal for people, and people are so excited about the game. And I can't even remember hearing a single good thing about it. And like my experience with it was I had my game crash 3 times. Of course, I played on the PS5, so next
Yeah.
to PC, those were the two best ways to play. Apparently, I think the Series X version was just as optimized too. But if you're playing on like an Xbox One or a PS4, you had issues, especially like a base PS4, Xbox One. But for me now, I will say I was very frustrated because I didn't have like recent save points or anything for when my game crashed, so I had to keep like restarting points when that did happen. But for the most part, like I didn't have all the crazy bugs that people were seeing and things like that in my original playthrough. I still do think to this day though it's dumb that they didn't launch that for the current consoles. Feels
Yeah. So
weird,
I
but
brought up something like this, and it's mentioned on Wikipedia, so take it with a grain of salt. But there was a portion on that says the game's development began following the release of The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt Blood and Wine in 2016. The game was developed by a team of around 500 people using the Red Engine 4 game engine.
hmm.
So it's even later. So you're talking, probably closer to, 3-4 years of actual proper development on that game. 500 people. I mean, it's still a decently sized team, but I mean,
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. So there's that. We got some more Cyberpunk coming.
yeah.
I pretty much expected that though.
But I guess the only thing I really remember being discussed is like, well, this was announced in 2013. Why is it so bad? And it's like, well, probably because it was announced then. It probably still wasn't really in development. It's like it is our next game, and it's going to be in pre-production for a few years as we try to nail out, the story, the world, and get everything that we want. So when the developers actually start working on it, they have like an idea of what needs to be done. And obviously, it's how you have like a peripheral view of like how complicated game development can be at times, especially with
Yeah.
with large studios and stuff like that, with how many people have inputs on it and stuff like that. So, but I mean, it's still no excuse for that game to be delayed almost a full year and still be a buggy mess. Because then that's the
Yeah.
other thing. It came out in 2020. It's supposed to come out in 2019. It was delayed a whole year, and it was still
Yep.
that buggy at launch, which begs the question: that game probably was rushed from the get-go.
I feel
From
like
2016 to 2019, that's 3 years,
yeah,
and that
there
wasn't
was
enough time for that
absolutely
game.
zero excuses for that launch of the game. Yeah, with that delay, it was shocking
least-
because I saw
At least knowing
people's-
what we know now, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm not going to just because I like the game now, and especially with expansion and like I liked it. I liked it when it came out, but like I was like seeing my friends gameplay, like their screen recordings and stuff of the game. I was like, this is ridiculous. Like it almost made me like want to return the game and not support it, even though I was enjoying it. I'm like, I paid full price
Yeah.
for supporting a studio launching an absolutely buggy mess.
I guess all I can say is I was glad I played it on PC because outside of some pop and some minor stuff, it was for the most part a playable game with
Yeah.
some buggy issues compared to people on like PS4s and stuff like that who were just like, this is an unplayable mess on like last gen consoles at the time.
Yeah, I had very minor issues. The crashes were the biggest thing, and like I said, it happened a couple of times. They launched a patch out real quick, and I don't think I had a crash
Yeah.
after that. So
But I mean, outside of the buggy issue, the technical issues, and probably some of the cut content because of the rushed. I mean, there was a good game there that was there. It was just because of investors and stuff like that. Stop
I-
delaying the game. Let's just put it out now, and it caused so many issues, so many refunds and stuff.
absolutely ruining the industry. Yeah, when
It
investors,
ruined CDPR's reputation. Is
oh,
what it did.
100%. I mean, I feel like they've come back around a lot to people because they
But
did.
they're gonna have to prove the next game isn't a broken, buggy mess when it comes
100%.
out.
Yeah.
Because immediately the next time the next games come out, this launch of this game is gonna be brought up.
All games media is going to be talking about that. It's going to be is it going to be the launch of 2077 all over again?
You're assuming like Polygon, like Kotaku, still exists back when this next game comes out.
I think Kotaku's getting shut down, right?
I mean, a lot of these studios are on their last breath, but that's a issue for another day.
It is kind of funny though. I did see something about. I guess I can go ahead and bring this up before we jump into the next thing, because I mean, why the heck not? I want to cover all the industry stuff, but
Yeah.
apparently there is Kotaku content change. This is like all the controversy stuff going on around it, but there was something like 50. Hold on, let me make sure I'm reading this right.
Because Mr. Coffee, you're talking about the editor in chief who quit.
Yeah, so the editor in chief.
Oh, because
quit.
I do remember hearing about it where like the head came down and says, "No more politics," when you're talking about games or something along that line, and she just quit. I was like, oh, okay, so you're just an activist within the games media, type thing.
Yeah, so Kotaku editor in chief exits due to parent company's new guide directive. So yeah, essentially they were forcing a couple of employees to pump out like 50 guides a week, like I think like 10 employees or something. So they
Yeah, it's
wanted like
ridiculous.
50 full guides put out every single week. So I absolutely would. Yeah, I mean, I would have resigned too. I mean, that's just crazy.
But
You're
there's
only
some
giving
other
me
stuff. But to be fair, there is a push
Oh.
of like focus more on the games themselves and a lot of this other crap that you're focusing on that's probably costing the company money to some degree.
I mean, yeah. So here's a direct quote. I firmly believe that the decision to invert Kotaku's editorial strategy to deprioritize news in favors of guides is fundamentally misguided given the current infrastructure of the website. The decision is directly contradicted by months of traffic data and shows an astonishing disregard for the livelihoods of the remaining writers and editors who work here. According to a source familiar with the matter, Kotaku staffers are expected to create 50 guides in a total of a week. Uh, Aftermath notes that the site's landing page area, a space typically home for major stories and breaking news, has been replaced by tips and guides. And it looks like she's hired back in, I mean, she's only been there since October of 2023. Uh, and with her exit, Kotaku lost another editor in chief in under a year. I mean, there's a lot of
The
problems
website's a
wrong
mess.
with Kotaku. Like, we've known that for a long time. But like, yeah, I get it. Like that was the focus, right? Was like the guides and stuff. Like Kotaku goes
I mean,
way
you
back.
talk about games. Talk about the games, not other controversy, other BS that most people, if they read your article, it's to laugh at you and be like, "This is worthless."
Well,
I'm like, let's be real.
I don't want to missay this, so I'm going to try to look it up 100%. But we know about all of the political stuff going
Yeah.
on, and so apparently a Kotaku writer tried to deplatform RGT85, big gaming YouTuber. I'm sure that anybody that listens or watches the podcast knows who I'm talking about. Very big gaming YouTuber, and he did a whole video. So after you watch or listen to this podcast, I recommend that you go over to his channel where he does 2 different videos talking about it, sort of as it happens, and he learns about the deplatforming and he gives the background and context of, oh, this is true, as well as a PlayStation employee. And all he was doing was speaking his piece and mind and opinion on the Sweet Baby Inc. stuff. Basically, he talked about it, and instantly there was backlash. And this goes into the Sweet Baby Inc., the Gamergate 2.0 discussion, and like he was like the only gaming YouTuber, and there's like a sort of circle because he's a part of the Spawncast as well. So like all of those guys, as far as I'm aware, he's the only one that's really spoken about it, at least in video. And so like they instantly went after him. And there's been like, different controversies or whatever throughout the years, supposedly like around him and stuff like that. I can't, confirm. And like I watch most of his videos. I really like him. He's always been pretty good to me when I've had conversations with him. But I just think it's, interesting that like, how about spend less time worrying about trying to deplatform a YouTuber who literally just covers gaming news and does reviews and stuff?
Yeah.
Stop being political and like do your job, do what you're supposed to do. Games media
Yeah.
is not politics media, but
Like,
apparently it is.
if you don't want to know what the epitome of Kotaku is, because I know some of the other YouTubers that I follow have brought up in the past, but if you don't already remember, back in July 1st of 2020, Otaku put out the infamous article about playing Animal Crossing with a butt plug.
Oh god.
Like, this is the epitome of what the site has been for the longest time. It's just like, what is this?
I didn't know about that.
Like, it's complete crap. Yeah.
I
mean, it's not a long article, and they're talking about, they're responding to some random tweets from some crap company, but it's just kind of like, nobody cares. Why is this a thing?
Yeah, so I got blocked. Didn't really want to speak on it, but I'll put it this way. I got blocked on Twitter for putting my opinion out there on the whole ordeal with all of that, the Gamergate 2.0 and the sort of BS around it, because I was following it like real time. Once I started to understand what it was, like I had sent you some things and I didn't quite understand yet. But then on Twitter, everything's like real time. Like there was stuff happening in real time. And one of my friends, Smash JT, has been doing a bunch of videos on it, like constant. So he got like blocked and like hate, just like all kinds of, derogative stuff from this particular circle of people that I think are just like straight attached to Sweet Baby Inc. I'm not sure.
This whole thing started with Sweet Baby Inc. And there was, because I don't have it pulled up in front of me.
Well, Kotaku got involved at some point, because I know that they got.
Yeah, but you're talking about media who's going to protect other media entities, so it's kind of like a whole mess. But it had to do with somebody from Sweet Baby Inc. attacking somebody around a forum that had popped up on Steam, like a Steam community forum that had popped up around, hey, these games are involved with Sweet Baby Inc.
That's it.
Don't buy these games,
That's
or
it.
just be aware of it. because there's a whole other boatload of crap that has come out, with the
Mhm.
whole Sweet Baby Inc. If you want to get into it, because it definitely gets into
Well,
social politics and stuff that goes back to the whole OG Gamergate stuff, where people are like, the issues with the media, with games media, and everything else around that. It's been a while since I've definitely looked into it, but it's a whole shit show. There's no better way to say this when it
yeah,
comes to
it,
gamers and games media developers, people behind the scenes, that they're like, you have no business being in the in game development. Like, why do you even exist? Type thing.
yeah. I can't pull up the actual names because I can't remember. There's been so many people involved in
There's
this whole
actual
thing, but
better YouTube channels that have
yeah.
been following this whole Sweet Baby Inc. thing that could describe it better and stuff like that.
Well,
It's not hard to find, but
one I'll recommend too that's also been covering it. So my buddy Smash JT, but also 8-Bit Eric has been covering the whole thing, and RGT did one video on it, and then the whole deplatforming thing happened. So he made a video discussing like the beginning of that, and like another one. He's like, I'm done talking about it. I'm gonna move on to my regular content. I don't care.
yeah.
Like the type of attitude that like me and you would have. So, but yeah, like if you want to dive more into it, like it I just it's all BS, but like Sweet Baby Inc. like privated their Twitter account, and it's just crazy, man. Because like there's politics behind everything, and it's unfortunate to see some of the things that I saw said on Twitter.
Yeah.
Um, that if you're not like a particular person, or are a particular person, you don't matter. I'm thinking, you don't matter. That was my
Yeah.
first thought.
Two
So
two of the channels that I know that fall, they're not specifically gaming, but they're kind of in this area, and obviously they cover a lot of general drama stuff. So you can have your own opinion about these YouTubers, but
yeah,
both Rev Says Desu and Yellow Flash, if you've ever watched them, they are like almost constantly daily have some kind of like video on it. So if you want like a day by day, you can watch them. But obviously, if you have an opinion on them, that's on you. They're just the two YouTubers that I know that have definitely followed a lot of this crap that's gone on. But they follow a lot of game journalist, news media type crap that kind of goes on.
yeah.
But I mean, obviously they've got their own bias, which is anti a lot of these media outlets. So I
Uh,
mean, you kind of already know what you're gonna walk into with these guys.
so I just want to say real quick, real time. Obviously, if you're listening to audio, this is later. So I posted. I did want to bring this up to you, and I'm assuming you didn't get to check this one out either. I was really hoping I could have talk with somebody about this, but um, there is a game. There's a demo that you can play on PS5 right now for free, and it's called Potato Sack Racing Simulator 2024. And the developers just tweeted back to my post, and they said the full game is way better. I wish that I had like screen sharing set up the way that I would like to do it, or I would, but
Yeah,
just go to the Game Junction Twitter at Game Junction One. If you're an audio listener, you can look at this. This is I posted this on 321, so depending on when you're listening or watching, but absolutely hilarious. And I'm gonna tweet back real time. Amazing game.
no,
I
definitely.
absolutely love it.
Yeah, and
So
this last time, just because I know Mr. Coffee kind of brought it up, and then we'll kind of move on to some better stuff. But
like
he brought up
Potato
some
Sack
stuff.
Racing Simulator 2024.
Yeah. So he's about, that's a major concern the parent company has. They're worried that they can get sued, like the whole messed up Deadspin over the kid dressing up at the Chiefs football game wearing the face paint stuff. Uh, I mean, that's a few months old. But that was a whole
Yeah.
shit show. Then he says, yes, it's Steam forum, but that's weird. Was the creator wasn't saying anything bad. All he did was posting up the games, Sweet Baby Inc. advertised, pretty much saying, hey, didn't really say anything. It was like, hey, Sweet Baby Inc., who is a company that does this type of thing. These are the games they've worked on, so you can make an informed decision whether you want to, buy these games or you don't want to buy these games and stuff like that.
Right.
And it just kind of there was a tweet, and then it blew up on YouTube, and then the whole thing just kind of blew up.
I don't have it pulled up, but I think Josh had a question that we had passed over as well. I'm trying to get up YouTube
Yeah.
Studio.
And then I just wanted to bring this up before we go on. Mr. Coffee Radar was saying the whole thing personally, video games are supposed to be a fun breakaway from reality, and this kind of stuff just kind of
I agree.
puts a whole black eye on the whole games
Should
community.
there should be none of that. I mean, this is for gaming for me is my escape from the crap. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
my way to turn off my brain or turn on my brain to think about something else because we have enough like just crap in the world, man, right now, and like
To worry about.
yeah, there's too much, and then most of us got full-time jobs and families or whatever, and like it's our sort of escape, and we have to hear about this news constantly, no matter where you turn. It's on your phone, it's on your computer, it's on the
And
TV,
I guess
radio.
this is like one of the last things because like this is kind of why this whole Gamergate 2.0, whatever you want to call it, blew up the way it is because people are sick. Like, I don't care about your own personal political views, your own
Yeah.
personal ideology. I just want to play games. But you're at odds with certain developers and with certain media, and that's why this whole thing kind of blew up to begin with. Because people, there are a vocal portion of these people that are sick of it, and like if I have to make it crap for a while for this to end, this is what I want to do. But I mean, it's a whole crap show.
Yeah, it's
But yeah, we can move on to this next question and kind of move on to better stuff.
yeah, absolutely. So we've got Josh asking, I didn't have it pulled up. Is there a guilty pleasure of a TV show you like to watch? Mine would be Live PD on the weekends. I there's definitely been many guilty pleasure sort of shows that are either like absolutely awful or people don't like them, and or they are just like mindlessly stupid. But I have to think.
I haven't watched TV in forever.
I mean, like
Like I watch shows and stuff like that, but I gotta sit there and think about one for a second.
I mean, the first one I can think of, and this is like going way back. I haven't watched it in a long time, but like those nights that you couldn't sleep at like 2 or 3 in the morning, you wake up or whatever, and George Lopez is on the
Oh, I
TV.
saw a meme about it.
I
Like
posted
you
it.
stayed up too late.
I posted that the other day, so that's why it freshly came to
I
my
do remember
mind.
that.
Yeah,
You wake up at like 2, 3 in the morning, and it's just
yeah.
the Lopez show.
Like the theme song.
You're like, oh wow, I think I gotta go to bed.
Yeah, I feel like I remember just that theme song like waking me up. But it
Yeah,
happened,
right.
it was like all the time, so it wasn't like a one-time thing. It happened all the time. But um do you got any? I'm trying to think of something like maybe semi. I don't really watch. I just don't have time. I'm trying to think
Like a
of something.
guilty pleasure like that? Because I haven't watched. I haven't watched TV in years at this
I mean,
point.
I haven't had cable in over 10 years myself.
Like
So
at this, like, well, I mean, I'll pay for TV during football season, but that's about it. And I only ever watch football. I'm like guilty, but I watch random YouTube videos. That's what I watch more often than not than anything else anymore. I don't know. Maybe I'll turn on like a 2 hour history or World War II documentary and just watch that. And
or how
I at
about
this point,
girls and girls in
what is this? It's
Panzer?
2006. I gotta stay up till 1 a.m. so I can watch the Girls Gone Wild commercials.
Oh my
It's the most
god,
titillated
dude!
thing I'm gonna see is like it's like a 12-year-old.
I saw the bus for that twice in my life. The actual bus came through Circleville twice.
It was always the big thing around spring break down in like Miami or in Florida
Always,
somewhere
yeah.
or something like that.
Always.
That's what all that's all the commercials were like.
I'll just put it this way. I always wished I could have gone on that bus. I remember the first time I saw it, I was like 8 or something. I was like young, and my dad pointed it out.
You say that now, it's like, all right, take a black light on that thing. You'll probably change your mind.
Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right there. Didn't think about that, but Mr. Coffee says Night Court News Radio. I will say, like I really like like true crime. So I guess I don't know if it's really a guilty pleasure to say that or not, but like I still liked going back and watching the old episodes of like Unsolved Mysteries. That's one. It's not really. It's a lot of people love the show, so it's not really a guilty
I never
pleasure.
cared for those.
I liked it,
That's just
especially
me.
when they did that Circleville episode. That was pretty crazy.
Yeah, let's find something dark about where I grew up at or
Oh,
something
you
like
gotta
that.
if you haven't watched that, or even just look up. There's several videos on YouTube about that whole thing that happened. Pretty crazy stuff.
Yeah,
But
I have no idea what you're talking about.
yeah, you have
All I
to
know
just
is
look
like the
up
pure like some
letters.
meth lad.
Just look up letters of Circleville when you get time, and you know what I'm talking about. And I don't live in Circleville or anything, but it was a place that we grew up. So, but
Yeah, I have no interest in ever going back. I mean, yeah, no. I don't want to go back to our group at all. Period. But I mean, that's just me.
Josh said the commercials for GGW were LOL. Useful. Oh
Pretty
yeah.
much.
So,
But I mean, I guess back to some gaming articles.
hey, there's no
Apparently,
some tangents.
Yeah, apparently Final Fantasy 16 reveals the release date for the Rising Tide DLC. That's the Final Fantasy MMO game. It's supposed to be coming out April 18th for $20, or include for the standalone, or $25 for the expansion pass. Which
This isn't an
I've
MMO.
never actually
this
played.
This is the
I thought,
last like new installment.
You're
thinking of 14.
It's 14.
Yeah.
My bad.
No,
because I
you're
see
good.
DLC and I'm thinking like, oh, this is another expansion to that MMO or something like that.
No,
I
so
don't
this
like
is the
MMO, my mind.
last mainline game. Obviously, we got Rebirth.
This
but
is
that's
the one that
remake.
came out that I have. It's sitting on my shelf. It's still in the plastic because I haven't even opened it yet.
Yeah. Oh, you bought that? I didn't even know you bought it. So I'll tell you
I
this.
swore I bought it.
You said that you're not like a big Final Fantasy fan, or I don't know, haven't played a lot of them or whatever. This is
right
like, you're good. This, so I don't dislike the game at all, but it's not even in my top 10, and I think most people said that it's like not a bad game, but it is like if you're like trying to start or want to get in the series, this is like one of the last ones I think I would ever recommend starting or
Like-
trying to get in this. It doesn't represent the series like I feel like almost at all. It's like it is like Game of Thrones to a T. That's what it is.
It doesn't even sound like a Final Fantasy.
It's a very dark game. It's the darkest one ever. Like very, very dark.
I was just gonna say, like, if you really want to start and get into Final Fantasy, play Final Fantasy 1. And then just go from there.
I mean, I don't disagree.
Gotta be a smartass about it. But.
No. I mean, like
then just skip X and X2.
Well, they made the pixel remasters, which sold gangbusters and are very recent releases. You can get on PS5, you can get on Switch. I mean, you can get them digital. They're on Steam. But no, seriously, that is a great starting point. They completely redid those games like from the ground up, essentially. And like they're good. They're really good, and they like fixed. I don't want to say fixed, but they made like combat quicker, so like people, you can get through the games quicker if you don't want to, spend all that time. Essentially, the grind time of those classic RPGs, they cut a lot of that down. Which depending on the type of fan you are, you can still like do that, but you could still do it.
The grinding aspects of those games,
right? But
it's why some people play certain games. Like I play it for the grind, and then once I got what I want, all right, I'm done with it. I'm gonna go do something else now.
Yeah, for someone like me that's played Final Fantasy 1 in multiple iterations, like there's been other Final Fantasy 1's been remade on the PSP. It's been remade on the GBA. There's been other collections and stuff for it. So like for me, like that's perfect. And I did play 1 through 3. I haven't gotten through 4 through 6 yet. But for you, I feel like that's an excellent starting point for you. They cut down all that grind time for people like us that don't have a ton of time to game. Like that actually, honestly, that's my suggestion there is to start with that.
I already had a bad introduction with Final Fantasy X and then Final Fantasy 0.
Yeah, not
terrible introductions.
Not the pinnacle of the series. I don't think they're the worst things ever, but they're again not even in the, for me, not in my top 10 discussion. And like
I'm also less than 2 hours in 0 before I dropped it, and I never picked it up again.
0?
Yeah, I got less than 2 hours into that game.
You mean, are you talking about Type 0?
Type 0.
Again, that is not a good representation of the series. It's like it's a spinoff.
That was one of my first introductions to the series. That's the problem.
That's the problem, because it's shocking to me that like you've made the comments that you have about Final Fantasy, because I'm like, this seems like a Mark series, but like it seems like you picked the exact wrong games to even attempt to start with
the games that were somewhat hot at the time when I picked them up.
Type 0, like I legitimately, I can't think of anybody that played it or talked about it at all. But it's not like a true Final Fantasy game. It is a legitimate spinoff. That's a whole other style of game.
I mean, I played a mainline. I played X. I think I have it on the Vita or something like that. And I just didn't care for it.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't like. It's not their favorite. I do know people that it is their favorite, and X2 was better than or 10-2, I guess, was certainly better than 10. It definitely was, in my opinion. Yeah, 10 was not. It's not my favorite by any means, and honestly, like the Pixel remaster is a great suggestion, but the Final Fantasy remake series, like great, absolute great starting point. And they also did the Crisis Core Reunion, which was a remaster of the PSP game, so it's set
Yeah.
during those games. I still don't 100% know. I'll have to like look it up. I've been meaning to do it for a while. Whether that is now or whether that has remained being part of this new Final Fantasy remake timeline, like this new story, because this I'll say this. I won't give any spoilers because I'm not even super far into the game, and I don't even think I've reached a point where it does get kind of crazy. But like, there's a reason it's called Rebirth. Like, they don't remake was more along the lines of okay, re we're remaking the series, but realistically, here's what's crazy about Final Fantasy VII remake. It really only goes about like 15 minutes into the original game. That entire gigantic game is really like 15 minutes of the original game. Like literally. Like you make to like
Crazy.
one of the pretty early scenes. But no, Rebirth like throws the entire story on its head. This is like a full-blown remake. Like, and with 3, who knows the direction they're going to go. I've been spoiled a little bit, which I'm a little angry about, unintentionally reading stuff that popped up, freaking tweets. So I sort of know something that's going to happen, but I'm not even halfway through the game. I'm actively playing it. It's like the only game I
All I
played.
know about is was it Tifa and Aerith and the bikini, and the internet just lost their collective minds over it.
Well, I haven't
That's
read
the
about.
only thing I knew about the game.
I haven't read that. I will say there. If you want to,
It's died down. Like, that came out like that's when they first advertised like the new game and stuff like
oh,
that. And then the internet
gotcha.
lost its collective mind over it.
Well, don't they about every video game character?
Well,
That,
not in a negative way, in a simpy way, pretty much. If you
oh,
kind of
okay.
catch what the internet collectively loved it for the most part.
Yeah, sounds about right. But yeah, I mean, like I can't recommend Final Fantasy VII Rebirth enough. Again, I am not even halfway through the game, and like it's one of those games where you could spend a ton of time doing side quests, like if you want to, but yet
Yeah,
like 90% of them aren't required. And there's also like other stuff too, like there's this simulator thing that you can jump into, and it has like different tiers of taking down bosses. Essentially, you have to like I tried the first one that it makes you do, and intentionally you can't beat the boss because you're nowhere near powerful enough. But like
yeah.
the power levels are just insane. So like you've got to really get you got to level up and get the right weapons and things attached to your weapons. But there's like a ton of like extra content. They've got like a card game inside the game, which was in the original as well. But like you can play through this entire like sort of story with the card game even if you want to. So there's like all this extra stuff you can do, and or you don't have to, and you can just play through the story straight. So good stuff.
Yeah, fair enough. Uh, kind of going back to a few things we've kind of already talked about. Baldur's Gate 3's director blames gaming layoffs on greed.
Oh lord.
So I was gonna pretty much. I mean, it's not the longest article, but what I was gonna get down to is the quote that the article got him on off of a Game Rant. He pretty much came in and said, you can make reserves. Just slow down a bit. Slow down on the greed. Be resilient. Take care of the people. Don't lose the institutional knowledge that's been built up in the people you lose every single time. So you have to go through the same cycle over and over and over. It really pisses me off. I don't know what happened with Brandon, but I mean, from what I understood from when I was reading the article, it has to do with like you're gonna lay off people, probably people that are been around for a while, know how game development works, and then you're gonna hire new people inevitably who just don't have the same knowledge and stuff like that. So it's constantly you don't have this everlasting person that just knows how it works. This is what you need to do. This is what works and what doesn't work and stuff like that. You always have to go through like a learning process with younger talent that older talent would already kind of like have and know and understand and stuff like that. Obviously, Larian Studios can make good games and isn't held by greed because we're not gonna put a bunch of DLC in a single player game. All Dragon's Dogma 2 and that whole crap. But I mean, yeah, it really comes down to it. we're gonna lay people off. We're gonna increase the price because we want to keep making money, but we're just gonna fire you because we don't want to potentially not make as more money year on year. God forbid we make the same money year after year. We lose a little bit of money at the top and stuff like that. It's just it's straight greed and comes down to shareholders and stuff like that kind of getting into the whole games industry. I have no idea what's going on with Brandon right now. He's doing his own thing. But I mean, yeah, it just comes into all the layoffs coming off. There's a lot of good talent that's probably being laid off, and probably might hopefully land somewhere else. But the studio they left, you're losing a lot of talent probably, because it probably wasn't his fault or the developer's fault that your game sucks. It's whoever's in charge of the game making poor decisions. Is why game after game just come out as complete crap. But Kevin, does anyone here remember the Scooby-Doo project? It was a parody of Scooby-Doo and the Blair Witch Project. Man, that was wild. I may have to ask Brandon. I was not aware of that at all. I don't really know a whole lot about the Blair Witch Project because it's just not my cup of tea. But I mean, that does sound crazy. But I mean, it makes sense that it would kind of, Scooby-Doo kind of does the whole semi-creepy thing. Just depends on whether it just went completely, fan made wild, where it just was like completely like negative, or it was like an official type thing. Mr. Coffee, play Final Fantasy 1 on the PSP. It's pretty good. Updated sprites, music. Yeah, I need to look around to probably get into some of the better Final Fantasy games, but I already have a massive backlog of games I need to play. Who knows when I'm gonna get around to playing my next Final Fantasy game? As is, it's kind of crazy. Since Brandon's taking his time, I guess we'll go on to the next one. It's a little bit smaller for those of you that are into the whole. I'm trying to throw up mobile gaming thing. But we come back around. There's a new Pokemon Go event that will feature a debut of 3 new shiny Pokemon. So the Pokemon Go's sizable surprises will debut shiny Wimpod, Kartana, and Castelia. I'm sure I'm butchering that. The Northern Hemisphere battles Kartana, while the Southern Hemisphere battles Celestine in this new event. It currently looks like there's about 800 plus shiny Pokemon on Pokemon Go, which probably covers most, if not all, the Pokemon they have. They brought Pokedex. Yeah, I don't know what region they're from. I was trying to see if this says exactly. Oh, here's the actual tweet. I mean, Pokemon kind of put out a tweet. So it is the sizable surprise event. I'm just stupid. I read it and kind of forgot about it. From Thursday, April 4th at 10 a.m. to Tuesday, April 9th at 8 p.m. Is like the time frame for this event where you can catch some of these or either you can catch or there's like a increased chance to said catch shinies. It's kind of hard to tell what they're gonna do with that, but yeah, it's just kind of small for those that kind of play Pokemon Go. From the 4th to the 9th, like a extended weekend type thing they got going on. Mr. Coffee, oh yeah, my backlog is bad. Yeah, it always is. Just recently picked up PS2 NBA Street, SSX, and NFL Street. Back when sports games were actually good.
I love the street games. Those were fun. Yeah, good days of sports games.
Definitely. And apparently, I guess the next thing up, Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance is releasing sooner than expected. So the release date moved up to June 14th, 2024, a week earlier than planned. We don't know why the big thing is, but it's coming out a week earlier for those of you that are fans of this series.
That doesn't happen very often.
Yeah, or it's a week earlier.
Yeah,
because apparently, because they came out. The official Atlas West tweeted it out 2 days ago on the 20th.
Oh wow!
That's coming a whole week earlier, sir. Maybe it's development's going better. It's long since already been done. I don't know, but it's a net positive at the end of the day.
Yeah,
it's this game's getting delayed.
Yeah,
you're getting it a week earlier now.
Always. Like, how often does that happen that you're getting it earlier? I actually sold off my copy in anticipation for this one because there's like literally no reason to own the other game at all now. I mean, it's got everything on it, so I went ahead and sold that one off. It comes out pretty soon, so
Yeah, the only negative thing about this game is Atlas includes de novo DRM on the PC version, which
that
usually
sucks.
doesn't. It's a complete waste of time if you know anything about
Yeah,
illegal torrenting. It at times it gives you like a less than perfect experience
it
when you're
does.
playing it
Yeah,
legally, and all it does is just is a speed bump to playing it illegally, and it might slightly lower the quality. But if you play games illegally anyways, you don't really care about
yeah,
the slight drop in quality of the game because you're paying you're getting it for free. Who cares?
yeah.
Uh,
I
which is
when it
always a big discussion within the PC gaming community when it comes to anti-piracy because like it doesn't stop piracy at all. Like you're not
no.
combating it at all.
No, and DRM, all it does is make performance of your game worse.
Yeah.
Like it actively affects your game. So that's like really, really stupid. Really dumb.
Yeah. I mean, and I've heard the argument that the best way to combat piracy for those that otherwise would buy it is just make it easier to get your game in
Yeah.
because some areas it's like it's ridiculously expensive in some countries that just don't have the economy for the equivalency of like a $70 game in the U.S. And even in the
Yeah.
U.S. like what's going to drive people to piracy? You're driving up the price of your games when they come out.
All right.
70, maybe eventually
Yep.
$80. That's going to drive people to piracy because like I'm not paying that for a game. Like screw you.
Yeah,
Like
I don't
there are people
understand.
that think like that.
I don't understand the whole thing. See, like in a situation like this, I'm like, well, don't grab the PC version. I mean, don't like DRM. First of all, is stupid to begin with, and then second of all, it dramatically affects your performance. So like, I wouldn't grab
There's
this game
plenty of
on
people that
PC.
prefer to game on PC. They just
No,
don't like the DRM aspect. Like get
I
rid of
get
it.
it.
This just gives us a bad experience to combat absolutely. It doesn't do anything for people getting this game. If they want to play it illegally, you're not going to stop them.
Nope.
Like
Right.
you're just not going to. You might make it harder. Might take an extra week for them to get the game, but they're going to get it eventually. You're not going to stop that.
Yeah, I think it's just I think it's stupid. It's just really
Yeah,
stupid.
but
That's a bummer to hear. I didn't know about that actually. So that
yeah, but
sucks.
that's an ever growing. That's a thing that's gonna be an issue for everyone. I mean, Atlas is well, they're like a Japanese based studio, which definitely makes a lot more sense if I'm not mistaken, or the company. I should probably double check that.
What? Atlas
Whether
is
yeah,
owned
are
by
they an American
Sega.
company?
They're owned by Sega, so no, they're a Japanese
Yeah,
company.
they're headquartered at a Tokyo. So yeah, that definitely makes sense because it's just I don't know. These Japanese companies love to add DRM to everything.
They're
The
basically
Western companies do the same thing, but
yeah, they're basically Sega's studio for all the JRPG stuff for the most
yeah.
part. Almost not everything cuz like Atlas doesn't do like the Yakuza. Well, Yakuza what wasn't a JRPG before, it was more of a like beat 'em up style game. But anyway, like that's just a
Yeah,
straight up
yeah.
Sega title, but they do most of the like heavy Japanese focused JRPG games. So
Yeah, because Mr. Coffee brought up, he's like Sega owns them, right? And just pulled it up. Yeah, Sega's the official parent company that owns them. Just if there was any like doubt, which I don't think there was for you, but
no,
yeah.
sir.
Other than that, yeah. So there's two other, I guess, articles before we get to the next section. Apparently now 3 classic Bungie games are making a comeback. So Bungie has recently announced that the original Marathon trilogy will be available on Steam soon. Marathon is a beloved Bungie franchise, and old school fans will be pleased to know that they'll be able to play these classic games with revamped graphics.
Oh, okay.
So there is now a Steam page up that they're bringing these games back, and there's no release date. I don't know how old this game actually is. Classic Marathon.
I yeah, no, I don't either actually. Um, I don't know.
Or the
This is
Classic Marathon trilogy.
when
So it's all
Bungie was
3 of these
good.
Classic Marathon games. Apparently, like,
Yeah, I
because
don't.
immediately, I've
I
never
got
heard about this
so
game before.
no, yeah. Well, it's a series. Yeah, they were all in the 90s. It looks like. It says the first one was released in 94. Second one, don't know the release date, but that was Durandal. And then Marathon Infinity, I have mildly played, but I didn't beat it, didn't get far into it. Thought it was fine. But I mean that's cool. That's cool. This is like good
Yeah.
era Bungie. This is heading into Halo Bungie.
Before the dark times.
Yeah, man, they're absolute Did you see? We actually, I don't think. Did you put it in the notes about the PlayStation talking about Bungie thing?
What was it exactly?
So basically, I don't have something straight in front of me for the direct quote, but I'll try to find it. Basically, PlayStation regrets buying Bungie. That was the
I
statement put
didn't
out
see that.
there. Yeah.
No,
So
but I guess, but I was
yeah,
looking at something else. Like, I just want to say, like, because I was looking at like the graphical UI for Classic Marathon. It definitely reminds me of, like the old like early 2000s Windows Media Player. You remember that?
yeah, yeah. Of
We can
course.
make it look weird and stuff like that. It's like I'm just looking at like the UI for that game. And I was like, that like the first thing that came to my mind.
It's very interesting. I haven't played the first or second one, but like I said, mildly
Yeah.
played. Yeah, but
Like a lot of people, my first introduction to Bungie was with Halo. So
yeah, like most people. But yeah, no, just want to quickly mention this because we didn't have it in the notes, but basically, PlayStation was saying that what changes they need to make with Bungie. There was like some discourse put out there about basically people, like I saw a bunch of people say this. They wish that they had not allowed Bungie to stay like they own them obviously, but they allowed them to stay like sort of independent as a company. So like kind of separate from PlayStation, like they did their own thing, but PlayStation owned them. Um
yeah,
because then I mean like look at what Bungie has turned into. Like it's completely changed and shift from like Bungie that we knew. But basically that they regret the acquisition. So I mean they paid $3.6 billion for the acquisition. So yeah, I
and it's
don't
just
know.
the long list of Sony making bad decisions.
I mean, yeah, I like all these like big companies are acquiring these other studios. I mean, look at Xbox in like 2020 to 2023, the beginning, like they were just buying studios left and right, and like we've seen almost nothing from these studios yet. Which like it
Yeah, so it's
takes
kind of
time.
like
It takes time to develop stuff, but probably would have already been stuff in development for these studios. Like the only one I can what's the big one that came out at the end of
probably of the studio they acquired.
yeah,
I say
the Elder
Bethesda has to be one of the bigger ones.
Well, yeah, the Bethesda game, Starfield. Sorry, that's the
Yeah.
only one that I can think of that's like a big thing that came out from a studio they acquired. So, and which I would say I think that's the biggest one they acquired too, because I mean Bethesda is massive. Like
Well,
they own so many
yeah,
huge properties.
yeah, because it's obviously you think of Bethesda Game Studios as a subsidiary of the actual parent Bethesda, and they own a bunch of other stuff. But
Yeah, yeah, and I mean like there's even other stuff like Wolfenstein and Doom and like not even
yeah,
like the first things that people think of. So yeah, yeah, crazy stuff, crazy stuff.
yeah, I guess the last article I had was don't know how many people are into like the Street Fighter scene, but apparently pro Street Fighter player Michael Broly Legs Bigum has died at the age of 35.
I heard about that. Yeah, there was
He
like
was
a
he had a
dedication.
yeah, because he had a disease called uh, atherogeriposis. I can't pronounce medical terms, but he had some issue that limited his mobility, but he's still like one of the top ranked Street Fighter players in the world and stuff like that.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, he had like a dedicated device because he had like mild use of his hands.
Yeah,
Like had struggle using his hands. So like that's amazing that somebody that can do that still at that level. And I'm thinking, wow, man, I suck. Um, but yeah, it's great to
it
see
is
the
sad.
fighting game community support um his family, and I could be wrong, but I think there was a fundraiser set for him. I think I remember reading, and yeah, it's sad. There's a
It's pretty
whole
much.
article
I
goes
mean,
into his backstory and everything. So
yeah, but I mean, it's. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still a good story because it just shows somebody overcoming like a severe like disability
yeah,
to become like really good at something that they really like to do at that.
yeah. I mean, and as you know, fighting games are just the competition is just insane. So that's such an awesome feat, and yeah, Capcom has spotlighted a video on him. It looks like the spotlight video is called Brawly Legs the Fighter. So um
That's definitely good for them to do.
yeah, there's been, despite Dragon's Dogma 2, they're not all bad. So but it looks like he has a book that you can buy, and it looks like it lives on through his book and the unique method he used to compete, inspiring the game community. So it looks like there's a book out there that you might be able to purchase to help support his family. But yeah, I mean, 35, that's a bummer, a huge bummer. Sounds like a massive loss to the fighting game community. So
Yeah, definitely,
sad,
absolutely.
sad to hear. So it looks like we are jumping into what's your weekly segment name?
I guess we'll do anime of the week or something like that. It's still kind of like all over the
Alright.
place, but
Man,
depends, like
this
this
guy
like the
can't.
soft transition from games to
This,
pop culture,
this
anime stuff like that.
this guy can't figure out a name. Like,
No, I can.
you know so much anime. Come up with something unique. Like, right here you got, you're about to say this anime. Mike's, or not Mike, Mark's anime spice of the week or something. So Mike.
I don't know. I'll think of something eventually. I didn't. I obviously didn't put a lot of thought into it because it's just kind of like pulling stuff out my butt to some degree. I'm not good with names. I'm sorry.
You do that a lot with the butt. So.
Like when I find a name, I use said good name for quite a while. So
I did before you jump into that. It looks like
yeah.
Mr. Coffee said, um, some of the lore of Marathon was the basis of Destiny, which I didn't know. He said also Marathon lore was also hidden Easter egg in Halo games. I thought the main reason Sony bought Bungie was for its knowledge on building a live service system. Bungie was responsible for the cancellation of The Last of Us multiplayer, which is true. So that dives into a little bit of a deeper topic. There is that, yes, Sony came out and said, we want to focus on live service games. Like they said that. And then they were planning, I forget the percentage that they put out there, but like 60% of their games were going to be live service focused. And this was a little bit before, live service had gotten such a backlash because people were playing Bungie like crazy at that point in time. And like we discussed it so many times. There is just a couple of live service games that really successfully do very, very well.
Yeah.
95% of them absolutely flop. I mean, we've seen ones come out and they're out for less than a year. Godfall, for instance, like I'm thinking of that. That came out on PS5.
Well,
With
I mean, the problem is if those games aren't like immediately successful, they're just a cash dump that just eat up all this money with these servers. If they're not successful, they can't last long.
Yeah, what was the other one with the mech? Where you like control the mech.
I know what you're talking about. I can't think of the name of the game. Though.
Yeah,
I thought this was this came out like a few years ago.
Yeah, a
I
few
thought.
years ago. But that was another one. Huge amount of money put in that game. Massive flop. What was that called? I cannot remember. But yeah, that was a he said Hawken. That's not the one I'm thinking of, but that is another one. I cannot remember. It's like Scarlet Nexus, I think. Is that it? Is that the
No,
one?
that's a Japanese game. It's a JRPG.
Okay,
Or like
that's
an action JRPG. No, it's a completely different game.
okay, that's not what I'm thinking of. Then I can't remember of it, but I can't remember it. But yeah, whatever that was, that one instantly flopped. Yeah, whatever it was, instantly flopped and did not do well, and like just control terrible and stuff from the get go. So it was crap at the get go. It's a live service. People are gonna move on. There's a dozen other live service games that do the live service well, if you will. And then apparently like
Yeah.
Titanfall 3 is supposed to be live service, which sucks.
Yeah, just tell me the game's gonna fail immediately.
That's a bummer because I like those games, but yeah, whatever. So we're gonna dive into
Yeah.
your Coffee said anime corner. There's a yeah.
Something.
Yeah.
And I brought this up because it's a show that I haven't watched in a while. We definitely talked about it last week with
Yeah.
the light novel stuff, the whole fiasco going with that, and because apparently I didn't realize how quickly there's a new series coming out in like a week or two. Get to that a little bit later, part of the segment stuff. But have you ever watched an anime called Spice and Wolf?
I have, and I've read the manga. I used to be a big fan of the series.
Yes, there is manga. It's an anime. It's one of those animes that's based off something else. So originally there was the light novel, which came out in 2006, and it's still ongoing today. The manga, which the original manga ran from 2007 to 2017, and then it picked up again in 2019. The original anime that most people would be familiar with came out in 2008 and 2009. The first two. Season 1 and 2, which kind of came back to back, which is about 25 episodes, which is a really good show, but it left off on a cliffhanger. And then obviously we're getting the new anime in April 2nd. But the one unfortunate that I found out about that was it's not continuing the story. It's a reboot of the series, which I was really upset about because I'm like, the original was good. Just continue the story. It'll just look nicer.
Yeah, and the manga continued for so long. There's so much story there. And you said the light novels are still continuing to this day?
Light novel from 2006 to this day.
See, then
as far as what I pulled up, it said it's still ongoing.
That already is like a very established anime. Like a lot of
actually, I brought that up and I was like, because I read in something, I was like, at present, I thought it was done. I thought the light novel was done, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I should double check because I pulled it up from I think I pulled it from one of these from like the wiki sites.
Yeah, I'd be interested to hear if like that is still continuing like that because that's pretty crazy.
Unless it's like unless they're kind of like a spin-off light novel is kind of the same thing. But I saw that I was like, I thought that was done already, but maybe I'm wrong.
Because the manga, I remember when the manga ended, it was like 6-7 years ago or something like that. I remember when it ended. I did not finish the manga, but I did read very far into it. But yeah, it had continued past the point of where I had stopped reading manga or watching anime for like a long time. And
okay, so I don't. Maybe there's a different arc that I'm misreading, but no, there's still the last light novel that came out in 2023. Spring Log Volume 7.
So yeah, it's definitely still continuing. Did you know this though? Like, not to interrupt your segment, but I wanted to throw this in there. I thought it was kind of funny. I actually found out not super long ago that there are a couple of Spice and Wolf dating sims for the DS.
Yeah, I did have them in here as well.
Did you? Okay.
Just slightly down.
I hadn't even looked.
It's actually pretty much like the next thing because most of the other stuff was like because I put in it's a reboot, not a continuation, which was kind of sad. But hopefully we can, this anime will continue on further than the original run.
I will be okay with this if they do it the way that they did like Hunter x Hunter, because I thought that was a really good, and Full Metal Alchemist too, like did it Brotherhood.
Well, I mean, to be fair, it wasn't like it was a bad adaptation. It just wasn't popular enough to get a season 3, pretty much.
I don't know. I felt like it was really popular. I felt like it was one of the
maybe
more
here
popular.
Maybe here in the West, but at that time the anime community is much smaller, and you're talking about a time where the Japanese community was going to determine whether or not it was popular enough to get a follow up at that time. 2008, the 2010s to even into the 2010s, like the anime market was still fully dominated by the Japanese domestic market. It's only recently where the international market is kind of getting attention, is kind of helping influence, for better or for worse, some anime stuff.
Is the picture that you grabbed, is that an audio drama? Because it says unabridged, and that usually
I think it's just probably I'm pretty sure it's because I just was pulling an image. It's not the original one I grabbed, but Windows didn't like the original JPEG that I pulled, but it was just an image, just the same image. It looks like it's just somebody reading the actual light novel as far as the image that I pulled that literally nobody else can see.
So that I just thought it was funny. So that new one comes out in just like 2 weeks
on the 2nd. Yeah, April 2nd. Hopefully we get a same day sub that comes out, but it'll probably be out with it usually without in a week, or
I
at least
may actually watch that then, because
because I didn't look into it. I just know that's when it comes out. I don't know as far as when it comes out where it's going to be. Probably end up on Crunchyroll. As much as I don't like Crunchyroll, it's probably who's going to have it.
yeah, God,
Uh,
yeah, I don't. I'm definitely not going to resubscribe for one show. Did
I
you
haven't
have?
used Crunchyroll in years.
I haven't
Probably the better
either.
part of a decade at this point.
It's been a long time for me too. Did you ever watch the OVA though for that? You remember
I
that?
can't remember if I did, to be
It's
honest.
good.
I don't remember.
It's good. I really liked it.
Probably is because for those that don't know, that's kind of going around it. Spice and Wolf. It's pretty much takes place in essentially it's its own fantasy world. But think like medieval Europe. It's like the time frame for the show, pretty much, and it deals with some I think it's her name is Hollow or Holo. There's always some confusion about or some contention about the name, or there was back in the day. And then Lawrence, the main character, he's trading between towns. I think he's bringing in like furs to trade because you're thinking old medieval like trades and stuff like that. And then she just happens to stumble upon him where she's trying to leave said village who used to worship her. Now they don't really. They've kind of gone on. Uh, and essentially then she follows him on his travels as she tries to kind of get home. Shenanigans involves you kind of get a dabble in like old medieval trade and stuff like that, where it's like how some old school finances, trading and stuff like that works. There's because she's supposed to be some kind of deity to some degree that you get issues with the church and stuff like that. Kind of trying to come after her, and a whole bunch of shenanigans gets involved. And that's just the anime. Light novels, obviously, it's very different. But the story goes a lot longer. And obviously, we're about to get a new anime adaptation, so we'll see how much it changes, or they're just retelling, essentially the same story. But it was always told as it's a like a for most people that at least back then around 2012 or 2010 when I watched it, I can't remember exactly when I first watched it. It was always around the whole, it's an old medieval finances with a cute wolf girl type thing. And there's always the some other fun stuff. It's classified as like an adventure fantasy romance, and the romance is kind of there in at least in the original anime, but the
Yeah.
story just doesn't go far enough for that thing for that to actually be a thing that's super major. But it definitely starts to dabble in it.
The
as far as
manga
the original anime.
The manga goes a little bit more into that. I felt
Probably.
like, and that's the whole reason it got dating sims, because it's there,
Yeah,
like
pretty
the
much.
elements there. But yeah,
Okay. No, sorry, I was reading a message from you. But yeah, I mean, it got technically it got 4 games, 2 of which were in Japan only that you kind of talked about. So in 2008 and 2009, there were 2 Japan only DS games, Spice and Wolf Hollows in My 1 Year, and then The Wind That Spans the Sea, are more or less dating sims. I know the first game was explicitly a dating sim. The second one didn't, from some of the stuff I read, didn't explicitly say dating sim, but it probably was very, very similar to what that was, which is kind of why those games were Japanese only at the time.
yeah.
And then it got in 2019 and 2021, there was a Spice and Wolf VR and VR2 that came out worldwide
Oh wow.
on almost or on most VR kind of platforms. I
What's
don't
that?
know exactly what type of games those were. I just didn't have the time to kind of pull that up. But I mean, if you're talking like 2019, 2021 VR, it's probably not gonna be the most complex game in the world. It doesn't make sense it'd be a dating sim.
That's
But
what I
mean,
was
I could be
wondering.
wrong.
Like, what type of VR games would those be? That's very interesting. I did not know that. I have to.
It might be more of just like an interactive story, but I can pull up the Steam log what it says.
Yeah, like a sort of visual novel.
So it
that's in VR,
says
I bet.
because VR2 is the first one that popped up. I'm trying to think exactly what it classified it as. It classifies as a casual, but it didn't really say a whole lot.
It doesn't. Yeah, it didn't tell us anything. That's very intriguing though, because this does not seem like the sort of
So
property
this,
to
so
bring to
the
VR.
so the about the game says at the end of his journey with the wolf goddess Hollow, former traveling merchant Lawrence settles down with her and opened a bathhouse. The couple was blessed with an adorable daughter and an idyllic life. However, the beautiful wolves have a weakness for delicious meals, and their food expenses are a source of headache for Lawrence. One day, as Lawrence is going about his fur side business to further fill the family coffers, a slight incident occurs. To further complicate things, Hollow saunters in with quite the feast. And it's supposed to be a sequel to the first game, pretty much.
Well,
The game has a 30-minute story in a game mode where you can watch part of the anime alongside characters. It seems more like it's just like an interactive VR story,
well,
more or less.
this makes no sense unless they're talking about using it with the Labo kit. But it's actually on Nintendo Switch, and you can buy it right now on the eShop for the first one for $12.49.
Yeah, but it's also on Steam, so the Labo kit doesn't make sense for that, though.
Okay, so I don't know why it's called VR then if it's not just
Because it's a VR game, and from what I've read and what I looked at, it just looks like it's an interactive VR story where you have some interaction to some degree, but you're
It's
pretty
like-
much just watching it for a story.
it's
like
mostly a visual novel, but yeah,
yeah, like a VR visual novel is definitely what reading that and look as well. So I'm like, yeah, I don't know why I couldn't think of visual novel the first time around.
So I wonder if
uh,
this expands. It sounds like maybe like it expands on the
It's-
story, or I wonder if
unless
it's even
it's-
canon or.
I would say no, just because they tend to not be. But if it is, it's much further on in the story. But I'm not far enough in the light novel to have any idea if this is even close to reality. It feels like it's just a spin-off for fans of the series. But I mean, who knows?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to know, if it is. But yeah, most anime games there's a few I can think of, but most typically aren't canon and have their
but
own
it's
story or retell the story.
It's a fairly light story. It's fun to watch. While it does get serious, it doesn't get, at least as far as the original 2 anime series, it doesn't get too serious. It's for the most part a lighthearted story with some light stuff with the church who's trying to hunt her down because of trying to think of the actual word, like a heretic or something like that. And you deal with medieval trade stuff like that, like, oh, this is how the market, like a really dumbed down version of like how medieval finances in the market worked and stuff like that, and trading and stuff.
I do.
Where it's like, instead of like dollars, it's like trading one product for another, weights of coins and silvers and stuff like that. Kind of gives you a brief overview of medieval finances.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's one that you can just like kind of sit down, chill out, turn your brain off, and watch. But I did want to say,
Yeah.
just to wrap back around to the VR real quick, I got a little bit more info on it. It looks like
Okay.
it was a crowd-funded game, and uploadvr.com says it plays out like a 2016 promotional tie-in to a movie, not a VR project worth the $292,000 in crowdfunding, let alone a price tag anywhere north of a few dollars. If you're a series diehard, you'll probably enjoy the fan service on offer. Everyone else should steer clear. It's available on Steam and Oculus for PC VR and is on PSVR as well as Nintendo Labo VR. I was right. And it has a Quest
To be
version.
fair,
So it is on Labo VR.
only a fan of the series would even get this VR to begin with. It's wholeheartedly fan service.
Yeah, it's a crowd. I can't believe how much money it raised. But yeah, I mean, it's
That
fully
just shows how
crowdfunded.
dedicated of a fan base there is to Spice and Wolf.
Yeah, so that's all.
Might be
this
it
would
might be a small,
targeted at.
semi-small niche community, but they really love it. That's why the light novel has been going on for so long,
You know, I've
because people just
never.
absolutely love it.
I do want to get one just to try it out, and I know they're not. At least I don't think they are. They might have went up price, but the Labo VR, I've never gotten to try that. Out of curiosity's sake, I really want to try it. I mean, I know it's not going to be great, but I heard like it's not like the worst thing in the world, and for like the price, it's like there's like a whole VR mode for Breath of the Wild, I want to say, that's like exclusive to if you have the Labo VR.
I have no idea about that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, and I've never gotten to try that out. So, yeah.
Yeah,
Or
so,
maybe
I mean,
it's-
for-
might be Super Mario Odyssey. I can't remember. One of them has like a
Maybe.
Labo VR mode.
The last thing I kind of put on here was, depending on what region you're in, it was advertised to be on Hulu, Amazon Prime, and Crunchyroll to stream. Though if you're in the U.S., it's probably gonna be on Crunchyroll than the other two. Or you can be like me and just still have an interest in physical media. You can tell I bought this used.
Oh, you do like physical media? Just kidding.
Yeah, I do. Even though I need to get a new case. This case has been beat up and kind of falling apart. I need
that's
a new
rough.
case.
That
I think it was already damaged when I bought it, but I bought it used.
I don't know if I told you, but that High School DxD Blu-ray that I have, it's going for like upwards of $100. You know how many
There's
episodes it
only like
has on
3
it?
seasons of it. Or
I
maybe there's a 4th season.
I
No, there's
know.
4. I can't. I think there's a 4th season. I don't know if I have it on Blu-ray though.
Yeah, it's very expensive. I was
Probably because it's out of
shocked.
print. Yeah.
Yeah, it's out of
It's a really
print.
popular series. It's one of those series. It's you watched for the fan service. You stayed for the surprisingly deep and interesting story.
It did legitimately have a story, but yeah, the
But
very
but I mean
fan
that
servicey.
to be
Very
fair, that makes sense. You're talking about an anime that's very the definition of what an ecchi series is, really perverted series is. But like Spice and Wolf, that's High School DD or DxD, whatever you want to call it. It's originally a light novel, and it's still an ongoing light novel,
Oh
which
wow.
makes sense why there's such a good story to it. But it plays into it knows what it is. It doesn't change that the main character is a complete pervert.
Yeah. It reminds me of some of Tenchi Muyo, because I mean he,
Yeah.
that whole series
It's
is
a
as
little
well, but
different. It's still
there's
harem, but Tenchi's far less of a. He's not really a pervert though. Not in the way you would think nowadays.
no, but if I remember correctly, in one of the OVAs, or maybe it was multiple, because I can't remember how many OVAs there were. He was different than he was in the anime. He was definitely a pervert.
Well, it depends. Are you watching the Tenchi in Tokyo, the Tenchi Universe, or the OG
I
OVA
think it was
Tenchi Muyo series?
I
These
I
acts
was
different in all three.
it was the original, but whatever
That
that
would
was
be the
called.
OVA. The OVA would be the
Yeah,
original comic. It's still technically ongoing.
interesting.
Crazy as that is.
Yeah, I didn't know it was still ongoing. Man, I
There's
haven't.
like 5 OVAs for it.
Is there? What's the last Tenchi Muyo series to come out?
Uh, I think
Mr. Coffee said,
uh,
wasn't Tenchi more of a waifu anime? I mean, like
kinda to some degree.
it was a harem, so it was like very centered
Yeah.
around the girls.
I think technically it's the 5th OVA, but there's another series coming out about one of the spin-off light novels. Uh, I can't remember the think of what it's called. It's something Wars or something like that. That's if it's not out, it's coming out soon. But I mean, most of what uh, I'm blanking on the name of the actual creator because I haven't looked it up in forever. What he's
I'm
been
not-
doing like for like the last 20 years, since the third OVA came out in like 2002 or 2003, along with the GXP anime, he's been working on it for forever. A handful of manga or manga panels and some side stories, but mainly he's been working on the GXP light novel for like the bulk of that time. And
Oh,
there's another
wow.
spin-off light novel. That's what the new anime is kind of coming out on because he, as much as I like the Tenchi Muyo GXP anime, it's technically not considered canon because he absolutely hated it. And it had a weird sense of humor that I kind of liked. So he essentially retold the GXP story in a light novel that's still technically ongoing. And so there's technically the OVA timeline has like 3 spin-offs that kind of tie into it. So you have the early one that most people know was the War in Geminar, which technically takes place
Yeah.
after OVA 5 and what OVA 5 bridges together because the 4th OVA was kind of a test dive into the series as well as it started to tie together a bunch of series. The 4th and 5th OVA are, at least in the West, very contentious. I don't think it was received the same way in Japan, but it's
Oh, I'm sure. it
essentially
wasn't.
trying to tie together a bunch of series all together. So you have another spinoff, and it's killing me. I can't think of the name. The GXP light novel, and then the War in Geminar is kind of all getting tied together, as well as the 5th OVA leads directly into the War in Geminar story and fills in some of the gaps of kind of what's going on and stuff like that. People didn't like those because they're very dialogue heavy OVA series, but kind of by necessity, that's kind of what they needed to be.
I remember
At least I can
War
see
on
the
Geminar.
middle ground.
Kevin in the chat, and if you're listening to audio, there's a comment about asking if I was thinking about War on Geminar. I definitely watched that one. I feel like I watched all the OVAs, all the ones that you're talking about, because I mean I like Tenchi Muyo because of
the
you.
fourth
Like I
and
got
the
into it
fifth
because of you. I really
fourth and
like
the fifth OVA
GXP.
Yeah, the 4th and the 5th OVA came out. I don't have them really pulled up from like I think the 4th one came like around 2019 and 21, 22 is when the 5th OVA came out and stuff like that. But essentially, and I might be getting this wrong, but the whole, from what I understand, and it's been 6 months or so since I've looked this up, so I might be getting some stuff wrong. But I thought he said like Tenchi's story is pretty much wrapped up and done because he hasn't focused on Tenchi in that game for like the better part of 20 years. He's been focusing on the main 2 spin-offs, mainly the GXP and then the I think it's War in Paradise or Paradise War, I think is the other spin-off.
And that's
what he's been mainly
ongoing?
focusing on. But they're also tied into the whole OVA universe. The problem is most of what he's been working on since the third OVA and GXP came out around 21 to 2003 has been stuck in Japan only. Like, there's no this GXP light novel, because I think I showed it to you like last week or something. There's no official translation. You're stuck with either learning Japanese to read it or you're reading fan translations. There's no legal way to read any of this into the stuff he's written outside of the animes and stuff like that.
Well, this
which is kind of frustrating.
Yeah, that is frustrating. But I mean, that's like part of the course, at least for
With
anime back in the day.
Yeah, but you're talking like, as it stands right now, a really small, really niche series, which obviously just doesn't have the popularity to come over to the West, which to me that sucks.
Yeah.
But I mean, we got some light novels, but they were more of the we got 3 of the true Tenchi Muyo novels that came to the US, but those are very different. Those more of like, hey, here's more background. We're tying a lot of stories together based off the original Tenchi Muyo stuff, but it definitely goes back and it's trying to like fix a lot of the or come to, it's like, hey, some of the stuff that we reference, this kind of like fixes a lot of that stuff that's just not addressed in either the anime or some of the other light novels.
I
for
remember
a lot of the background for some characters.
I remember you buying one of the light novels when we went to some store in Columbus, probably like 2015. I can't remember it. It's been a long time, but I was just
going to some stores. I don't remember what I would have bought though.
Yeah, I remember you buying one there, but this is 2022, but yeah, this is bringing up the Tenchi Muyo GXP Paradise Shidohen, which is Paradise Begins arc. The anime will be tied into the Tenchi Muyo GXP spin-off series. But this is 2022.
It's kind of like a spin-off of a spin-off, and it's weird because in the 5th OVA, you see both the GXP and the Paradise War spin-offs in that OVA, but the stories are kind of not fully done. It makes sense if you've read those light novels when the 5th OVA came out. The problem is, if you weren't in Japan, you never read those, so it's super confusing. But it ties into stuff that if you were in Japan and following it, this all makes sense. It ties in, the tie-in makes sense.
Yeah,
it just doesn't to us because we miss so much stuff.
It looks like the entire thing is based around all the novels, so yeah, we wouldn't have any
My big
idea.
thing is, I was like, okay, hopefully this Paradise War does well, and then we can actually get a proper adaptation of the GXP light novels, which are, from what I understand, are still ongoing to some degree. But then again, this is how crazy he's made this OVA universe. It's not until the GXP light novel, but it also ties into another work that he worked on in the late 90s.
Is it? Oh my god!
So if you watch Dual Parallel Trouble, that's technically tied into the Tenchi Muyo OVA series.
So I didn't notice in 2014.
This is crazy.
There was a short form anime that had over 50 episodes for
Tenchi Muyo I is a complete it's a waste. Don't watch it.
AI Tenchi Muyo.
AI. Well, it'd be I in Japanese or some shit like that. It wouldn't be straight AI. But
do you remember?
It's
Oh My Goddess. Do you remember that anime and manga? Yeah. Did you ever like that one?
It was okay. I never really got into it. It was too slow paced for me.
What about?
But you could say that about some other series that I like. So
what about Fruits Basket? Do you remember that one?
I remember, but I never watched it.
I liked that one back.
It never came off as one that I want. But no, it's. I was just gonna say
GXP was on Toonami, so like it, it.
I loved it as much as he hates it, but it's his story, so I get why he didn't like the sense of humor and some of the changes. But that OVA timeline is so convoluted because the Dual Parallel Trouble
sure sounds
clearly
like
was never designed to be tied into it. It's just left open ended, and some stuff doesn't make sense because it's based in Japan, but Japan is in Tenchi Muyo, but this is supposed to be like 1,000+ years in the past, or like 100,000 years in the past.
Oh
it's just like, wow, this is convoluted. And there's you have to read, so you have to watch that series. There's a handful of manga / doujin you need to read. There's a bunch of light novel you have to read for this to all make sense. It's just kind of like
that's another one of the things we talked about twice today. You have to. It is a medium that you have to.
But this comes off as. From what I've understood, this is kind of like a necessity. Like, he wanted to keep telling his story, but he couldn't get an anime adaptation or an OVA series. So it's like, well, I'm just going to continue telling the story in light novel form primarily, and then we'll address some other doujins when they're there. But for like the longest time, like, there's only one way to tell it, and that was in light novel format. So it was
It's
more by necessity.
it
But
sounds like
it makes it convoluted.
it sounds like it's even niche in Japan. If it's such an issue to do that, it must really
Oh
still
yeah,
be very
yeah,
niche there.
obviously.
Because I mean,
It's a niche series straight up. Like there's no way to get around it. Even in the
well,
US, it's not a
every
super. It was back then because it got a Toonami adaptation, or it was on Toonami. But I mean, like it became really really niche.
well, it
But
can't
I
be
still
that
like
niche
it. I'm
because
sorry.
everybody in the chat are fully aware of it and new
Well,
titles and everything. So
if you've watched it, and the War on Geminar was kind of it's Tenchimuyu, but it was kind of its own thing. Probably for the better, the way that series kind of works. It's
yeah,
directly tied into it, but the way the show does it itself, it's very very lightly tied into it. But the actual story is not related. Not until the fifth OVA is it like hard, connected and stuff like that. But
right.
it's a series that I love, and it's always been my favorite. But God, I'm not trying to curse, but damn, is this a super convoluted timeline as far as like the
It
main OVA?
it sounds
It's
like
it's
more
it's crazy,
convoluted than I would want to ever mess with. That's what it
which
sounds like to
makes
me.
it hard for a barrier to entry. The problem is
Because I
we
mean,
don't have access to it here in the
I
West.
watched it. I read some of the manga. I don't remember. Definitely did not read any of the light novels.
Yeah. But if you
Um,
ever look into what people, especially here in the West, don't like about the fourth and fifth OVA, like this doesn't make sense. I'm like, yeah, because we're missing so much of the work that he did never got adapted from the doujins and the light
yeah.
novels in the West, which is directly what this is tying into. So if you're in Japan, it makes sense, and it was fairly popular, successful from my understanding, or else the fifth OVA wouldn't have gotten made. And the fourth, if you ever watched the third OVA, the fourth OVA pretty much just retells the ending of that with the whole his dad kind of getting remarried and stuff like that, and everything else around it. Kind of retells it, but it also kind of felt like it was just testing the waters to see if there was still even an appetite for it to get another OVA series, which it did because it got a fifth one. Uh, like 15, like within 6 episodes, you're jumping through like 16 years, but it's kind of out
Jeez.
of necessity because it's like you only have so many episodes, and you need to get to where you tie into the War and Geminar because that's the whole series deals with the I'm blanking on it. Like, is it Kenshi or something like that? Is his name from War on Jimitar? But the whole series based around him getting ready for whatever he's supposed to do as far as the fifth OVA is concerned to War on Jimitar. So it's kind of like don't know when if I'm gonna have another episode, so I've got to force this story in six episodes that are about 40 to 50 minutes long. I mean, they're not short episodes, but it's
Yeah.
like it felt like by necessity. It's like I've got for sure this one shot to tie this in. I need to take advantage of it. Uh, and then whatever happens next. So luckily, the Paradise War got an adaptation. Hopefully, it does well. I've never read the light novel, so hopefully, it's a good adaptation. I assume he's going to be fairly heavily involved in it, but yeah, I could talk about this all day. There's probably a lot of research I could do. I'm like, all right, now I'm loaded. Now we can go, hard into this. But
Well,
I'm passionate about it because I grew up. This is the first anime that I watched, for the first one that got me back into it, and I love it. So for all its faults,
yeah.
I'm a dedicated fan.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I enjoyed what I watched and where I had been involved in it. I hadn't got that deep, and I wonder if there are fan translations of some of the light novels that haven't been brought over
There, at
here.
least I haven't looked at the Paradise Board, but for the GXP, at least up fairly close to where they're at right now, there are fan translations. Uh, but I mean, you're taking a shot with accuracy, and you have to read it online and stuff like that. So you take it with a grain of salt because it's not a
Yeah, I
proper
mean
it's
that's
not a
how
proper translation.
that's how I used to play a lot of JRPGs and Japanese
Yeah,
game. That's how. It's still the only way I've ever been able to play Earthbound 3. So,
yeah. It just sucks
or
that you're
Mother
stuck with
3.
a fan
Sorry.
translation because like hopefully this is a good dude. Obviously, some of it's done machine translation, and then a human goes in after the fact, from my understanding, and then
It
tweaks some stuff.
it can
But
be way more accurate now with AI. I mean, obviously there's still going to be issues, but like
yeah,
legitimately, how much close because it's somebody here translating it. So it's like they for years and years and years. I mean, you saw it with the dub and even the manga. Like even official translations were never like always
you can get
super
stuff
accurate.
wrong.
Oh, they always
Well,
did. Always.
the only way to get it accurate is to learn Japanese and then go back and read it. It's the only way that you're going to get a
That's the only
proper
way.
adaptation.
So
Because this is also a series that delves heavily into uh, old Japanese culture and stuff like that. Because people
yeah.
were like, "Oh, that's weird. You marrying like his half sister or a distant cousin." I'm like, "Yeah, today in the West that doesn't make sense. But if you look at any kind of royal family tree lineage, it's kind of par for the course to some degree." And it's
I-
got it's definitely tied into old Japanese like mythology to some
So
degree and how it kind of acts. It definitely is not. It will never be like mainstream as it
well,
stands right now.
so I was looking up the Tenchi Muyo video games because I've never played any of them, and there's
Yeah,
actually one called Ryuki FX, and
uh,
it's actually on.
it's probably Ryoki.
I
Sorry.
briefly mentioned. No, you're good. I briefly mentioned this system slash computer to you before, but NEC, who did the Turbo Graphics and PC Engine, they made a game for the NEC PC FX, which was essentially like a beefed up PC engine that was also a computer. Um,
Yeah,
and it was like home to 90% light novels. There were some like other like legitimate video games on it, but they're very, very, very few and far between. It never came out here, but it's interesting just watching a quick like trailer of this because this is a perfect example of most of the games that you would get on this system. This is one I've been after for many, many, many years. I've never been able to find one that's working. I found one that was broken years ago, and I passed up
yeah,
on it. But there are some like actual non-visual novel anime based games on there too, and it is like an anime slash gamer's dream console because there are so many adaptations or like exclusive story games that are attached to the PCFX, like tons based on anime and manga. Like it
yeah.
like
Because
if you like old anime and manga, like this is like literally the system for you. But there's a fan translation too for the Super Nintendo game, and it's Tenchi Muyo Game Hen, which translates to Game Edition.
yeah, I think
So
that's the game I have for the Super Famicom.
yeah,
There's one of the games that I have. I bought it at a con in Atlanta a few years ago. But
yep,
no, I was
Super
looking at like
Famicom.
the one you were talking about, that Tenchimuyo Ryoki PCFX
Yeah.
uh game. Like it's not like on eBay. It's a pretty affordable. The game itself is pretty cheap. It's like $40
Oh, that's not bad at all.
or around there. It's like
Because
a lot of these games are well under $100 for the PCFX, but it's probably just the console itself is
see
what's
that's
hard to come by.
the console is hard to come by. I saw somebody actually a few weeks ago posted that they found one complete in box and they got like a steal of a price on it. They paid like 200 and complete in box for that console is absolutely insane. Now it is like not a the problem is there is now okay, retro gaming. There's a market for everything. It's not
Yeah,
a crazy expensive console cuz you can get it loose for like I don't know 250 or something like that, but
yeah.
like
Based off of what was a currently
the
I was
controller
looking
by
at what's on
its
eBay, and some of these actually have the controller anywhere from like 250 to $400 on eBay. Some of them
yeah,
say they have the controller within the picture, so I assume they're selling it together. But
because the controller by itself, like I think loose is like $50, and you can get them boxed from upwards of
yeah.
like 120 or
So you could get this
somewhere around
right
there.
now. Hopefully, it works if you bought it off of eBay. So it's a it's kind of like a hit or miss, but I mean it's still cheaper than a PS5 right now.
Yeah, I will say this is like I said, that you have one. I have a couple of collecting goals right now. I pretty much like steered off of any like real collecting goals, but I've got
Yeah,
three, and right now my three are actually collect every NEC system. Like I want all the variants and releases. I'm a massive, massive, massive TurboGrafx and PC Engine fan, and also my childhood is attached to that system. I had it as a kid, and
yeah,
I was very upset when my dad sold it off because you couldn't find games anywhere, and if you did, they were hundreds of dollars. Even then, like it was absolutely insane. And then just a few years later, then games were getting discounted like $20. And if you know anything about box TurboGrafx games, that is a steal because if you can get so TurboGrafx games come in a jewel case, but they actually come in a box too, and it's like a thin box, and those boxes are very, very rare for just about every single game.
Yeah.
Almost every single person threw the outer box away. It's sort of like a Super Nintendo box, right? But inside
Yeah.
it came in a jewel case, so they just kept the jewel case. Well, what's sought after is the actual boxes, but there are some very expensive PCFX games too. But this is one that, like, if you're an anime fan, like, or manga fan in any capacity, like, I highly recommend grabbing this. And it's a 32-bit system slash computer, and it does have like computer functionality too, so I can get a keyboard for it and like the whole nine. But it's a legitimate console with, legitimate software. But I have seen some of these games go upwards of $700-800.
Crazy.
There might be some more expensive than that. But my three collecting goals are every Pokemon game, every NEC console, and then my last one is I want to have every first party Switch game. And like that
Yeah.
that's achievable and easy, right?
Yeah.
Like I'm not the Switch library is insane, but I mean collecting every first party game like that's easily achievable. I'm pretty much waiting until Switch 2 comes out and like a lot of these games drop, because like I don't really want to pay $60 for Mario Golf. I want to play it, but I'm not trying to pay $60 for Mario
Yeah.
Golf.
N- Now, I did have a question because I was just kind of scrolling through the eBay. Is there a difference between PCFX and the PCFX Duo R console? Because it
Yes.
looks different, and it's
Yes.
like twice as expensive. It's like $800 for this one posting that I saw.
So the Duo R also plays PC Engine games. So like original PC Engine games. So it plays they're called Hue cards instead of carts. They're little,
Yeah.
they look like credit cards. And it also plays the Hue cards. So like that is the ultimate way. So that is for like
Because the
an
controller they have
unmodded,
even looks completely different.
yeah, for like an unmodded console, like that is the best way even to this day that you can play PC Engine games, like unmodded. And it would be next to like there's a system called the Super Graphics that also plays PC Engine games, but essentially it was a beefed up PC Engine that only had like 7 games released for it. But yeah, I mean it's basically that.
Yeah.
But
I
it
mean, to
like
be
if
fair, the PCFX kind of looks like like a like a 90s computer tower to some degree.
Yeah, yeah. And then there's the RX as well. So like there's a few variants, and if I remember correctly, the RX is the most expensive, and I think it was like minor stuff like having like an earphone jack and like a couple of like quality of life improvements. But yeah, I mean, those are even rarer. So you're getting deeper in like if you want now. Granted, like you could just get a PCFX and then get a PC Engine for. They're not like crazy expensive. You could get one for relatively cheap and just play them that way. But like it's the RXs are stupid expensive, so they're even more
Yeah.
expensive than the Duo R. So
And it's
that
not surprising that like all these, at least as far as the eBay is concerned, like 95% of what I saw, they're all shipping from Japan.
what
I mean,
PC
it's a Japanese
PCFX?
console.
Yeah, so NEC TurboGrafx is the American version of PC Engine. So if you ever hear PC Engine, it's all Japan. We got the TurboGrafx, the TurboGrafx Express, which I have. That's the handheld. And then we got the TurboGrafx CD, and then we got a TurboGrafx. It's called Turbo Duo. So it plays the Hue cards and the CD based games in one console. So those are what we
That's
got
the
here.
that's oh yeah, that's the what the American version of the Duo are.
So the Duo R, it's sort of the Duo R is its
It's just
own.
different.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's different. It plays the FX games, but also plays the CD based games for the PC Engine CD. Basically, so it's a
Now just
it's a
just
little
because I need to now
complicated, but
collect these I need to collect these games, buy a console to play them on, and then hopefully one day I can understand what the fuck
I
what they're saying in these games.
I would just grab a PCFX. There's actually I will look up what it's called, but if you want to save a lot of money and have the better route, just recently, there is new new hardware put out for it essentially. There is a new Bluetooth adapter so you can play it with any controller that you want. That's like 25-30 bucks. So you can use your PS5 controller with it if you wanted to, or you just play it the original way. And then I also want to say that there is, I gotta make sure on this because I remember seeing something about it. Um, I feel like there is a way to play all the games now. I could be totally wrong. Um, I could be totally wrong on that because I have the Turbo EverDrive Pro, so I can play all of the PC Engine games, Turbo Graphics games, Turbo CD, PC Engine CD, but I can't play PCFX.
Yeah.
And I've told you about the EverDrive so many times, but it's
Yeah.
FPGA, so it plays it identical to the original cart. There's absolutely zero difference. Um, but yeah, I mean, like if you were to, I would, if I were you, I would totally just grab the PCFX itself. Now, I mean, if you find a deal on there, do a little bit of hunting around. I mean, grab the R,
Yeah.
or the
I mean, it's probably
RX.
not going to happen for a few months because I got those financial stuff. It's one of those things like I got to add this on the list of stuff I need to get just because as much as people you might have your own opinions, I'm such a big Tenchi Muyo fan. Like I've been trying to hunt down as far as just the Western releases, like every release of the OVA or all these series, like every copy of it. Whether it's both DVD, Blu-ray, and VHS, just to have it in my collection. Like it's like the one series I'm like such a nerd for. Like I just absolutely love
No,
love
I
this
get. I
series
just
that
I
I'll
just
collect
told you
everything that I can.
how big of a nerd I am for NEC. So like I
Yeah,
too am after the PCFX. But for me,
and there's a
I'm
way that
such a
like, you
nerd.
can
I want the PCFX and the R and the
yeah
RX. So like,
you
that
you
is
can somehow. No, just because you were somehow still connecting like anime and video games together. It's
oh,
great.
it's
I love it.
great. Yeah, and I mean like there's even like it's stupid expensive, but like I said, there's a mouse and keyboard for the FX, so you can play that way. The mouse I want to say is like several $100s. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've seen the prices of these things, but if you ever dive into now, not only is a PCFX have a lot of anime releases, but the PC Engine and PC Engine CD do as well. So like if you are interested, like if you look up, I and you'll have to see what's cheaper now at this point, or unless you can like
Yeah,
swipe a deal or win an auction. But it either the PCFX, if you care about the other ones, that is the PCFX R, or just grab a PCFX and get a cheap, because there are what they call budget model PC engines now at this point. They're not like really budget, but there's like cheaper models. There's several variants of it. There's one that people call like the shuttle, PC engine shuttle. There's the core graphics, which is a PC engine, and that is like just the it's a small form factor of the PC engine, and it's the cheapest model you can get. I mean, you can get them, you can find them oftentimes for 100 $120, something like that. Like it's just a straight up base model, small, no extra stuff. But then you can still attach the super module unit to it, which allows you to attach the CD drive. So like if you wanted to buy the CD-ROM 2 drive, you could still attach it to that. I think it's called the interface unit. So like and like you can find deals on getting all three of those together. I've seen them. I saw a deal not long ago that I regret having passed up. Uh, Having all three bundled together for like 250, which is a pretty
yeah,
good deal. I mean, because the CD-ROM drive, some oftentimes goes for more than the console itself, and then the interface unit you have to buy separately, which attaches the CD drive. So, um, but I will tell you, they did make, now the TurboGrafx Mini is very expensive, but they made a TurboGrafx Mini and a PC Engine Mini, and these are moddable. So you can add games to them, and I do believe you can add PCFX games to either. I'm pretty sure that
Even
they
better.
they work on those. But my God, you have no idea how bad I want a TurboGrafx Mini. I still am upset with myself for not having pre-ordered that because the pre-orders sold out and they never made any more of them. And these mini consoles are like $300 if you were to get it in the box, which for this I absolutely 100% have to get in the box. But
Oh yeah, completely.
I've never seen a loose TurboGrafx 16 Mini. But yeah, I'm like curious. I'm gonna look it up for our audio listeners how much one's going for right now. Yeah, first one that pops up 270 in the box, and Konami Konami released the I actually didn't realize that Konami released the TurboGrafx Mini. Interesting. NEC is the company, so that's interesting. But yeah, I mean, you look up like here's one loose 250. Yeah, I mean, like it. The crazy thing is it's a cheaper to get a real TurboGrafx than it is to get the Mini. Because here's one right now, loose for 170, the original console. Like it's cheaper to do that, which I've got one of those too. I've got
That is
NEC
crazy.
wise, all I have is the TurboGrafx 16 and the Turbo Express. Um, but I want you to look up something for our audio listeners. Go ahead and look this up if you're listening. This is called the PC Engine LT, and it is my holiest of holy grails. This is something I have looked for many years, and even 10 years ago was going for a lot of money, but now it's going for about quadruple the cost it was then. But yeah, I mean they're well upwards of $1,000, and essentially,
Yeah.
um, it's like a better version of the PC GT, which is the handheld unit. Like I've got the Turbo Express. The PC Engine GT is the same thing. It's just a PC Engine variant. Well, this is like a foldable with a bigger screen, plays better, runs the games better. It's just like a better unit overall, and it kind of looks like a portable DVD player. But like you put the Hue card right in the front of it, and it's got a nice screen, and um, it has controls on the actual unit, and you can play with the controller. It's incredibly cool and it's super cool piece of history.
Yeah,
So
I was about to say the first one I brought up on eBay was going for like $4,000, but I found one as cheap as like 560 on eBay. Obviously, it's probably going to be a difference, and
560.
yeah, it didn't seem like the right one though. It said, oh no, never mind. It's just the PC Engine Super
I
Graphics.
was gonna
I
say
wondered why it was
even
stupid
broken
different.
with a cracked screen and everything's going for more than 500.
Yeah, I don't know why it popped up the way it did. Yeah, that's on me. But yeah, the first one immediately, the first one that came up was going for four grand on eBay as
Interesting.
far as the USD.
But yeah, the PC Engine itself is not like overly expensive. The TurboGrafx is slightly more if you're to
Yeah.
get the base unit.
Okay.
But like I'm
Here's a
looking.
I found one for 2175.
Oh geez,
Just
okay.
it
What a
doesn't have this one.
savings.
Well, this one doesn't have a box to go with it, so
Oh, if I'm being honest with you, I've never seen an LT box. I've never seen a PC Engine LT box. I don't even know what it looks like. You never see.
the first one
They're
that
so
came up with
rare.
it. This is PC Engine LT console system PI TG9 boxed, tested, free shipping,
I see the
and then whatever
exact
that
one.
thing is, it's going for 4K.
78 watchers. Wow. That is such a beautiful unit. I mean, that is just such a cool piece of history, man. Like yeah, I
If
mean,
you
like
have the money for it with the box.
it looks like a GBA SP slash an original Game
Actually, yeah, it
Boy.
does. Oh my god, it's got one of those
It
old
looks
little antennas you used to have on those portable TVs.
so.
Oh, that's
I'll have to
crazy.
show you mine. The Express has a separate TV unit that you can buy for it and put on the side. I'll show you it sometime. But I've done a short on it before, and what I've done is I've plugged. Essentially, I've got the adapters. I've got all kinds of crazy cables that I've ordered to do weird, ridiculous stuff with
So
before. But I played a Wii game on my Turbo Express using the TV antenna, plugging in through the audio cable. I plugged in video cables and played a Wii game on my Turbo Express. There's a short on the channel of me doing it.
crazy. So was this also like a TV? Because I was looking at one of the pictures and it's got like,
Yeah, it
channel
has.
call, channel
Yep,
plus, channel minus, and stuff like that. It looks like you could
yep.
actually, with the little antenna, it's like a portable TV
Yeah,
as well as like a gaming console.
so that's like that was like one of the like things for it that was marketed with this because the GT itself didn't have one. The GT is like if you look up the PC Engine GT, It's a handheld that looks
Oh,
like
actually,
a Game Boy.
there's
Um,
one down below in
but
PCGT. Yeah.
it can't. But there was an external unit that you could buy a TV adapter for to watch TV on. Well, this had it built in already. So like that was the one, and it had a better screen, so it was marketed with a better screen. It was marketed, obviously with having the option to play it straight from that controller adapter. And people don't know, because you can't do this with the Express, obviously, but you can attach. There's a special CD-ROM unit that you can attach to the back of this, and you couldn't do that with the Express. The Express was just a straight up handheld, but you can play PC Engine CD games on this crazy handheld and turn it into a home console essentially. But I think that's called the trying to remember what that's called, the PC Engine CD for the LT. I think it's called the Super CD, I want to say, or I can't remember, but it's its own special unit. And my buddy, oh yeah, NEC Super CD-ROM 2. So it's the special version to attach to the LT. But my buddy actually picked, when I went to what convention was I at last year in Chicago? Video Game Summit. My buddy that I've talked about before, he picked one up there because he's never been able to find one either, and we were amazed. There was a Japanese vendor there, and he collected NEC for years and years and years, and he had the craziest stuff I've ever seen in my life. I'm talking like NEC promotional items, so like these Turbo Graphics gloves that came in these packages. They were like $700. They were
Oh
gloves,
my
just
god.
promotional gloves. Like he had everything, all the accessories that you can imagine. There were things that I had never seen before, I didn't know existed. Like he had the craziest collection I've ever seen. Like that was if there's one company in the retro gaming sphere that means, a ton to me, it's NEC. I've always been very attached to NEC, and I just they have phenomenal games. Like this console is so overlooked. I would like to say, hey, I like the Neo Geo more because the Neo Geo is an amazing console, but that is a uncollectible console. I mean, that you look up Neo Geo prices. I mean, I just told you Garu Mark of the Woes is a $15,000 cart, and that's not even remotely close to the most expensive one. Like Metal Slug for it, I'll look up how much Metal Slug is for the Neo Geo, but like it's just
Because the console didn't seem like it was that unaffordable on eBay, but maybe it's the games that are expensive.
what console, the Neo Geo?
Yeah, or like the new Geo
The
AES
AES,
console.
yeah, you can get one for
Is
like
that
what, $400 right now or
or like the
something.
Neo Geo X?
No, the
Is which one specifically is
Neo
the
Geo
expensive one?
X is a new thing that actually came out in like
Okay.
2010, and it
So
actually,
what's the one that's hard to come by then? Which Neo Geo is it?
so the AES is the home unit, and the MVS is the arcade unit. They are basically the exact same thing, except the MVS takes gigantic carts, and it's a arcade unit basically. It's just,
Yeah.
but the AES is the home unit. Um, the Neo Geo CD is cheapest to collect for, but that's because the load times are atrocious and the games, they don't run as well as the carts, as well as the AES. But the AES is the one where the carts are just crazy expensive. Like
Yeah, because I mean, as far as a console, I'm seeing from a few hundred to a few $1,000s between the actual console itself for the AES. So
yeah, I'll look up to see what you're seeing there. But yeah, the console, like you can get the last recollection of prices, because I actually do want to grab.
oh, there's the Metal Slug you're talking about. It's going for like $4,700 on eBay
Yeah,
right now.
yeah. I think the first Metal Slug is the most expensive. But yeah, like three is like yeah, some, they're all crazy prices. But no, there's Neo Geo. Like there's a Neo Geo website dedicated to this, and there are only, I forget, but I think there's like two people in the world that have the full Neo Geo set. Um, but there
Oh
is,
my god, I just saw. Apparently, it's the brand new old stock Neo Geo Japan AES Silver NGH system console SNK and OS going for like $17,000 right
yeah,
now.
yeah. See, I mean, it's
That's
just,
crazy. That's like it still has like the plastic you can see in the picture. Like there's still consoles in plastic and shit like that.
So you can only see the edge right where I'm pointing right here is an MVS Mini. They sent it out to me about a month ago for review. And essentially it's supposed to emulate the Mini. It's supposed to be like an MVS Mini, the home arcade unit. But I also have the Neo Geo Mini, which is basically it's like 30 AES games put in there. So there's a bunch of um, Fatal Fatal Fury, all the Metal Slug, not all of them, but most of the Metal Slugs. Just a bunch of random the Neo Geo minis are cheap, like $100 pretty much. There's like 27 variants of them of the minis, like literally. But the MVS mini is the newest one and it's put out by Unico. But I highly recommend grabbing it. It's really cool. If you want to experience some Neo Geo games and not pay the crazy prices, it's well worth it. But like I was looking up the rarest and most valuable Neo Geo games, and trust me, like it's phenomenal console, phenomenal games. But like I'm looking here, Kazuna Encounter, $35,000 to $50,000. Ultimate 11, this is a soccer game, keep in mind, $35,000 to $45,000, and the list continues. Like it just continues, and I know that top one is not the most expensive one because I saw the most expensive game recently that was like unreleased, but got like there's a few copies out there, and it was well over like $100,000. I'm trying to think of what the game. Oh look, Neo Turf Masters, loose price. This is a golf game. $14,000, complete in box.
Christ.
$30,000 and $800. It's just, yeah, it's insane.
Could you imagine being alive when these games came out, looking at it on the store for retail price, and then how much they're going for now, all these years later?
Well,
like that would just blow your mind.
The crazy thing is, these games were several $100s retail when they were new. Because here's the thing with the system, right? The deal with the system was it was the first console that had, it was like I would say like a 99% accuracy. You can't even tell a difference. It was the first console to have like actual home arcade ports because the MVS was the arcade unit, but this home console, it obviously had gigantic, massive carts too. But it has like pretty much an arcade board inside that massive cartridge. And like, so it was targeted from the beginning for high-end rich families who can afford to play arcade games at home. Like that, it was from the beginning. So like there were already carts that were $300-$400 brand new. So yeah, from the beginning, it's been an expensive console. And like, I've never known anyone growing up that ever had one, who ever could have afforded one. And like, it's one of those ones that I absolutely love. But what I do want to do is I really, really, really want to find an AES. And I know this is going to sell out immediately. Like this is going to be gone again in a few days. And I just saw it pop up again yesterday. But your best option is grab one of those consoles, grab an AES, find the best deal that you can. But there's actually a FPGA option for it. So there's the Neo SD Pro, and it's back in stock on the website. It went up for pre-orders, sold out immediately. It's currently back up for another set of pre-orders this is from Terra Onion. So Terra Onion is kind of like Crix's products, but they only have a few. They've got like 3 FPGA options for systems. They've got the Mega SD, which I have, that's Sega Genesis, and they've got a Neo SD Pro for AES and MVS. They're both currently, as I speak, $322. They're available right now. They're going to be gone. This is basically after shipping, it's $650 for the cart. You can play the full library FPGA versus, a $31,000 game by itself. So
Crazy.
if you want to play the game the way it originally played, like it's an original cart, this is literally the only and best option out there to play FPGA. So after diving into your anime corner and getting into that, I like it though because you're learning things too. He said hue cards, crazy how those carts were the size of a credit card, talking about the turbo graphics. He said, also look up the super graphics. That's another model. Yeah, I was telling you about that earlier. The super graphics is really interesting because it only had like 7 games made for it, but it also played the original. It played turbo graphics game or PC Engine games too.
Yeah.
So you could play those like I think it was like 7 games. You can play those 7 games that came out for it, but it is the coolest looking model that there is. It looks like a motor. Like it legitimately looks like an engine because it is called the PC engine. Like it
It is
looks
crazy.
yeah, so did you see that one?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
cool stuff. Um so yeah, I guess we'll go ahead and dive into we got quite a bit of there's some other anime stuff here as well, but we got some
TV stuff.
movie stuff, TV stuff, a bunch of other pop culture stuff. There's been a lot this week and there's a lot happening. So I guess off the top, we'll go ahead and mention because I can talk about this one. X-Men 97 first 2 episodes dropped. I think 2 days ago. It might have been yesterday. I can't remember. Everything blurs all the time. But I watched both of those. Very good. So there's going to be 10 episodes total for this quote unquote season. That's all that we know about. My hope is that with how good these 2 episodes were, that they do continue on the story because they could go very very far with this. The storytelling that they brought back for this very much gives me like anime vibes. Like that because anime, the difference with not all, of course not all, because like the original series of this wasn't that way. But versus being like episodic, it's very much a in-depth continuing story and it feels like just
Yeah.
very very kind of alive and like just a continuing thing that there's a lot of lore for because the X-Men animated series got comic books, it got video game adaptations, like it had a lot to just a specific cartoon series. And which is, one of the reasons people absolutely love it. But the ending of episode 2, like holy crap. Like they left off at a cliffhanger and I kind of wish they had just dropped the whole season. Cuz
Fair enough.
I'll be honest with you, like finding the time to watch things that I want to watch and do. Like I planned on trying to do Ghostbusters tomorrow, which we're gonna get into. But unfortunately, I don't think it's gonna happen because Godzilla comes out next weekend, and I'm 100% going. I already got my ticket. I want to be able to do a video on it. I think we talked about maybe if we can work out getting you to go, we might be able to do a collaboration on that. Um, but animated series, like starts off right where the original did. It's just it's super interesting because there was like 5 seasons of the original show. Like it was a very successful show,
Yeah.
70 some episodes, and I, I well I guess I can't I don't want to give any spoilers. It's brand new. It's hard to like say some of the things because there wasn't like a lot that happened in 2 episodes. Like the first one back here, like it spent about half the episode building the show back and like sort of getting, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't recommend diving into this if you haven't seen the previous series, but or at least any of it, like maybe watch a few episodes or something. You can because I mean it continues the story, but like any like comic book type thing, like people pick up an issue like anywhere and like you have no idea what happened in the last 1,000 issues. But it's
Yes.
very very good. Um, really really enjoyed it. Animation looks really good. It keeps to that original style while having an updated animation and it's good. I highly recommend it. What I watched, I mean, solid probably 8 out of 10 for the first episode and maybe like a 9 out of 10 for the episode 2. The character that is coming, which you'll see in episode 2, insane. It's going to open up, a lot of stuff. So really good. And then we've also got, before diving into anything else, Ghostbusters dropped today. And yeah, so have you seen anything about the new Ghostbusters yet? Frozen Empire?
Outside of the actual trailers for it, I know nothing about it. I mean, I saw it and I was skeptical after the last one. Was it Ghostbusters 2016 or whatever it was? But
Are you
I,
talking about the
I was
female one or the
yeah.
last one that came out? Oh yeah, well we disregard that one. Did you watch the one after
I
that?
didn't
Like,
know I didn't know there was one after that, to be
yeah,
honest.
yeah. There was a previous one that leads up to this, but I mean, like, it's cool to have a bunch of the original cast back, and um, I'm really excited about it. I'm a massive Ghostbuster fan. I got like 4 or 5 shirts. I got a hat that I wear all the time. I've it's a series that I've always loved, and I think it's great. Very classic series. However,
Yeah.
I've been seeing some stuff online about it, and I've been hearing some real mixed things, and like real mixed. And so, for instance, Metacritic critic score, sure, we don't care about. I was actually excited the critic score was low for once. It's at a 46. However, what's upsetting is that the user score is at 4.4, which is the only one that I care about. And I
Yeah.
was like, oh, the Metacritic score is low. Maybe it doesn't have a bunch of politics in it and a bunch of BS and stuff. So I was like, maybe that's a good thing. Um, my buddy watched it and he said it's like very like just middle of the road. He's like it's Ghostbusters, but like it just doesn't have the whole soul of the franchise behind it. And he's like it felt kind of soulless. He said it felt like just another movie, kind of like almost like a cash grab sort of thing. Like it
Yeah.
sucks because the last one I thought was really good. Um, but there are quite a few positive reviews out there too, because like looking at the actively looking at the Metacritic now, of course that's as we're live with the episode for the audio listeners, but I'm looking at a few the most recent reviews, and like the most recent one, or at least one of the most recent ones today, he gave it a 10. And the guy
Yeah, I was
below
about to
that gave
say
it a 10. So
I was gonna say based off the Metacritic is it's a 4.4, but there's only 20 as far as Metacritic website goes. There's only 26 user reviews so far. So maybe it's because the movie just came out. Maybe I don't know, give it a few more days, see if it there's more good than bad and stuff like that. But
yeah, it looks like as we're talking about this. Now, of course, this will change over the next few days, especially being the weekend. But there's 10 positive ratings, which is at a 36%, 12 negative ratings for user score at 48%, and 4 middle of the road. So, uh, yeah, I mean, it sounds like that's kind of a bummer. And then hearing like firsthand that was just like very much just okay. Like he's like, yeah, if I had to rate it, it would have been a 5 out of 10. So now I trust his judgment. He's another big Ghostbusters fan. So, uh, bummer. I mean, I'm of course still gonna watch it and still looking forward to seeing it, but that kind of sucks. That kind of busted my bubble of excitement for it. So, I don't like
my
the
my
to
bubble
put
definitely wasn't there for it.
dang. Okay.
No, I'm just saying based off what we'd
A
gotten in the
moment
past, I was already tippered to be going into it.
a moment of silence I will have to cut out for audio listeners, which you will have not heard that there was just silence of me staring at Mark. Yeah, so let's go ahead and dive into the other stuff then.
Yeah, so one of the first stuff, because some of this was what you brought up. Apparently, there's a Chibi Godzilla Raids Again anime sequel. I didn't even know there's a first one, to be honest.
Yeah, yeah, it got an actual trailer
Definitely
too.
looks like a children's Godzilla show,
Yeah, it
just based off the
is.
visuals.
Yeah, it very much is. It gives me like the vibes of, I'm trying to think of that classic uh kids anime. It gives me the vibes, a mix of the like Hello Kitty universe stuff, but also like
Yeah,
that whatever that blue, I can't remember if he's a dog, but it's a very popular children's anime, if you know what I'm talking about. He's like blue.
it's
I just know he's blue. I don't know if he's a
it
dog, but
just not off the top of my head. I just can't remember now.
yeah,
But I mean, it comes out in about 2 weeks on April 3rd.
yeah, I'm gonna watch it. It's short. Um, I think it's just like a short film sort of thing. I don't know if
Yeah,
it's a a film or if it's a series, but it just says sequel. Oh, so the anime will feature a returning cast. The anime premiered in April 2023. Talk about the first one. Um, so I think it is like a short, or it's okay. The original was a series of animated shorts, apparently, which was in 2020 on the Godzilla YouTube channel, and then they made, it looks like, a picture book after that in 2018, and then after that they made what looks to be like this short film, and now it's getting a sequel. So it was like a
Yeah.
consecutive, apparently it's an ongoing series. I had not heard of the original YouTube series, or the series that was streaming on YouTube, which is called Taidaima, Taidaima Chibi Gojira, and it translates to I'm home, Chibi Godzilla. So yeah, apparently this is a series that's been going on since 2018 with the picture book, and then turned into a series on the actual YouTube channel, which I think is pretty cool. Um, yeah, I mean, I definitely think that's pretty cool. I'll watch it because I'm such a massive Godzilla fan. But
As I
it
about to say,
is
I probably not gonna watch it, but that's just me.
we you don't want to talk about it come next
It
episode time,
doesn't
whatever.
grab me as a series that I would even be interested in, to be
It
honest.
it
It's like
It's a
a
short
children's
film.
thing.
It's a short film. It's for all ages. This is age
What they all
appropriate Godzilla.
say.
This is canon. Like, you-
How can you make that canon?
I don't know, but it premieres on the 3rd of April. So coming up. So in a few episodes, we'll be able to talk about it. I'll at least give it a go. I think it's like super super short. So you can go on the YouTube channel to watch that.
Yeah. I
Um,
guess I'll see.
yeah, we'll see. It's gonna be incredibly short. So we'll
Yeah, and I don't know. What are you saying?
oh, yeah, it'll be on the Toho Animation Japanese YouTube channel. So just went ahead and subscribed.
Yeah, so I haven't been following this series in forever. Do you know what's coming up with this new Transformers 1 movie apparently?
I know very little about it, so I actually just learned about it yesterday. So this is apparently going to be a prequel movie. So this will be set on Cybertron. And my assumption is that it is a prequel before even Bumblebee, which was a prequel to the other movies, where Bumblebee was brought to Earth essentially, and like he was the first one here. But yeah, so this is something that I have wanted to see for a while, and in a good movie format. Like the first image you see is of my favorite Transformer, my second favorite, I guess, Soundwave.
Yeah.
Soundwave and Grimlock are and you actually see Grimlock in the background. Those are my two favorite Transformers, and this will cover. I assume this is going to cover all of like the War of Cybertron. The sort of destruction of Cybertron. These are just guesses, but it looks like Josh Cooley, who was attached to Toy Story 4, which is a phenomenal film. Um, this will be his first film, or no, he's talking about his first film to take home an Academy Award with Toy Story. So it looks like he's worked on a boatload of animated movies: The Incredibles, Cars, Ratatouille, and Up. He co-wrote Inside Out. This will be his first action movie. So yeah, it looks like it's gonna be a prequel until the War of Cybertron, before the Transformers came to Earth, which is what I really wanted to see, because I mean, like, it's a little confusing for people if they've only watched the films. That they're pretty much immediately on Earth, and like it's kind of starts from
Yeah.
there, and you miss like the whole gigantic backstory of what happened and why they're even on
Yeah.
Earth. So yeah, I mean, I think this will be really good. The movies are very hit or miss for me. Like, I still,
Yeah, they are.
I think the best two are the original movie and Bumblebee. Bumblebee is a really good movie. The first movie I think is really good. The other ones, like, pretty much are all either mediocre or bad. Which is really unfortunate, because my two favorite non-video game series are Godzilla and Transformers. So I was really excited to hear this, and I'm really excited about the stuff happening with Godzilla right now. So I really hope that I I hope that this goes the direction that Bumblebee was going, because that was a really good film. But I mean, Transformers, I got to be honest, as big of a fan as I am, like it's just been so hit or miss with the franchise as a whole for a while. Like the last cartoon, I watched 2 episodes and I was out. Like I just didn't care for it. Um, yeah, I mean, like the original Transformers series is still one of my favorites, and if this covers all that, the War for basically like the Transformers movie, the original one from '88, the animated movie. Like if this
Yeah.
covers that stuff, where Optimus Prime, spoiler alert, dies, um, this will be really cool. So yeah, I think this would be pretty neat. Yeah, I mean, do you have any interest in this one?
I haven't watched one in so long. I'm just like, maybe we'll see what it's reviewed as. If it's a good movie, I might entertain it. But
Yeah,
who knows when it's gonna come out and what it's gonna be competing against. So I'm very stingy when it comes to what movies I'll actually go and actually watch.
yeah,
So
I am too. I
uh,
haven't seen anything in the theater since I saw
I mean,
Super
to be
Mario
fair, the
Bros.
last
Movie and Barbie with my daughter. So
I guess the last Western made movie would be the Super Mario Brothers movie technically. But like I haven't watched an actual Hollywood movie in forever. Like the last few times I tend to go to the theaters, I tend to watch foreign films just because they tend to be better than anything that Hollywood's been pumping out recently.
I
For like the last decade, for that matter.
I don't regret not going to the theater for anything other than Godzilla minus one. Like literally every single movie that's come out. There's been stuff that's interested me, but I'm totally fine with not going to the theater to see it. It's got to be something I really love and care.
Yeah. Well,
Like
sometimes I'll be in like Salt Lake City or something like that. And I've got an evening where I've got nothing to do, so I'm like, I'll see what's in town. But there's a lot of theaters down there that show foreign film. Like there's a theater that shows a crap ton of Bollywood films, which I will never watch because I hate them. I think they're so stupid.
they,
Uh,
I
but they show a lot of films. Like they'll show a lot of like reruns. Like some of the studios will just re-show like old Ghibli films or some
nice.
other kind of films that I'll periodically go watch. I mean, sometimes they're trash, and I won't go watch anything. But there's a film there that I might be interested in. Like some of those theaters down there were showing the I thought I brought it up before it was one of the anime movies that just came out.
Oh, the boy and the heron.
No, it's an actual based off like an actual ongoing anime.
Oh,
I just can't think
Demon
of the name of it.
Slayer.
Yeah, the Demon Slayer movie. They was even showing it the whole like their top the DX or whatever like the big theater screen they were showing it on as well. But I'm so removed from yeah, of course you got that from the actual story. I didn't actually watch it, but uh, more often than not, I don't really care for what's going on at a Hollywood because it's usually garbage more
either.
often than not.
I don't either. There's too much agendas pushed, and I mean, even like the Barbie movie, which when that came out, talked about on the podcast because pop culture, and like I, I went with my daughter to go see it, and like like I liked it in general, but there was like some stuff that I could have did without, and that like in general, it's a good film, but I was shocked. I like an idiot. I didn't look up ratings or anything like that because it was a Barbie movie. I thought like
Yeah, you're not
tar-
thinking a lot about it.
well, there were two things said back to back on it that I did not appreciate when taking her there, and I was like had to explain. And I'm like, why would they put this in a Hasbro Barbie? Like there was just a few unnecessary things. Um,
Yeah.
a little bit. I guess I didn't really notice it in the theater because we were just in the moment and I was talking to my daughter and we were having fun. But there was like some weird, like sort of a couple of weird, like political things that could have sort of been left out of it. But other than that, pretty okay movie. But yeah. Anyway, like that was the last thing that I saw, and that was because of that. I was going to try to go see Ghostbusters tomorrow. I think I'm going to go ahead and pass on doing that. But Godzilla, I know that I want to be the first movie review on the channel. I'm really excited, like legitimately really excited to do that, to
Yeah.
have something else. So, um, yeah. So gonna see that Saturday. Can't Friday because of the podcast. It comes out next Friday. So Saturday evening, I got to go to. I'm pretty sure a late showing, which kind of sucks because it's really long, and I gotta drive 45 minutes because the closest one is sold out for that Saturday already. The next closest one is already sold out for Saturday all day, so I have to drive to the farther one.
Yeah,
So,
which sucks, but oh well.
but yeah, if you can watch it, uh, that weekend, that would be awesome to cover it because I think that would be a pretty cool. You saw -1, I didn't get to, so you get that aspect,
I was like, I'm gonna watch this without watching realistically any movie that came
which is
before it.
good.
So
I mean, that's good. Like you're taking in, you saw a few of the original films, you saw -1, you saw the one before -1 too, right? Um,
Shin
Godzilla.
Godzilla?
Yeah.
No, I've watched an in-depth review on it, but I haven't actually sat and watched the movie. And the
Okay.
in-depth review actually spoiled the whole story, and I was like, yeah, this is probably better than actually watching this movie. But
Yeah, it was. It was. It's not a bad film, but the transformation stuff was awful, and it's definitely not my favorite. But I still found it
yeah,
better than some of the stuff that we got in here. But
and I don't know, maybe I'll watch a review for these other movies kind of leading up to it, just so I'm not
I think
potentially
that's
completely
good.
lost in the sauce.
But I do think that it is good, like to get the point of view of, hey, here's a mild Godzilla fan, like he's seen some of the originals, some of the '80s stuff. Saw -1, which was the last movie. Have you seen any of the legendary movies? Because it might be even better if you have or
I
haven't.
don't even think so.
Okay,
To be
so
honest, I don't think I've seen none that I can immediately be like, oh yeah, I've for sure seen that movie.
because I mean, there's Kong Skull Island, there's Godzilla, then there's King of Monsters, and then
Yeah, I haven't watched any of those movies. I know that for a fact.
the only thing I haven't seen,
Like
which I gotta
-1 was like
figure
the
out.
first God. No, I was gonna say Godzilla -1 was like the first Godzilla movie that I've seen in years.
Well, that's perfect because you're coming at the point of view of, okay, I haven't seen any of the legendary movies. I know minimal about Godzilla. Here's my take on it. So you're getting the review of a non-biased Godzilla fan. Because I'm not the
I mean,
legendary movies. I'll never be like biased with. I'm not a biased guy, whether I love the franchise or not. I just said I love Transformers, and most of those movies are crap. Godzilla, like I said, the legendaries. I have enjoyed all of them, but I still, and I've told you, I think probably the past two podcasts, I think the first Godzilla legendary movie, um, it was too much of a slow burn. You saw too little of Godzilla. You started to see him like through building glasses of him walking by, and like you just didn't see him for like most of the movie, and there wasn't like big character development anticipation for me that I was like that was super interesting, that made it like okay of it, not seeing Godzilla and him not being there for most of the movie. I didn't
yeah,
think the character development was great. Now later, like King of Monsters, I think is great. There are a ton of the kaiju in there, a ton. And then you get the girl from Stranger Things is in there, obviously, and like her connection to Godzilla is pretty cool in that movie. So I did like that. She's like connected to Godzilla, and I don't want to like spoil it for you depending on what you do or whatever, but that one's really good, and you get to see some really good kaiju. I still am not a fan of the design particularly. Um, Definitely not my favorite, but I'm also like an old school suit actor Godzilla fan. Like I like that. Um,
yeah,
and I think that like some of the other CGI stuff later was fine. You know, Apparently Godzilla -1 is fine, like or really good. Shin Godzilla, fine. You um, some weird design choices in that movie,
yeah.
but yeah. So I'm really
And I
really
just
excited.
looked it up. Obviously, the Metacritic's kind of different, but on Rotten Tomatoes, both the critic and the audience score for -1 is like at 98,
Wow. See, I mean
which is
that.
pretty high for that movie on that site. Especially when dealing with the audience, where if there's something they see that they absolutely hate, you're gonna know it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I know it's universally beloved. I've heard from people that aren't even Godzilla fans enjoy the movie. So if it's like there aren't too many movies that can do that. You know what I mean? Like there aren't too many
Yeah,
movies that if you're not a fan of the series, you can still
you're not
enjoy
gonna like
them.
it.
Yeah, it's like the sort of thing with like Baldur's Gate 3, like, people aren't even fans or like, like big gamers and like enjoy the game. Um, but I was looking at this. It says this is from Gizmodo. It says the biggest way Godzilla Kong New Empire has evolved from its predecessor. You're going to learn more about Kong in the film, which I feel like we got. That's the thing. I feel like this is going to be like a pretty good chunk of it. I feel like it's going to be lean more on the Kong side, which I think is good. I don't know that, but my guess, just based on the trailers that we've seen, having backstory for Kong is really good because his backstory is very interesting. And as you know, there's a lot of King Kong movies too, like a lot.
Yeah.
So, um,
Goes back to the 1930s pretty much.
yeah. I mean, it predates Godzilla by quite a bit. Um, but yeah, I mean, like have you ever seen the original King Kong film? That original.
No.
So it's interesting because they go and trap Kong from Skull Island, which like there's a sorry if you don't know this already. This spoiler alert for a 80-year-old movie, but they trap him from Skull Island and bring him to New York City, and then that's where like the famous scene of him climbing the skyscraper and getting out and all that stuff. So it's like
Yeah.
it very much is reminiscent of the original Gojira in many ways, and kind of the aspect of it, and like it's been told that inspiration from Godzilla came from Kong as well. So that's how they ended up clashing together because they're in were in no way related whatsoever in franchises. So the first time we got Godzilla Kong, a Western film with a Western, what is now known as, I guess, as a kaiju, is very interesting. And plus, Kong, originally was way, way smaller than Godzilla. Like you can look up scales of the evolution of them, and then like how big they scaled them up for the Godzilla, original Godzilla versus King Kong movie, which is an absolute. It's one of those films that is so bad it's good. It's you just look up the fight scenes of them like rolling around on the ground together. It's and suit actors. It's hilarious.
That's crazy.
But it says the things that excite me about this film aren't even the action, even though, as you know, we have tons of action in the movie. Wingard told Iowan, so part of the movie there. Says to me, it was being able to see the monsters just interact with each other in between the action scenes. That to me is more exciting. It's almost like a character study, but with monsters. The idea came early on in the process when Wingard began to think about what a second film featuring Godzilla and Kong would be. I was never like, okay, we've got to top Godzilla versus Kong because we knew we were doing something special and different, he said. I knew right out of the gate that we weren't copying ourselves because my emphasis was always on trying to break new ground. I wanted to do a movie that really leaned into the monster point of view, and so just by making that decision alone, I knew we were going to be doing things that we weren't even able to do in the last film. So, and then you obviously get the introduction, which you see in the trailer, of Scar King, which is
Yeah.
the baddie of the film. Which I don't know too much about, so I'm interested there. That was my concern of the film though, because I didn't necessarily care for that part of the trailer. This Scar King, I don't know. I mean, who knows? Like there might be stuff that we just have no idea about, but to me, he seems very uninteresting. Scar King does. So I am going into
Wait and
this
see.
with I'm going to go in with low expectations, so I'm not, disappointed or anything like that. But uh yeah, I really have no idea. So
Yeah.
are you
Now,
looking forward to it?
I think I am. Hopefully, I'll be able to. I haven't looked at like tickets or anything like that, but I'll definitely look into that for like next weekend and stuff.
Heck yeah. So looks like the premiere is on the 25th, and then it releases on the 27th, which is next Friday. So a week from this live podcast, and if you're an audio listener, it'll be just a few days away.
Right around the corner.
Right around the corner. We have some comments.
There are a few.
All right.
Mr. Coffee was saying if you like animation, Godzilla's so good. Yeah, he's also saying Shin Godzilla is a more political type because of the bureaucracy. Yeah, and the one view, at least this was the video that I did watch on it. His opinion was he hated that aspect of it, the whole bureaucracy, political aspect of the Godzilla. Because he's like, this isn't It's like that's not like it's not that it's there, but it overstays its welcome too much.
For
But
minus one.
that was obvious. No, for Shin Godzilla.
Oh, Shin Godzilla.
Uh,
Yeah. Yeah.
at
I
least
mean,
for what he didn't like it. It was like it's just too much. I mean, and everyone's got different opinions on movies and stuff like that. What about Pacific Rim versus Godzilla? That would be interesting. I don't know how you make that lore work with Pacific Rim and Godzilla, but I only watched the first Pacific Rim movie. I think there's two, if I'm not mistaken, and
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. I didn't think it was a terrible movie.
yeah, I did.
But
I didn't watch
it's a
Pacific
giant
Rim 2 either.
it's a
Even though
giant
like,
mech. I like mech shows, so
Mech versus Kaiju is literally what it is. I don't know why I haven't watched the second one. I thought the first one was just okay. Like I wasn't like a uber fan. I thought it was okay.
yeah,
I didn't particularly like the kaiju designs. Like I didn't like that.
yeah, it's kind of weird, but
But yeah, I probably should watch that second one at some point.
yeah. Kevin was saying I'm watching the Godzilla series based on the '98 film right now. My condolences. I also
No,
have
no,
not
no.
seen Shin Godzilla yet, though I did see minus one and Ostley. I wish these movies would focus more on the monsters. Uh,
Well, that's
I
what
think
they're
that's
saying they're doing on this one. So that was the whole.
yeah, but I thought that was the whole beauty of minus one is it went back to the original. While like he's there, and it's a while since you probably go back and find a Godzilla where the human character is actually decently well written, but it's like uh he's not like the core of the actual story, but he's like this force, this like just there's like not necessarily evil, this force of nature that's just does nothing but destruction for whatever he wants to do. That's what I liked about it. Kind of went back to that whole horror movie esque type of like the original 54 Godzilla.
The thing is though, I think I told you before, Gojira, so like the actual original Godzilla before we got that
Yeah,
American one, there's a lot less of that because man, I dislike the original Godzilla now going back. Gojira is a much better film in my opinion. That news reporter that they shove in that original Godzilla. Oh my god, is so annoying. He's not in at all. They were trying to
well,
Americanize the movie.
I watched the original subtitled, so it's
Oh,
not
so
like the
you watch
American version, the
Gojira.
original.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Well,
that's
I think it's still called Godzilla because that's just how it's pronounced phonetically in Japanese. But yeah,
yeah. The original is Gojira, and then they made the American one, I think, a year after, which was just Godzilla.
just a dubbed version of Godzilla. Yeah.
Well, oh, it wasn't just dubbed. They threw in a freaking news reporter that was in half of
Yeah.
the movie that had nothing to do with the film. Like he's just, oh,
Yeah, but I was like,
Godzilla is attacking the city. What are we gonna do? Like,
but you brought that up. I'm like, I don't even know. You brought the news reporter. Like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Like, I've never seen a news reporter in the original Godzilla movie. So
yeah. See, I thought you watched the
no,
American release of the.
I call it Godzilla just because it's easier to pronounce than Gojira. But
Yeah, he's super annoying. They just throw he's has apps like completely different shot scenes, obviously, because they're American shot scenes that like really don't fit into the film, and it's just him complaining. Oh, now he's did this and that and blah 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 blah. It, for comedy's sake, you should go back and watch that at some point. But they take away a bunch of the cool Godzilla scenes from it, and then
yeah,
add him in to fill out the movie. It's like really dumb.
kind of stupid. Yeah. Mr. Gavi was saying minus one is huge. One of the highest grossing movies in Japan. Yeah, it definitely it's a really to me it's probably one of it's the best Godzilla movie that I've seen.
Yeah, for sure.
Of the ones that I've seen. Uh, Kevin was saying it's been announced that on April 15th, all 8 Spider-Man movies are going to be re-released in theaters to celebrate Columbia Pictures' 100th anniversary.
Oh wow, interesting. Huh.
So obviously we're only watching Spider-Man 3.
Yeah, apparently that's the case. I did want to mention on the topic of Godzilla. We'll figure out what here that we have left is most important. Getting awful late my time, but I did want to just
No, you're fine.
mention that Godzilla Kong New Empire, it says, is paying a very specific homage to Godzilla minus one. Um, Godzilla is so massive that the only thing that can cast a shadow on him is another Godzilla. And that's exactly what happened between Godzilla minus one, the Toho released Oscar winning smash hit. So yeah, there's going to be some sort of homage directly to minus one. I knew that they were working on a Godzilla film, but I didn't know concretely anything until everybody saw the trailer at the same time we did. We were over halfway done with the movie at least, and I do remember being inspired when I saw the trailer. So there's some sort of homage to.
So as far as I know, you're on time. I pretty much chopped down. There's only like 5 or 6 ones that probably mattered, and it shouldn't take too long to get through some of those.
Okay.
Just some of the bigger ones. And I saw this as far as the apparently for the first time, or not for the first time, but like all in one thing. Apparently, nearly all of the Macross anime is coming to Disney Plus.
I saw that. That
because it's originally called Robotech, which was the first SDF Macross, and then 2 other unrelated series. In my opinion, Robotech is a bastardization of Japanese animation, but that's a personal opinion.
That's what I first watched because that was the only option here at that time.
Yeah,
right? Like I didn't even know Macross was related or at all until later.
For the most part, it does the original SDF Macross for the most part, right? Except for the added subplot that they added for their own Robotech series before it gets into the other unrelated. So it's for the most part, a faithful translation with some things that obviously they intentionally changed. But because of I can't remember this. I thought it was Honey Something Studio. The way they trademarked it or dealt with it here in the West essentially blocked any other dub or proper release of the rest of the Macross series here in the U.S.
Wasn't it? Was it HJC that released it, or what? What was that studio's name that released? Like you always saw their name on a bunch of the VHS from that time.
I was trying to pull it up. Harmony Gold USA is the reason we never actually got any of these Macross series. Which is a studio founded in '83. It's a really old series, but I mean, they're pretty much the reason we don't really get any of the rest of the Macross series here in the U.S.
Yeah,
because they own the rights to Robotech, and there's some other crap that went on, so we never really got proper any of the other series. And it's a really Macross was as far as the mech series and the idol series and the idol genre, really influential in both of those genres because it smashed both mech and idol culture together.
Yeah, it's
pretty much all their series.
It's a very interesting series. It's one I've always really enjoyed. So it looks like we're getting like a ton of stuff brought over. From what I saw, it looked like 170 some episodes of the show, and some of the movies.
So you have the Super Defense, so SDF Macross Flashback 2012. The music video derived from, the original anime. SDF Macross 2, Lovers Again, which is kind of like a movie or miniseries. Macross Plus, Macross Plus, the movie edition. Macross 7, its movie. Another Macross Dynamite, Macross Zero, the Frontier series, and its 2 movies. Macross FB7 and the Macross Delta series. Some of these are kind of like, it's a movie or it's like a series and like 2 movies that kind of go with it. But I mean, it's a series where it definitely mixes mech and idol culture, which blew up in Japan probably around the same time. That makes any sense. Which I love mech, have mostly hatred for idol culture, but I mean,
yeah, I'm not into that myself. But I mean, I think
it's a very influential series, both like all over the place.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a long running franchise with a lot of entries and a lot of lore.
It's still fairly ongoing.
Video games, light novels, manga, toys, you name it. It's everywhere. So yeah, there's
Lin Min-Mei, the OG. God, I hate her.
We're getting the OVAs, some of the OVAs as well.
Yeah, Lin Min-Mei, the original. You watch it and you realize, oh, she is there's no better way. She's kind of a bitch who allows herself to be manipulated by her cousin or whatever he is, or something like
Yeah.
that. I don't know. I came to hate her as a character, though her Japanese voice actress really good singer. But yeah, I have
Hmm.
issues with the whole Robotech version of it. That's just because I don't like when the West changes anime for literally no reason. But
They back then they thought that we
they
we
had
wouldn't
to,
like,
yeah,
yeah. I mean, like Super Mario Brothers 2, we never got the real one because they thought it was
yeah.
too hard, and they think that Japanese culture wouldn't mix well with. I mean, that all changed honestly with like Dragon Ball. Once that hit, I mean,
Yeah.
that they kind
That
of
and
got over that.
the only other major thing is this is gonna be on Disney Plus, so they picked the worst streaming site ever because I refuse to give Disney a dime of my money because I absolutely hate that company with every fiber of my being.
So you
But
won't be
that's
watching
besides
any
the
of
point.
this, will you?
I just do what I do already, just torrent it because it's still up until now. It's from most of these shows you had to stream illegally or torrent them to watch to begin with. But
Yeah.
I'd rather torrent before I give Disney another dime of my money. But
Yeah.
that's unrelated. I just don't. I have hatred for Disney
That's fair. I get it.
as
They,
a as
they've
a
ruined
corporation.
they've ruined Star Wars for me. They are butchering now Marvel, MCU. So
Yeah. I already taught. I did that. We did one I wanted to bring up, but apparently the Dragon Ball Super manga is going into an indefinite hiatus, for obvious reasons because of
yeah.
Toriyama passed away. But this was officially announced yesterday that the Super manga was officially going under hiatus, and I probably should have brought it up earlier when we talked about it. But I mean, it is sad he passed away, and who knows if this is ever gonna. Well, there's probably a chance this might just be incomplete forever.
Yeah.
Because I have seen some manga where the author dies and they're just kind of like, nobody else is ever going to touch this ever again. So the story's kind of left incomplete.
I can't remember if it had a manga too, but like that, I think it was called RWBY series. That
Ruby?
is that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Ruby.
that's what it's called. The creator, and I'm blanking on his name,
They
passed away, but
completed it for him, but yeah, because he had like
I'm pretty
part
sure they
of
changed a lot of it, but yeah, they kept going on with it and it, like, the whole Rooster Teeth issue became very divisive.
which I mean could happen to this. That's the problem, right? Like you don't know
If somebody else picks it up, will it feel like not the right thing to do, or are they just gonna forever just be like, we're just never gonna? It's just gonna be forever incomplete.
I mean,
Or
who
I mean,
knows how
who knows?
much he had worked on? Like, I know that they work pretty to the pace with chapters. So, like,
Yeah,
oftentimes the One Piece mangaka would talk about, he would be crunching the next chapter to get it out. Like, he would
yeah.
be like up to the point. So, who knows if like there was anything left, or if no, like literally what he had worked on was pretty much it, and he started
Or if
the
they
next
do
chapter.
anything, it's a rushed ending to the series, if anything. But I mean, there's an equally good chance that they continue with it, that they don't. If it was not as popular as it was, I'd say there's a good chance it just never gets complete. But with how popular it is, I think there's a chance they might wait and then continue out with chapters. But who
But
knows?
and
That's gonna be up. That's up to Shonen Jump at this point because they're the ones that publish it and own probably a good portion of the rights to it. So
yeah, it's I mean, who knows what happens there, honestly. Like
yeah,
the Dragon Ball Daima anime comes out soon. So,
obviously the continuation of this manga is gonna affect Dragon Ball Super and every other project that comes after. So
yeah, my wonder is what gets continued there? Do we get the season 1 of that show and that's it, or do they continue
it's
on?
hard to tell at this point. Yeah,
Ca-
I don't know. I'm not anywhere near a position of decision making for this. So
Yeah.
it's kind of hard to tell. The only reason I think it has a chance to continue on with how popular it was, but obviously that might also potentially backfire on it. If people are just kind of like,
People might get
I
mad
don't
and
know.
upset that they
Yeah,
continued.
there's a chance that the fans might just be like, just leave it as is. So
Yeah,
time
and
will only tell. I haven't read a Dragon Ball manga pretty much at all, so it's not really gonna affect me. But I mean, it is sad. for
Yeah.
everybody involved.
Yeah, it's a bummer. I don't know exactly where it left off, how, if it was in the middle of an arc, if it was starting a new arc, if
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah,
So,
because I know Mr. Coffee brought up the whole GT, which he didn't have any say, but
yeah,
obviously
I
this
was
is
thinking that.
I don't know if that was a manga or the straight anime, but I mean obviously he's had input up until this point, so who knows what they're gonna do. And obviously GT wasn't received very well, so
Yeah, I'm actually pretty sure that GT was an anime first and then got a manga. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it didn't have a manga first. It got like a manga adaptation that obviously Kiriyama didn't, you know, Toriyama, sorry. Um, yeah, I mean, it's hard to say because it could end up being like a GT situation, or it could backfire where fans are upset that they do continue, or there's going to be fans that are upset that it isn't continuing. So it's like this is probably a really tough decision for them on what to do. I imagine with such an
yeah,
established franchise and you know his entire
yeah.
vision. So
Yeah, and then unfortunately there's some more sad news that kind of came out earlier in the week. The Tales of RPG series artist, uh, uh, Mutsumi Inomata, if I said that correctly, apparently had passed away back on March 10th, which is a
yeah,
very well loved series. Obviously, maybe not like creator, but had really heavy influence on the art of that series. So it seems
yeah,
like a lot
all
of
of it.
bad news all the way around.
Yeah, yeah, I saw that earlier in the week, and I was like, "Ah, well,
Yeah, because it
that's
looked like she worked as an animator. Like she got into the series like in '79 to like the
hmm
late '70s, early '80s when she entered the series. So she's been around the block doing a lot of work on a lot of different series.
Oh yeah, she's done a
Pretty much
lot
since
of
the
stuff,
'80s.
and she has that classic '80s anime art style that I like, and like she's
Yeah,
evolved it over time because she stayed involved with the series,
yeah.
making the
Animation has
covers,
changed. Yeah,
and has adapted to it very well because I mean like like Tales of Arise and things and how it's sort of evolved but still kept a sort of classic influence design to it. I don't know how much I mean they've kept that general character design over the years. I don't know how much people would receive the anime art style of the 80s now versus
I like it.
I like it
Well,
too.
the problem with the '80s is it's an art style that's more or less dead at this point. That's full on hand drawn, cell animated. None of it's there's no digital involved, or it's very minimal. It's all every every it's not that maybe cell's the right word, but every frame is hand drawn.
Yep.
Obviously, there's other work and stuff, some copied over, but everything's kind of done hand work. You can also see the layers on the animation when it gets dark, as you can see the dirt of the imperfection where different layers are kind of stacked on top of each other, which I thought
Yep.
brought a charm to some of those older animations
Yeah,
and stuff
I
like that.
personally much prefer the hand drawn art style. I love classic anime. Like still that is kind of where I'm attached to the 80s and like mid 90ish sort of art
To
style
some
before
degree, there's still like a heart and a soul compared to some of the digital. It's like it looks good, but it's just too clean sometimes.
it's
Like
too
I want to
clean.
see some
It
imperfections.
feels very stale. Like where it's almost at the point where every single new anime looks the same, has the same look to it.
Well, I'll say this because I mean you kind of had that with the animation stuff, the hand drawn to some degree. I get, but the only time digital animation really stands out is like the top of the top, like the super best like movie where like there was a lot of money put into this and it just looks amazingly good in some
Yeah.
movies. But then you've got the Studio Ghibli aspect where like this is still
The
there's still hand drawn
same.
animation
Yeah.
into this. It's not to the same degree, but there's no digital animation because of uh, uh I'm blanking on his name, but Ghibli, what do you want to say, doesn't really believe in it.
Yeah,
I'm
he's not a
terrible with
fan.
names sometimes.
I
Yeah,
didn't know that she actually did the art design for Future GPX, which is a throwback. Uh I really love that
yeah, it's one of
series.
those artists where you just their name doesn't get thrown around, but they've worked on a lot of, or she's worked on a lot of good like influential stuff, or she's just been around the industry for so long. She worked on a lot of stuff.
Yeah, a lot of the Tales games, and it lists, a bunch of them. Tales of Destiny 1, 2. It goes all the way up to Tales of Graces, mentioning some of the ones that she worked on. So
Yeah, and then just because kind of game related, adjacent, apparently, they do this weekly where there's Japan's game rating from the 4th to the 10th of March had just come out, and it's pretty much based off of weekly sales out of that week. But it's also interesting because you'll see the same game on there multiple times just because it's for different consoles. They kind of break it up.
Unicorn
So apparently
Overlord.
for yeah, it was the top the Nintendo
I had
Switch
a
version of
feeling.
it.
I had a
The
feeling.
PS5 came in 3, so it was like 40,000 copies, and then 24,000, beating out Final Fantasy Rebirth. Surprisingly,
Wow.
uh,
Holy crap.
I thought it was funny though. Apparently, number 6 of that week, and obviously, Japan is not the biggest market in the world, but the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe is like number 6 on here, which I thought was
Oh
funny.
my
Like this game's been
god.
out since the launch on the Switch,
It
and it's
just it just keeps
still
selling.
selling.
That's why we didn't get a Mario Kart 9 on Switch. It just keeps selling. They don't have to do it.
To be fair, only 3 of these games on this list are not on the Nintendo Switch, which just shows you how dominant
That's
of a market this has.
Japan
It's
is all Switch, man.
yeah, it's Rebirth at number 2, Unicorn Overlord at number 3, and then Unicorn Overlord for the PS4 at number 8 because every
I didn't even know it
copy
came
of
out for
that
the
game.
PS4. Oh dang. That's funny. Wow, it's on there 3 times. And
Yeah,
Splatoon
all 3
3,
versions of the game.
Minecraft is on there. Oh my god, at number 11.
Animal Crossing New Horizons on the Switch.
Pokemon Scarlet at number 15. Wow, that's
I mean, to be fair, there's like 4,000 copies sold in that week, but it's still interesting that the Japanese market is just dominated. Nintendo just owns this because how many like half these games are Nintendo's like the publisher for these games.
Yep, and Fitboxing is only on there because it has Hatsune Miku featuring.
Oh yeah,
That's the
probably
only
the
reason.
collaboration.
And that's number 4. That's hilarious. Wow. Yeah,
That's
it's
crazy. It's
crazy
just one
to
of
see it.
those fun things. They usually do like this weekly thing for both like anime
Yeah.
and games, where it's like hey, these are like the most based off ranking. They say ranking, but it's usually what sells the most.
Right, yeah.
In said week.
That's yeah.
Granted, it goes back like 2 weeks, but it probably takes that long for them to, or whoever is putting this together, to accumulate all those sales and stuff like that.
That is absolutely hilarious. Oh my gosh.
I just thought it was a neat, funny thing that I saw, and I was like, "Oh, I'll bring this up." Like, oh my god, Mario Kart's still on there? Like, what the?
Mario Kart being on. That is hilarious. Oh my gosh. Did we have anything else to bring up for?
I mean, there was some stuff, but it was pretty much some small, minor stuff. Unless you saw something you wanted to see.
Um.
I know you said you were kind of crunched for some time, so I was just picking out some of the major stuff for the most
Yeah,
part.
I think I pretty much I did see the Gundam Scene Dune collaboration, part 2 collaboration. I thought that was kind of cool to mention.
They pretty much just like recopied the whole Dune scene, but with the
Mobile Suit Gundam Seed
the
Free.
the seed too. It's I'm blanking on. I haven't watched this show in like 2 years. I'm trying to think of the actual 2 characters' names, and then I don't know if they're on here. It's Lacus Klein. Yeah, it's Kira and Lacus were the other 2 characters. Obviously, I was blanking on the name for a second.
I haven't watched.
It's like the
Gundam
poster,
in
and
a
it just
while.
just recreates the Dune logo.
I dig it. It looks really cool.
Yeah, it does. It's the 2 characters just walking in the sun, but obviously it's got his 2 little Kira's 2 like mechanical birds falling behind him. But I mean, it makes sense because the Seed movie just came out as well in Japan.
Well, that's really awesome.
Unfortunately, it's not really getting a proper U.S. release outside of a one-time showing in like New York and L.A., which just robs pretty much all of us of getting to see it in theaters. But
of course. All right. Well,
it's good to eventually get it here.
Yeah. Hopefully. I think that wraps up episode 77. Appreciate everybody that has watched live. Any recaps, Mark, or anything that you want to mention before we close out?
I mean, just as usual, don't forget to tip your waitress. Say hi to grandma. Don't drown your goldfish. The same thing.
All right. You're watching live. Consider, or you watch this later. consider becoming a channel member. It helps us out a lot. It helps the show keep going. We do have membership tiers up on there. Starts at I set it the lowest cost I could, and I think there's up to 4 tiers, so that helps out a lot. It's all in the description below. And then if you're an audio listener, you are able to subscribe on Buzzsprouts or some of the other platforms on there. If you check our link tree, which I'll drop in the chat for live viewers, you are able to help support the show there with Patreon. There's a few different options, and then as well as on the Discord. So if you check the link tree, it's got all the information there. Again, it'll be in the description of this video. And if you're listening to audio, it'll be in the description of there as well. And yeah, great episode, man.
Yeah, definitely. Really good episode, like always.
Yep. So another great week. And of course, we'll be back again next Friday live at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We appreciate all the audio listeners and video listeners. We hit over 1,200 downloads for the podcast. So that's awesome. Hit that achievement. And we're just crushing goals and doing great. We appreciate all your guys' support.
Peace.